New Birch Tree Adult Boost. Tulong sa immunity. Lakas depensa.
Panginoon, ang nais ko, kagandahan mo ay pagmasdan ang pag-ibig mo sa aking tugon. Kailan may di pababayaan sa iyo lamang. Matatagpuan sa iyo lamang. Mananatili sa iyong lilim at sasambahin ka sa dakong lihim. Mananatili sa iyong lilim nang masumpungan ka sa dakong lihim. Panginoon, ang ngalan mo ay kalinga at sandigan ko. Pinagbabago pangako mo, salita mo'y panghahawakan sa iyo lamang. Matatagpuan sa iyo lamang. pagpuri ko ay tanging sa'yo, sa'yo lamang iniaalay, o Panginoon, ang puso ko sa'yo magpakailanman. Ang papuri ko ay tanging sa'yo, sa'yo lamang iniaalay, o Panginoon, ang puso ko sa'yo magpakailanman. Mananatili sa iyong lihim at sasambahin ka sa dakong lihim. Mananatili sa iyong lihim nang masumpungan ka sa dakong lihim. Mananatili sa iyong lihim at sasambahin ka sa dakong lihim. Mananatili sa iyong lihim nang masumpungan ka sa dakong lihim.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good
Morning,
morning. So punctual are the members of the EXICOM, and we are only 37 in the meeting yet. Your Majesty, good morning. Anyways, time check, it's 8:43 in my laptop watch, and 17 minutes from now, we are going to start our DIMANCOM. And for the time being, hi, Sir Tardo, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Blessed day to everyone.
Amen. Yeah, today is another day, Sir Ernie. So while waiting for others to come, I would like to take this opportunity also to remind those who are in the platform, the Google Meet platform, that based on the Division Memorandum Number 328 Series 2020 signed by Mama Harani Jacinto, our Superintendent, last November 16, that only the executive committee members, education program supervisors, coordinators, public schools district supervisors, and principal in charge of the districts, division senior education program specialist, and division education, senior education program specialist, and division education program specialist are in the Google Meet, while all the other participants, such as the school heads for both elementary and secondary, officers of DepEd GDS Teachers Association, are invited to join via YouTube using our official division Facebook page. And we would like also to remind our colleagues in the division that Steps Arturo Antiquina Jr. of the SGOD is going to monitor our attendance. And then all supervisors are directed to be present without proxy. So when there are issues and concerns that are being raised by our colleagues who are joining us in the YouTube channel of Zamboanga del Sur Division, we would like to request all the PSDSS to take them down so that we could address those issues right after every speaker. So I will be moderating the meeting as being designated in the EXICOM. So in the meantime, we will just, for 15 minutes, we're going to extend our patience while waiting for others to come. Still, we have 15 minutes to wait for them. Thank you so much.
Panginoon, kay buti mo sa akin. Ikaw lamang ang lagi kong
New Birch Tree Adult Boost. Tulong sa
Awitin ko man lahat ng awit sa mundo, di kayang ilarawan ng kadakilaan mo. Kulang ang lahat ng tula, kulang maging mga salita upang ihayag ang kabutihan mo. Wala kang katulad, wala nang hihigit sa'yo. Wala kang katulad, wala nang papantay sa'yo. Ikaw ang Diyos noon pa man, maging ngayon at kailanman. Sa habang panahon, wala kang katulad. Awitin ko man lahat ng awit sa mundo, di kayang ilarawan ng kadakilaan mo. Kulang ang lahat ng tula, kulang maging mga salita upang ihayag ang kabutihan mo. Wala kang katulad, wala nang hihigit sa'yo. Wala kang katulad, wala nang papantay sa'yo. Ikaw ang Diyos noon pa man, maging ngayon at kailanman. Sa habang panahon, wala kang katulad. Wala kang katulad, wala nang hihigit sa'yo. Wala kang katulad, wala nang papantay sa'yo. Ikaw ang Diyos noon pa man, maging ngayon at kailanman. Sa habang panahon, wala kang katulad. Sa habang panahon, sa habang panahon, sa habang panahon, wala kang katulad.
Once again, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this fourth virtual Division Management Committee meeting, DIMANCOM. So, per Division Memorandum number 328, dated November 16, we are called for this meeting, and participants are the executive committee members, education program supervisors and coordinators, public schools district supervisors and principal in charge of the districts, division education, senior education program specialist and education program specialist 2, especially of the ALS. The following, those personnel are invited to join via Google Meet, while all school heads in the elementary and secondary with the officers of DepEd Zamboanga Teachers Association join us via YouTube of our division, as our official page. Then we are also going to observe some protocols, especially those who are joining the Google Meet. Foremost, we are always encouraged to have our microphone
Department of Education.
on mute unless recognized to speak. And we are also encouraged to talk only when we are recognized. And we would like to request everyone to turn off your cameras to avoid creating distractions. Time check, it's 9 o'clock. And we are going to set our meeting in order so that we can have the time allotment being given. So, Proverbs chapter 3, 5 and 6 tells us to trust in the Lord with all our heart and to lean not on our own understanding, and in all your ways we're going to acknowledge Him and He shall direct the path. So to start with this meeting, I would like to request the Chief of the School Governance Operations Division to lead us into prayer. Please welcome in our midst Chief Ernesto Tardo.
I would like to request everyone to let us put ourselves in the presence of God and come to the Lord in a prayer. Our gracious, loving Heavenly Father, we praise you and thank you, Lord, for thy faithfulness, the strength that you have given us today. Indeed, O Lord, you are true to your promise that your mercies never comes to an end. Father, we thank you for the provision of good health that you have given to each one of us today, and even the bountiful blessing, the early Christmas gift that we received. We thank you, dear Lord, that you have shown your faithfulness in providing our needs. Father, we thank you also even for the wisdom that you have given to us as we perform our duties and responsibilities expected from us. Father, we invoke your presence and bring to you, Lord, even those who are undergoing trials and testing in life. With our DepEd family, O God, that some of us, Lord, have some trials, and even some of us, Lord, until now they are still in the hospital. Father, we pray on their behalf, O God, that you may strengthen them, Lord, touch their lives, touch their body, and we declare, Lord, healing in Jesus' name to everyone who has this illness, Lord, or who have suffered, Lord, especially in the infection of COVID-19. May your strength be upon them, Lord, and speak to them, Lord Jesus, that all these things that you have allowed because you have a purpose. Father, we also invoke your presence to be upon us, Lord, as we go in this meeting. May you give us a teachable heart, willing to accept new things and apply this, Lord, as expected from us. We also, Lord, lift up to you our leaders, our top management, We pray for wisdom as they lead us, as they inculcate to us and impart to us important uh, matters, Lord, especially related to our duties and responsibilities. Father, we ask that your presence will be with us as we start until we end on this meeting. We commit to you, Lord, all this in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen and amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, let us show our patriotism as we're all together in our different respective places, sing the Philippine national anthem. Once again, welcome to this fourth virtual DIMANCOM, and we would like to give our grandest salute and greetings to our Indefatigable Schools Division Superintendent, Maharani Makaraig Jacinto, to our young and sharp-witted Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Raymond Manuel Salvador, and of course, his partner, the workaholic Assistant Superintendent Vismenda Hugh Valde. We also have with us our dedicated chiefs for the school's governance and operations division, Chief Ernesto F. Tardo, and for the curriculum implementation division, Chief Juliet Magallanes. Along with them are also the members of the EXICOM. We have our administrative officer, Zenaida Mago, our division accountant, Pichi Shane Karandang, our division attorney, Gel Alpeche, and our information technology officer in charge and who is responsible of all the systems that are running in the division office and who is also in charge of playing this virtual conference via YouTube, ITO Chester Bayukot. We would like also to welcome all the education program supervisors, the public schools district supervisors, principal in charge of the districts, education program specialists in the ALS and also in other sections in the SGOD, school heads who are joining us via YouTube, officers of the Teachers Association headed by President Giselia Monte Alto. To one and all, God bless us and good morning. Our meeting today, as I asked our superintendent whether we're going to observe a strict parliamentary procedure, but according to her, this is a meeting, dissemination of information. So I will be hosting this meeting, and as we are going to discuss agenda to be taken by respective personnel assigned. So I would like to present to you our agenda this morning as presented in our screen. We have first in the list is the update or updates from the School Governance and Operations Division with Chief Ernesto F. Tardo. And then we have the Curriculum Implementation Division updates with Chief Juliet A. Magallanes. If you notice in the list, the updates, ISO updates shall be taken after Ma'am Zenaida Mago, but earlier, ASDS Raymond Salvador requested that she be given the chance to have the updates after the CID chiefs because he has an important meeting to attend to. So after the CID chief updates, we will have to give way for Sir Salvador's updates on the ISO matters, and then we will have finance update with Ma'am Shane Karandang, the division office updates by our AO Zenaida Mago, and then school readiness and assessment by Ma'am Vismenda Valde. And if you see in the list, we have the superintendent's hour at the bottom. However, yesterday, I engaged with our beloved superintendent, and she requested that she be given the first hour because she is also attending a very important teleconference after she's in a scheduled date, the same with ours. So friends, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us all welcome in our midst our very own Superintendent Maharani M. Jacinto for her hour.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Everything
Morning.
Morning. Good morning, ma'am.
all of us.
Good morning, ma'am.
We are from CT3. So school heads are joining us in another portal. Saan ang school heads?
Ma'am, sa Zamboanga del Sur YouTube channel po, ma'am.
Okay. So they're with us now. How many attendees are there in the YouTube? Can we know? Initial number of participants watching the YouTube?
Ma'am, I think Chester can monitor. We would like to request Sir Chester to feedback to Ma'am STS on the attendees in the YouTube channel.
Yeah. I would like to know if they really are there. 337. So where are the others? Okay. Please do some information dissemination for the other school heads to join us today, because this is a very important convergence which relates to their duties and responsibilities in their respective schools. So first and foremost, I would like to greet everyone once again. Pleasant morning. And before anything else, I would like to thank all the teaching and non-teaching employees of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur for extending their support to the victims of the typhoons which affected Region 2 and Catanduanes. So we're able to donate certain amount to Catanduanes, which is bigger compared to Region 2, considering that they're the first hit by the typhoon. And of course, in particular, the school superintendent of Catanduanes was our former assistant regional director, Superintendent Despi. Danilo, yeah, thank you. SDS Danilo Despi at present of Catanduanes. So a part of the amount collected was sent also to Region 2. If still you're more than willing to donate, considering that you receive at present your bonus. Well, congratulations, you have your bonus. For us in Sibugay, not yet, because they're also affected by COVID in the division office. So pending processing of that bonus means longer wait for us for the bonus. Anyway, it will come. And another one is, this is to remind all our school administrators to be attentive to this conference considering the in charge of the different topics will be giving information which is very vital and essential to manage your operation in your respective schools, especially if ever approved and allowed, there will be a change of modality in some of our schools that if they will pass the readiness assessment which will be conducted and expected to be completed this Friday. Reminder, this Friday, the moment you receive the information that this questionnaire will be available online, please do your responsibility to input the different informations that we would like to have together to support our proposal for those who will be implementing limited face-to-face modality, for those only allowed to do. There are several items or factors to be considered, and we are appealing to everyone to be diligent, honest in the information you will be providing online, because this is very vital in determining who will be allowed to conduct limited face-to-face learning modality. Please be aware that whatever will be the information provided will be the basis of the decision. And when decided, consequences will be there in the event there are false information that will be provided. We are not after of answering our personal need, though it's a part of consideration, but the priority is the safety of all. That is for the parents, the teachers, the support staff, and most especially the learners being our clients and clients. So we're hoping that this information will be generated and be completed comes Friday of this week. Then, with this modality, we are also hoping with the current system that we are having, the modular modality supported by the RBI, we are able to go along and manage your respective stations as smooth as we are expecting. Though we are not up to perfect implementation, but we are appreciating those who were able to implement with their best the operation of their respective schools. So far, everything is in place and everyone is doing their job. Only there are several feedbacks that will reach the office of the OSDS as regards some of the schools, especially those isolated schools. I hope you're not one of these, that there are parents who know nothing about modules. Why is that happening? A parent has no knowledge that his learner or his child is working with a module as a form of his compliance to her attendance or his attendance to school. So please be aware of that. I cannot name a specific school, but it reached to my knowledge that this is happening on the field. And another one is in request for additional teachers, please bear in mind that it will be based on the number of learners that you have and the difficulty that you are experiencing with the presence of those teachers that cannot report to school. Do not forget that there are those considered to be working at home and no schedule to be physically present in school due to some illnesses, or they are considered as one of those PWD, persons with disability, not necessarily difficulty physically, in physical aspect, but experiencing difficulty as to movement, a limited movement that is being implemented at present. And another one is, of course, since the school year is about to end, all school heads are expected to be able to 100% liquidate their cash advances. At this point in time, we decided to give back your 30% for the second quarter, considering that we receive ample amount for the production of learning modules. And we are also given instruction that no printing will be done in school, especially if it's in bulk. To augment shortage of modules due to late enrollees, or can we say damage by any means, is allowed. But to print all the modules as part of your activity is not allowed, as pronounced by the regional director, which was also given instruction from the central office that this activity cannot be allowed due to some complaint by other regions using teachers in the production of the learning modules of the learners. Given that scenario, it is expected that some books will not be printing any in school, except to augment those who have shortages in providing modules to the learners. To add, it is also very important for you to know that at this time, if there will be recommendation coming from the COA, since most of us were able to cope with the current situation brought by COVID, it will now be implemented, especially those that were not able to liquidate their cash advances from the previous years. Please liquidate that one. We did not implement the recommendation of the COA not to release the salaries of those who have cash advances in consideration to the current situation wherein we are having difficulty as to movement and other matters that pertains to our moving around, responding to our duties and responsibilities, preparing for ourselves, for our families. And I think the office had given enough time for you to manage your personal issues and concern, and it's about time to comply with the requirements to liquidate your cash advances from the previous years and early months of this year. So the moment the COA will once again recommend for the stoppage of your salary based on an existing COA circular, then we will be forced to implement. This is an advanced information to all school heads so that you will prioritize your liabilities and others and responsibilities when it comes to MOOE liquidation. Be reminded that this is not our personal funds, but government funds. So the government will act in favor of the government rather than personal needs. So it's about time for the school heads, all the school heads, both from the elementary, secondary, and of course to include the senior high schools, part of the secondary, to liquidate all the cost advances so that you will not suffer the consequence of non-liquidation per recommendation based on COA circular by the COA auditor. This is already month of November, and you have 1 month to comply. Well, let's say that you have other needs, other concerns, and yet this is part of your urgent responsibility to perform, considering 2020 is about to end, and comes another year, another MOE to manage. So if you will not be able to manage your finances, this will not only mean action from the COA, but the management of the division will be forced to implement legal actions against those who are not compliant to this duty as school administrators. With the current conditions that we are in, wherein we have limited movement, I highly encourage for all school heads to enroll in the FB War Chat. This is for urgent concerns, though we will be implementing, and it has been implemented, some of the processes through online. But due to limited online availability, net connectivity to different municipalities, and limited funds of the school heads themselves, and limited access to internet, it's quite helping as a support to the mechanism that we're having online process to enroll yourselves in the FB Work Chat. Because by just simply typing your concern, any concern, be it a booking, be it a question, be it a follow-up, be it an information that you want to be clarified with, will be given answer. You have the time, even a short time, to type on your concern in the FB Work Chat. Because the online process, though it's mandated to follow, and the more feasible and ready to accommodate platform, and yet we consider limited access to net connectivity. That is why we are encouraging everyone to enroll in the FB Work Chat, because just simply typing your concern, you will get an answer. Because the ICT people were already given instruction to forward your concern to the different units that would give you the right and proper answer and action. Please help us so that we will be able to provide you the services that you are needing, being the people as support staff coming from the division office will be the ones to process when it comes to administrative matters. And also this is to lessen the coming of teachers to the division this time of pandemic, but when our regular conduct of classes will resume, it's important for our teachers to be in school, not to be roaming around and requesting for their personal documents. That can be done by the school heads. Let us be reminded that as a school head, it is your responsibility to take care of your teachers. You are the liaison officers of your school. Take care of your teachers so that your teachers can take care of their learners. Because if they will be bothered with personal needs to name service records, pay slip, to follow up concerns in the division, then surely their teaching, their performance of their duties and responsibilities as teachers will be very much affected. And as school heads, you are contributing to the difficulty of the teacher and difficulty of the teaching and learning situation if you are not able to provide your teachers the services that they need, being your subordinate. Being a head doesn't mean we are always to be served. First and foremost, it is our responsibility to serve. And in return, we will get their respect. They will be able to perform the best that they can because they know that you care for them, that their services is of primary importance to you. That is why you are catering and providing them with the needs that can be provided by the division office through you as the liaison officer of your schools. This will lessen the expenses of the teachers. Do you know that? Did you realize that when you cater this kind of requests coming from the teachers, you will be helping the teachers financially, little by little, because they will not be coming to the division, which will cost them a lot, by just making follow-up, by just getting out of the school and make absences. Because with this, of course, it will add to the problem of the teachers. And it will fire back to the school head, considering that the teachers are always out, that the teachers have personal concerns that they need to address. Therefore, the teachers are very much bothered and cannot perform very well their duties and responsibilities. So please be of help to your teachers. By doing so, you are helping the organization and generally helping the nation as well, because we are able to make our teachers experts as they are in their duties and responsibilities, because we are also aware that though we're good, we have the abilities, we have the knowledge, we have the means, but constant practice or proper practice make an individual perform as perfect as it could be. If not, then he will be good. So I am hoping that this is very clear to everyone. Though we're about to implement processes that will be discussed later by the different speakers, and yet this is an add-on in support of those processes to lessen the difficulty that we are having in the field. And maawa naman tayo sa teachers, no? Yung papunta, pabalik, personal needs nga. And yet, you can help. Why not help? If we can help, why not help? It will not be a less on our part. It is something that our teachers will treasure. That once in their lives, their school heads are taking care of them and helping them so that they can also move forward. Another one is we are aware that the year is about to end. So now there is this instruction that we are to prepare our PBBs. So it's about time to provide the information so that we will be able to provide the right and accurate information, and we will not be the cause of the delay in the release of this PBB or in the payout of this PBB to the division or to the schools. And let's hope that this year the non-teaching also of the division office will be included in the performance-based bonus for year 2019. The central office is still complying the requirements for us to qualify for the division and for the schools. So it's important for you to be reminded of those don'ts and don'ts in the PBB preparation. So it was announced that the DepEd order number 28 of 2019 will still be the basis of the 2019 PBB. So walang nagbago. I think it's just the form that was changed. I don't know with Lito, because I was not able also to look into the form. But we are to comply form 1.1, I think. And let's be aware that for the nurses, for the cluster nurses of clustered schools, it will be based in the division. For the ALS mobile, it will be still in the division. So generally, for those personnel with no specific station in the field as part of their plantilla is, of course, or they belong to the division office when it comes to PBB provision. So the detail will be part of the station where she or he served longer period. So it will not matter as to their plantilla when it comes to the detailed personnel. Doon sila sa kanilang station na nag-serve sila for longer years. Tandaan natin ito kasi ito yung mga, kung minsan, we miss in the input that we did in the form. Natama tayo sa iba, pero nagkamali tayo sa iba kasi hindi na natin nakita. So let's be very careful with this information. Pag ALS, pag no specific station, wala sa inyo yan. Nasa division office yan. And yet, for those details naman, kung saan ang longer service niya, doon siya ipasok. Kung nasa ibang school siya, doon siya. Pero, huwag kalimutan yan. Kasi baka mamaya sa plantilla na naman ipasok yan, tapos mali na naman. So, let's be very careful in the entry because we might be the reason why that will cause delay in the payout of this PBB. Mahalaga ito kasi sa teachers, naiintindihan ko yan. Let's be very careful with this. At saka sa mga school heads, kasi part kayo, mabibigyan kayo earlier than the division, and there's this possibility that the division people will not receive. Sana naman hindi. Kasi pag wala sila, automatic wala talaga ako din. So, once again, these are few reminders for our school heads, simply because these are the thing that matters most for the year 2020, which is about to end. So, huwag kalimutan yan, kasi mamaya, magsabi kayo, hindi nyo alam. So, everything will be provided today, as much as possible for the year to end. So it is advised to everyone to be attentive, receptive, and participative in the conference so that your concern will be addressed ahead. For you also to be able to work with it properly and comply, whatever, if there's a need to comply, and work on things to make your duties and responsibilities acceptable, and you can do better in everything that you are doing, because this is good for everyone and for the service that we are called for, being a part of the government agency. So we are hoping that with the upcoming discussions of the different speakers, you will be responsible enough to clarify things because there are things that we are to implement in the next years or next months to come for all of us to comply and to adhere. So therefore, it's very important that these matters will be understood by everyone to the last detail. Because the problem usually is understanding the detail of everything that being given. Let's not look things as something that is general because there are details which needs or need our attention or it is a specific thing to do different from the others. So with that, thank you very much. To end, may I remind all of us that in all our undertakings, be it processes, be it requests, be it provision of services, we always consider all of this as urgent. And yet, in responding to urgency of matters, we always do prioritizing. So let's learn which of these things, issues, and concerns for us to consider to prioritize when it comes to compliance. So thank you very much. Good morning, and I am hoping for a successful and fruitful conference today. Thank you, and once again, a pleasant morning. Thank you, Marites. I'm turning over the microphone now to the host.
Thank you, ma'am, much for the inputs you had given us today. And to highlight some, I was able to catch that you are asking all of us to be diligent and honest in giving data. And school heads are to take as the liaison of the school, have to take care of the teachers. And foremost, you are also requesting us to be attentive, receptive, and participative. And two things that our superintendent gives emphasis is that let us be urgent in doing the processes and let us prioritize. Thank you so much, ma'am, for those things that you had given unto us. Um, we would like, the management would like to again emphasize that school heads and other participants in the YouTube channel can raise queries, clarifications, or question in two ways. First, you can send a message to your PSDS through your group chats, and the PSDSs are going to channel those questions or clarifications to the speaker concerned. And the second way of airing your concerns is via YouTube live chat. Sir Chester Donbayokot, our ITO, is going to forward those queries to us, the Secretariat of this DIMANCOM, so that all your concerns will be given attention. So without further ado, we are going to have our first speaker to talk about the school governance operations division updates. No matter what happens, this gentleman is so passionate in delivering quality service to all the stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all give our attention and let us be receptive and let us participate as we welcome in our midst Chief Ernesto F. Tardo.
Thank you, Tess, for this opportunity to give updates to our school heads, to our personnel in the field. And I would like also to thank our schools division superintendent, Ma'am Harani M. Jacinto, our two assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Raymond Salvador and Ma'am Bisminda Balde. Of course, also the support of our CID chief, Dr. Juliet Magallanes, and to all education supervisors, district supervisors, school heads, and all participants of this convergence. thank you so much for your prayer amidst trials, amid situation. Yet, God has proven that He is faithful. So allow me to present and my update for coming from the SGOD. Am I presenting, Tess?
Sir Ernie, not yet, sir.
That one.
Not yet. Balik sa katong kuan, sir. Katong i-click bitaw na to tong icon sa screen nimo, sir, aron ma-activate ang kuan present.
Kaning entire, no? Entire screen.
Yes, sir. Tapos i-click ng icon nga naa sa kuan. Icon sa screen. Or
Then
para
share.
ma-activate ang share. Yes, sir.
Then share. Then presenting na to. Okay,
Okay,
presenting na siya.
Yes, sir. Pero wala pa siya naka-slideshow.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, sir. You're good to go. You sound good and you are now projecting your screen.
Okay, thank you very much, Tess. Much of I desire to show my face, yet I am constrained now because of my situation now. I'm in a place wherein I am isolated. So until this time, I observed the 1 week self-isolation, even though I am already out and cleared by the medical doctor that I am already COVID-free. But there is a 1 week self-quarantine mandated by the task force of COVID-19. So that is why I am still observing, even though I am already in my home, but still I am observing away from my family members. And yet, I would like to share to you this verse, and this is my strength, no, out of the trials and testing that I have been undertaking. Yet, the word of God, according to Paul in Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So my strength, our strength is coming for the Lord, no, from the Lord. Nothing that we can boast of ourselves, but what we have now are all coming from the Lord. So to Him all the glory and praise belongs. Okay, so let me begin. The first is the health and nutrition updates. As to the number of COVID confirmed cases in the family of DepEd, these are the cases. For learners, we have number active cases 3, number of recovered 7, a total of 10 in our learners. Teaching personnel, we have active cases 6, recovered 1, a total of 7. From the non-teaching personnel, active case 1, recovered 4. We have 1 casualty, but coming from a private school, a total of 6. So therefore, the total of number active cases 10, number of recovered 12, then casualty 1, a total of 23 cases for the DepEd family. So as to the referrals, this is coming from the nursing services. We are able to refer to the DOH as well as to the LGU, 10 personnel, elementary, and 8 secondary personnel. And then we have 2 nurses who underwent training on infection prevention and control, especially on swabbing techniques, no. So if ever you need their services, just inform us through sa health section natin, so that they can assess you in terms of determining, especially if you want to have a swab test. Okay, so as to the National Drug Education Program, we have webinars, a series of webinars, no? This is based on DepEd Memo 273, series of 2020. It started last September 8 and until November 10. So every Tuesday 4 to 6 in the afternoon. There are 10 episodes. Then the last episode was yesterday. So the aim of this activity is to provide information and education of in-depth amid the COVID-19 pandemic in line with the strategic direction of DepEd's Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. So in our division, we created a link so that we can monitor the attendance for those who attend this training. No. By the way, the participants are all ALS implementers. Then there are recipient schools. Also, there are also teachers who join the training. Then certificate of attendance will be given to those who completed the training, and before that, they must also submit themselves for weekly exit quizzes and final exam. So, and we were able to monitor the attendance through the link given to us by our ICT. No, so this based on our monitoring on the link. So these are the numbers of personnel who joined the webinar in depth. Teaching personnel and non-teaching personnel 220, health personnel 42, total of 312. But there are those who directly participated in the page of the National Central Office, so we were not able to monitor their attendance. So district school health nurses, secondary nurses reminded the participant to join each webinar series episode. Then participants attended the in-depth webinar series every Tuesday or watched the recorded webinar. Took the exit quiz after each episode and passed with certificate of attendance. So there are 10 episodes and lasted until last yesterday. So I was able to join yesterday now, and really it's a very informative in terms of the program. So next is the milk feeding program. We have 2 school year now for our milk feeding program. Since we were not able to implement the 2019-2020 because of the shortage of time as well as the supplier. That is why for these 2 school year, there are 2 batches of milk feeding to be given to our recipient. For 2019-2020, total number of schools recipient is 675. Total schools beneficiaries is 402. So the total is not that was not realized. Then we have a total target beneficiaries of 17,806, and the total actual beneficiaries 17,212. So ang total fund for 2019-2020, we have 9,293,584. So this is allocated 18 times 20, 18 per beneficiaries times 20 days. So our procurement on this is agency to agency. So we have 2 supplier, the National Dairy Association as well as the PCC, Philippine Carabao Cooperative. So we have already signed MOA on this, and the PCC has started their deliveries last October 5, and ang NDA they started November 2. So these are now the ongoing activities on the milk feeding program, and hopefully after the 20 days we will again start the 2020-21 budget or allocation, the same target of beneficiaries, but we have, in terms of total beneficiaries, we have 19,000 reached to 19,393. Our total budget for 2020, 2021, 17,453,700. The same amount of allocation, but the number of days is raised to 50 days. No? So hopefully, kaya natin i-implement. If ever, this will be continued into 2021. No? So still our procurement or supplier, we still negotiate, and hopefully this still be agency to agency, waiting for the supplemental guidelines. By the way, there are recipients that were not given the fresh milk, and we are waiting for the final guidelines for either pasteurized milk or tinatawag nating commercial milk, no, pwede ibibigay natin if ever hindi makaya i-supply ang fresh milk. So these are the activity in the milk feeding program. We have conducted the orientation and handling, the sensory evaluation conducted by the Philippine Carabao Center. Then our draft of points for the PCC, Dumingag, Mahayag, Aurora, Gipos, Dinas, Tabina, and Dimataling. They are all the central schools. So during the orientation, it was attended by 418 PSDSS, school heads, school feeding coordinator, and district property custodian. So these are the example of our milk, no, pasteurized milk, supplied by NDA as well as PCC. This the one that is bottled, this is available as their product, and they are also promoting. If ever some of the teachers want to have to also patronize fresh milk, then you can also order out of this supplier. So as to our school-based feeding program, for 2020-21, we have a total beneficiaries of 675. Then total beneficiaries of schools 459. Total target of number of beneficiaries 19,393. Then total actual total beneficiaries is 38,786. Naging times 2 ito. No? So we have given a budget of 46,543,200. It was divided into per meal, we have 20 pesos times 60 days. And our methods of procurement is clustered, no, led by a clustered school. Meaning, unlike before, the budget is given to every school, and the school head will cash advance on the budget. But this time, because of our situation, we clustered the school so that the fund will be downloaded to the identified school head who will be procuring the goods. Kasi ang kaiba nito ngayon, hindi na magluluto yung school. It's already shifted to a ready-made provision of food, no? And there is a standard on it. So that is why we clustered the school. And started last October 26. There are some who already started the feeding program. I would like to present to you. So these are the activities now conducted. We have the virtual orientation to 51 school health personnel, 239 school heads, who is the recipient of the school feeding program. So this is the example of those who have already started, no, delivered to respective dropping points. Then from the dropping points, the school will get their share for the school feeding program. So I would like to also inform everyone, especially the districts, who are those clustered schools started already their implementation. The one that is plotted green, these are the clustered schools or districts who have already started the school feeding program. Aurora East started last October 26. Aurora West started last October 26 ang West, ang East 27. Then Bayog, there are two clusters in Bayog. They started simultaneous sila sa last November 5. And then Dinas started last November 3. And Dimataling started last November 16. Dumingag 1 and 2 started last November 9. The one red in color, these are the districts or clustered schools were not able to start until this time. Malinaw, Gipos, then Josefina started last October 26, Kumalarang started last November 12, Labangan 1 wala pa, Labangan 2 started November 3, Lakewood, I know Lakewood is already started pero hindi sila naka-report, no? That is why they are still red in color. Lapuyan started last November 17. Then Mahayag North, wala pa. Mahayag South started November 6. Margo sa Tubig, wala pa. Midsalip, there are 3 clustered schools in Midsalip. Cluster 1 started November 16. Cluster 2, 3, wala pa. Then Mulavi started last November 16. And Mulavi West, hindi pa nakapag-start. Pitugo, hindi pa nakapag-start. Ramon Magsaysay started November 3. San Miguel started November 3. San Pablo, hindi pa nakapag-start. Suminot started last November 6. Tabina, Tambulig, Antigbao were not able to start. So, Tukuran East started last November 3 and November 6. Tukuran West started November 4 and Bensin Susagon started November 4. So, yung lahat naka-red not started. So, we therefore inform, especially for the school heads as well as the district supervisors to please, no, so that we can cope up with the number of days. Ang maganda dito ngayon nga ginawa natin naging clustered school because the school can tap a supplier for their goods, no? And then ganun naman ang procurement ng government. Dapat ma-deliver mo na yung goods saka tayo magbabayad sa supplier. Kaya I would encourage especially those who are identified school heads na sa kanila binigay yung pera, you just look for a supplier na mag-commit na mag-supply. Kasi hindi din pwede na bayaran natin sila ng pera na hindi pa sila nakapag-supply ng goods, no? So I hope you take note on that, no, na bawal magbayad kung wala pang na-deliver na goods. So while your cash advance on school feeding program is still on the process, you will let your supplier start delivering the goods, no, para pagdating ng pera sa inyo, bayad na kaagad kasi they have already delivered the goods. Okay, so I would like also to inform in behalf of our superintendent, we would like to express how thankful we are for your support to the Typhoon victims, no, both Typhoon Ruli and Typhoon Ulysses. We extended our help to Catanduanes, Division of Catanduanes and Division of Tugigaraw. So as you see in the screen, congratulations to everyone. Every district participated in this contribution for our typhoon victims, including the SDO. Although na ay mga amount nga dagko na po yung amount nga gagmay. But amount will not be matter. Ang importante our participation. So thank you very much to all district supervisors who in one way or the other encourage our teachers to participate and share our blessing. So this is not the report. Total cash donation sent to Catanduanes, we have 262,610 pesos and 25 centavos. Cash donation sent to DepEd Region 9 to Gigarao City, 100,000. So we have still a total cash donation not yet sent based on our presentation, a total of 57,000. And then total cash donation not yet claimed in Palawan and Imrillier, 46,000. Hindi daw ito na-claim dahil hindi kayo nagpadala ng copy ng yung resibo. So please, no, those district who send, please also send your receipt because that will be the basis as Nilo and Jeffrix claim your money in the Palawan or Imrillier. So mayroon, as of this time, Nilo has the total cash on hand of 10,782. So these are the evidence of those who we sent to Catanduanes and to Gigarao. So another update for youth formation, based on DepEd Memo 180 series of 2018, we revived the implementation of the school, yung tinatawag nating SIGA, School Inside the Garden program, no? So we identified recipient school for the SIGA, no? For District 1, it's already confirmed na kasama sa implementation sa first batch implementation, Mid-Salip National High School, Upper Pulacan National High School, Upper Pulacan Elementary School, and then we have one elementary school, hindi mo na i-announce kasi medyo mayroon kaming question sa region bakit naiba yung pangalan. But hopefully, they can answer that within the day so that we can inform the school before we will make the orientation by either tomorrow or Friday. For District 2, Antonio National High School, Vincenzo Sagon Central Elementary School, and Ribocon Agricultural Vocational High School. So we have fund given by the region, a total of 300,000. This will be divided into 6 schools, 500,000, 50,000 per school. But based on the implementation guidelines, there is a percentage on how you are going to spend the 50,000 pesos, and this will be elaborated during the orientation of these recipient schools. So our target of the orientation is November, either tomorrow or Friday. So depende kung ma-approve yung ano natin, no, yung communication. Then procurement right after then, procurement will start so that we can clear the budget before December, at the end of December. So update from the DRRM report, we have conducted the 3rd National Simultaneous Earthquake. We have already reported this to the Central Office. Contingency planning on COVID-19 of SDO Division of Zamboanga del Sur. List of schools used as quarantine facilities. List of existing DRRM equipment needs of school based from the submitted list of district DRRM coordinators. So remaining school used as quarantine isolation facility. We have still Suminot National High School, Aurora. Itong Aurora sa SPA, ditong likod, sa likod ng Division Office. Dumalinaw, Regional Pilot School, Margo sa Tubig, Regional Pilot School. However, if your school is still used as an isolation facility, then please report it to your DRRM coordinator so that it can be integrated in the report of our division coordinator. So we have update from the planning and research. We have already conducted the 2021 EIP enhancement, that's November 12. So our participants are supervisors, EPS, and all school heads, as well as the SIP coordinator in different schools. So we set a deadline for the submission of the enhanced EIP PPMP, and this will be on the first week of December. But the monthly disbursing plan will be submitted ahead to the accounting section. Note, programs, projects, activities must be based on DepEd Order 15 series of 2020. I would like to stress on this, no, because based during sa orientation, there is a certain percentage prescribed by the division office as to the limitation. However, if based on your previous record that your operational expense is more than 30%, then you can also reduce some of those areas in the budget. Like for example, bawasan nyo yung repair o kaya bawasan nyo doon sa COVID-related na materials. So that you can target especially on the operational expense, no? Kasi ang operational expense, ma-target natin yan based on our previous records. Okay? So I hope it is already clear. Hindi yan in toto ang percentage. That can still be adjusted based on your justification. Okay, from the research section, the research coordinator in the division, the person of Dr. Lito Bahian, were able to conduct research orientation using the platform, and then we are able also to conduct the virtual research proposal oral defense. For batch 1, we have 34 researchers. For batch 2, we have daghan-daghan 442 action research and 10 ang basics research. And as to our updates on the enrollment, as of present, our enrollment including the private school is we reach up to 197,360. But take note that in public schools, we only, based on our LIS, we only have 185,796, no? There is a difference between our online enrollment. Kasi itong online enrollment, ginawa natin yun nito pag-start ng enrollment. Whereas ang LIS, bago lang natin in-input yung enrollment natin. So as you notice, doon sa LIS, 185,000 lang tayo. Whereas sa sa actual enrollment natin sa online, 198,000. So there is a difference about around 10%. So we would like to encourage yung mga LIS coordinator natin in every school to please try to check the online enrollment as well as the LIS enrollment, para hindi tayo mahirapan, makakuha tayo ng 100%. Based, magkatugma dapat yung online enrollment natin at saka sa LIS enrollment. So if you have some problem with regards to this, you may contact our planning officer. They are ready to accept queries in terms of your questions as to our LIS. Kaya as a present, mayroong problema sa transfer request in the LIS. Mayroon tayong 8,802 transfer request na walang action. So SF7 is on float through link to capture number of teachers per school for 2020-21. Please advise all the school heads of the district to enter data by the school LIS coordinator. Lastly, ito na yung sa LDM natin, course 2 para sa mga teachers. So date of division implementation started last September 9 to 2020. Deadline for the submission of the LAC leaders October 30. Tapos na ito. Tapos evaluation of output November 27, 2020. All LDM output and evaluation should be turned into NIAP by December 19. So, ito yung pinaka-target natin. Reminders for hindi pa natapos ang malak session, tapusin nyo na para makapagbigay tayo ng report as our target by November 13. Okay? So, status of submission of output for instructional coaches, 96%. Isang district na lang hindi nakapag-submit. For LAC leaders, out of 32, 30 lang. Ay dalawa. Then LAC members, already 100%. In addition, I would like to, wala na ako sa slide, those districts who have included in the first batch of our redistricting program, dalawa na lang, out of 8, dalawa na lang hindi nakapag-submit their documents, San Pablo and Dimataling. Please, District Supervisor, try to catch up because by Friday we are going to transmit it to the regional office ang first batch. So kung makaya pa, we have still time today, tomorrow, para ma-transmit natin yan by Friday ang first batch. Dumalinaw, isang requirements na ang kulang, yung resolution ng ISB. So please try to secure the resolution of ISB para makumpleto na yung sa Dumalinaw. In the outset, I would like to share to you this thought by Helen Keeler. Alone we can do it little, together we can do so much. Thank you very much. God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Sir Ernie, for those updates coming from the School Governance and Operations Divisions. So this time we're going to cater to some queries and clarifications, both from the YouTube channel and also for this platform, Google Meet. Sir Ernie, one of the queries coming from the YouTube participants is coming from Sir Desiderio Lugdonio. Good morning. May I just inquire why sa paanding AVTS is not included in the SIGA when the school is the division champion of the Gulayan sa Paralan recently?
Actually, ang Gulayan sa Paralan is different from SIGA. No? Magkaiba sila na program. As we know that Gulayan sa Paralan, ang partner agency natin is DA. Pero itong SIGA, the partner agency natin is the DENR. So, and there is a criteria kung paano ito pinili. Kaya based on the criteria, we come up with the 6 identified schools, no? Kasi isa sa picture ng SIGA yung trees, no, within the school, flowers within the school. So, yun ang isa sa mga picture doon sa SIGA. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ernie. I hope Sir Lugdonio is being clarified of the query. So far, sir, in the chat box, there are no queries that are relative to your report or your updates. So again, we would like to encourage our PSDSS and PSDSS who are in this platform to monitor also the queries of your respective school heads, whether in your GC or in the YouTube channel, so that we can address their issues and their queries. Mama Harani, you would like to say something, ma'am?
For a while, yes.
Yes, ma'am, you're acknowledged.
May I add something to the report of the SGOD chief, because this is important, quite important to everyone. This is regard to the donation report. You may wonder why we sent an amount to the Region 2 despite the request for the donation is for Catanduanes. It's just happened that when we did remit our donation to the regional office, which quite late considering that there was this difficulty in, of course, collecting the amount through Palawan. So right there and then, a week after, they sent a communication requesting us once again to donate and provide assistance to Region 2. That is why a part of the amount that's supposedly to be donated to Catanduanes was sent to Region 2 because it's urgent for them also to receive assistance. And I'm very thankful to the people from Sambosur, of course, to everyone from the division down to the teachers for being so generous to those people in need. Well, of course, this is a merit not from the top management of this division, neither from the central office, but from the creator, helping our fellow men who are in need. So a part of that amount, which is 100,000, was sent to Region 2. So the remaining will be forwarded soon, the moment it will be collected. And of course, may I add to the information that so far, Zamboanga del Sur was able to donate the biggest amount to Region 2 and Catanduanes. I think we're the first to donate for Region 2 and the biggest as to amount for Catanduanes. So they're thankful to everyone from Zamboanga del Sur. Thank you very much. And in advance and hoping that it will not happen again. And yet, I am still hoping that you will extend your generosity to others in the event they will be affected by this typhoon, considering based on past experiences that we had in the past, from this month to December, typhoon, I think this is the month for typhoons. I don't know. Hoping it will not happen again. But yes, hope you can stand more in the event somebody will be in need. And another one is the information as regard as LIS. This is very important because this is the official report and data that will be the basis for the planning of the central office. So this will mean that your enrollment in the LIS will determine the MOOE that will be given to you in the next year to come. Because if MOOE is based on enrollment, please consider that one an important information that you should comply as early as possible the requirements for the LIS so that you will receive the right MOE that is intended for you based on your enrollment. Hindi yung online lang, kundi LIS. Alam natin yan. Because we did request for additional teachers and we were informed that based on LIS, these are just the enrollment that we had in Sambusur. So therefore, these are the teachers that will be provided. For calendar year 2021, we are expected to receive 31 teachers based on current enrollment. So therefore, decrease on the enrollment of 2019 and then 2020 will mean decrease in MOE, and we don't want that to happen. So please update your LIS as much as possible. Hasten the follow-up for those documents that were not acted by other divisions, those transferees. And another one, the processing of the document for the first batch of the redistricting that we intend to have in Sambusor will matter in the assignment of PICD. And it's quite important for us to comply that requirement as of this time because we intend to provide and designate PICD comes January 2021. So your action will matter as to the implementation of this redistricting. So thank you very much, SGOD Chief, for that reminder to everyone. And I'm hoping that you will be able to comply the requirements so that we can start implementing redistricting comes January 2021. This will be of great help to all of us because this will, of course, decongest the processes in one district because, of course, it will be divided into two now, and other concerns of the division and the district offices will be divided into uh, more than to yata yan. Ilan ba yung first batch na we are trying to achieve?
8, ma'am, 8.
Oh, so we have 8. So therefore, there will be additional 8 districts that will be created. So will mean division of labor. And this will hasten our processes considering more hands will be working on the different administrative matters that we are to address. So please help us so that we can right there and then implement this redistricting comes January 2020. Thank you very much for the time. That will be all for the SGOD operation.
Thank you, ma'am. And ma'am Josephine Tombok, ma'am, commented in our chat box that the journalism family of Zamboanga del Sur had also donated just yesterday 16,400 to the host school of our stay at Tugigaraw during the NSPC 2020 last March 2020 through the initiative of Sir Eugene.
Okay. So this will be solely intended for the host school, a specific school?
Yes po, ma'am. Yung nag-host po.
Palwa po, ma'am. Palwa Elementary School.
I hope you informed Sir Eugene about this. Did you submit this, or did you remit this amount direct to Sir Eugene? Or through Caballero?
Ma'am, through Sir Eugene po, ma'am.
Direct to through Sir Eugene.
Yes po, ma'am.
Ganun ba? So, thank you very much for that effort. But I think it's right also for you to inform the division in advance before forwarding the donation to Sir Eugene so that it will form part of our report.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So any action as regards these things, you should inform the division office, not only donation ha, hindi naman ako nagre-refer sa donation lang. Whatever transaction that we had in the regional office, you should inform also the division office because this will form part of the accomplishment as well as the reporting of the division as achievement. Thank you very much for the donation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the additional inputs. Sir Tardo, we have queries here posted by Sir Sotero Vernon Fernandez of PSDS of Lapuyan. Sir Vernon, could you please switch on your microphone and state directly your query to Sir Tardo, please? Sir Vernon?
Yes, ma'am Tess. Okay. Hello, ma'am Tess.
Yes,
Sir Tardo.
Go ahead.
Okay, you have mentioned, sir, a while ago, sir, na kung naay magpa-swab test, pwede mag-ask or inform sa division officer sa LGU. Ang mga pregnant mga teachers, sir, na about to give birth, required man doon sila magpa-swab test. Pwede ka sa division officer?
Bali, ang nag-request ang LGU?
Di ba, nakahisgot man ka, sir, na pwede mo inform sa division office kung naay magpa-swab test ba employee ba? Sa mong kuwang na dayon, naay teacher nga sa mong district nga hapit na mga anak, then required mo sila magpa-swab test. Pwede ka sa division office?
Sir Vernon, ang naa sa atong division office is trained nga nurses to get the swab, no? So kung
Yes,
if
sir.
ever ang inyong municipality walay makakandak sa swabbing, you can request our nurses to report to your district in order to get the swabbing. Pero ang material sa swabbing coming from the LGU. Like for example,
Okay.
ang katong ilang materials.
Yes, sir. Noted, sir. Noted, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Sige. Okay.
Thank you, Sir Vernon, and thank you also, Sir Tardo. Sir Jesse here has a query whether, sabi po niya, Sir, meron po kaming school na nais magbigay ng tulong sa mga biktima ng typhoon. Okay pa po ba mag-send?
Actually, open pa rin tayo, no, because according to our superintendent, we need also reserve fund para if ever there are needs relayed to us by the region, then hindi na tayo kailangan pang maghintay para makapag-donate kaagad. It will be recorded properly and keep safe, no, by our in charge in the division.
Thank you, sir. Saan po yung address, sir?
Kay Nilo lang at saka kay Jeffrex. You can connect with Nilo and Jeffrex as our partnership focal person.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Jesse. Sir, mayroon po kasi comment. Yung feeding program po daw, hindi nakapag-start kasi nahirapan po silang kumuha ng mga bakery or suppliers in the locality kasi walang field jeeps. Ano po daw yung technical assistance na or any advice from you?
Actually, mayroon kaming chat group na ginagawa and anytime we will be conducting kaning feedbacking so that we can help them through technical assistance. Kasi kung halimbawa ang isang Vincent Susagon nakapag-start ng feeding na walang bakery, why not margo sa tubig? Na malaki man yung margo sa tubig. So in other words, there is really a way kasi you can go to the next municipality na mayroong field jeeps. So dapat hindi lang kayo nakakumpine doon sa municipality nyo, but you can go to other nearby municipalities. Kaya ginawa natin yan para ma-avoid na sa pagadian lahat, no? So siguro we can resolve that. Sasama kayo doon sa chat group para makapagbigay kami ng technical assistance.
Noted po, sir. Chat group yun ng SGOD.
SBFP implementers, SBFP.
SBFP implementers. Tama po, sir. Noted po, sir. Another, sir, may nag-query, ano po daw yung hope ng ibang districts requesting for redistricting na hindi napasali sa batch 1?
According to the instruction of our SDS, it will be still, no, we will consider that. Pero unahin muna yung batch 1 para makita natin yung flow. But still, those who are qualified, kasi mayroon naman talagang basis yan ang region. So we will still, and they will still follow.
Noted po, sir. I think we have here a query from Alma Villarmino. Kusog manggo daw ang, hinay daw iyang signal. So she is asking the status request for SDS to endorse related to Sakbulan extension to be legislated. I think we need the superintendent to comment on this if she is still available. We will forward your query, Ma'am Alma, to Ma'am SDS through her messenger po. Noted po yan.
Hi, hello. I'm around.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was that document?
Ma'am, a request po daw for your endorsement relevant to Sakbulan extension legislation.
I don't have any document here. I guess endorsement to whom? To the regional office? Because there's a lot of documents.
Ma'am Alma, could you please switch on microphone?
Test. Marites.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Ernie.
Pakidirect na lang ang concern ni Alma doon kay Jongjong. Because they are already working on that.
Forwarded na ba or for evaluation?
Nag-evaluate pa kasi ma'am kasi for legislation man yon. When it comes to establishment, dalawa kasi yan ma'am. Sa region, they are already recognized as established school. Pero gumawa pa sila ng establishment through Republic Act sa Congress. Kaya mayroon ding ibang set of documents kailangan i-support needed by the congressman.
Okay, that's good. Because if it's a legislation, that would mean also appropriation. So, okay, sige, it's
Uh,
in progress. It's work on progress, right?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yan ang sagot, Alma.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Ernie and Ma'am Maharani. I think there are no other comments in our chat box and also in the YouTube channel. There is one, but I think Ma'am Shane could answer this, Sir Ernie. This is with regards to increase daw po in re-enrollment but decrease in MOOE. So can I reserve this question when the time of Ma'am Shane comes, Sir Ernie?
Yes, kang Shane na siya nga kuan concern.
Okay, thank you, sir. So there are no more queries regarding the updates given to us by the Chief of the School Governance Operations Divisions, both in the YouTube channel and in our Google Meet platform. So we are now giving our thanks to the updates given by Sir Tardo, and we will now welcome in our midst the updates coming from the Curriculum Implementation Division with Chief Juliet Magallanes. Juliet. Ma'am Joy.
Off ang akong microphone test. Naon,
Good morning, ma'am.
on ang camera. Okay. Greetings of peace to everyone, especially to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, to our two Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Dr. Raymond Salvador, and also Dr. Visminda Valde, to our Chief of the Schools Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ernesto Tardo, to the rest of our education program supervisors and division coordinators and district supervisors who are here in this Google platform, and to our school heads and the rest of those identified participants in YouTube, a pleasant morning. Now, allow me to present to you updates on Curriculum Implementation Division. Attest, kindly give me signal if my slide is already visible.
It's loading, ma'am. There you go, ma'am. Your slide rather is visible.
Thank you very much. Now, one of the learning delivery modalities implemented in our division, aside from the main modality, which is the modular distance learning, is the radio-based instruction. The classic long-time approaches, which are the use of local television and radio broadcast. So the value of educational broadcast through this media also goes beyond the needs of our students. And the radio-based instruction programs are prepared to provide learning to those far-flung barangays, especially areas where children are at disadvantage but with access on the radio broadcast. So before presenting to you the schedule of radio-based instruction, the reason why I'm presenting this to you, because we would like our school heads to get a copy of this program as your guide and kindly share this to the parents. You need to share this and you need to orient the parents as to the schedule of airing. And I'd like also to congratulate our writers for sharing their expertise in preparing the radio scripts despite some encumbrances. And I do hope that you will continue to share your talents because we really need you and we appreciate your eagerness to share your work for the benefit and welfare of our learners. Now, for the schedule of the radio-based airing for subjects only, for the XRM 94.5, that's RCFM. located in Limbatong, Margosatubig. I really don't know how many barangays can access on this, but this is your schedule based on the 30 minutes time slot given to our core learning areas. So as you can see in the slide, Monday, Tuesday, 8 to 8:30, for example, is allotted for kindergarten, and the rest of the time, the Wednesday up to Saturday, the time slot is intended for the other learning areas. So if you want to get a clear copy of the program, please approach me through our group chat, PSDS group chat. I will be providing you this schedule as your guide, and please try to disseminate that to all your teachers, especially those with radio stations. And another one for Tambol FM 95.2, why do we have a separate schedule? Because although the radio station is giving us a specific time slot, but we cannot really air that simultaneously because they gave us different schedules. So for Tambol FM 95.2 megahertz, Tambolig, schedule of RBI airing. Okay, the same. This will start at 1:30. Please try to observe that at DXRM, DXRM, iba yung schedule, and then sa another schedule natin, 1 to 1:30 nag-start, and then sa DXHR 94.9 megahertz FM Radio Pilipinas, Ramon Magsaysay, in Ramon Magsaysay, the first airing will start at 5 to 5:30 p.m. Okay, not a.m. 5 to 5:30 p.m., then 5:30 to 6. By the way, 5 to 5:30 a.m. Then 5:30 a.m. to 6. Then for the DXPZ 100.5 megahertz FM Radio Pilipinas, located in Lapuyan, and this can also be accessed neighboring barangays. 8 to 8:30. The airing starts at 8 to 8:30. Of course, this is our schedule for Lapuyan, and then another schedule for DXNJ 104.5 megahertz FM Radio Kaugmaran in Aurora. So again, starts at exactly 8 to 8:30. The time slot is allotted for kindergarten, and the rest of the 30 minutes given to the rest of the core subjects. For the DXTV 97.7 megahertz FM Radio Pilipinas, Dimataling, okay? Again, the same time, 8 to 8:30 up to 4 o'clock, because they gave us only 4 hours. Each station gave us 4 hours time slot, and we divided that 4 hours into 30 minutes per learning area, just to be able to accommodate all the 8 learning areas. For the DXUA 99.3 megahertz Energy FM, the same time, 8 to 8:30. And then for DXUM in Mahayag, 92.9 megahertz FM, this will start at 1 to 2:30, 1 o'clock to 1:30, no, 1 to up to 5 p.m. Then for Abante Bayog, we have also the same schedule in the morning, 8 to 8:30. And then, so, kasi ilan lang yung ano natin, we utilize our local radio station. So again, for those who will get a copy of the schedule of airing, we will just provide you the schedule through our PSDS group chat. Now let's proceed. The activities conducted, division virtual orientation for educators, roles, responsibilities, and support of parents, learners, teachers, and school heads in the implementation of distance learning delivery modalities, which was conducted last October 21, 2020, and participated with the 32 district supervisors, 11 EPSS with coordinators, and school heads, elementary and secondary. Actually, the Google platform will accommodate only 100 participants, so that is why we also utilize the Facebook Live, just for us to be able to conduct this particular activity and to orient our school heads. all our school heads. And we expect reports from our school heads because from time to time, the division is asking updates as to the implementation of our modular distance learning. And we do kumustahan. This is very important because we do not just into looking on the implementation, the delivery, distribution, and retrieval of the modules, but we are also after of looking into the feedback from the parents. There are feedbacks shared to us na binalik yung module na walang sagot. So perhaps it's now the responsibility of the school administrator to look into the problem and perhaps provide technical assistance, or the teacher, you may talk, you do kumustahan to the teacher, ask the teacher kung ano yung intervention na ibibigay ng bata. Kasi hindi pwede na pabayaan lamang natin yung parent, especially if the learner is enrolled in a senior high school, yet ang parent ay grade 1 lang at grade 2, you really cannot expect help from the parents. So naturally, there is really a need for the teacher to come in and to provide supplemental materials just to be able to help the learners. Now, another activity that the division conducted is on Division Virtual Orientation on DO 031 series of 2020 on interim policy guidelines on assessment in light of the Basic Education Continuity Plan, conducted last November 11, 2020. And of course, we limit the participants because our agreement is to cascade it to all the schools, to all the districts. And I know the districts are already doing their part. They are already starting to cascade the orientation on assessment. This is very important just for our teachers to be properly guided as to how assessment shall be done for the school year 2020-2021. Okay. Now, for the mother tongue, all competencies identified for RBI from first to third quarter are ready for airing with worksheets and were given to the teachers for offline use. Now, we know very well that mother tongue was not included in the printing of the modules for the first quarter. So what we did in the division office, headed by our coordinator, Madam Banji Lamayo, they produced materials, worksheets, and also including the RBI scripts for the from first to third quarter, ready for airing. And the soft copy worksheets were already provided to the teachers for offline use, particularly pag walang radio at hindi. Pag mayroon naman silang gadget na kung saan pwedeng magamit yung soft copy, ay ibinigay ito ng division. Aside from the worksheets, supplementary reading materials were also given for reading time. And then for feedback giving, many of the MTB teachers receive video recording of the learners while reading. Now, all competencies identified for radio-based instruction from first to third quarter are ready for airing with worksheets and were given to the teachers for offline use. Okay, tapos na ito. Meron po tayong mga issues and concerns regarding the implementation of our mother tongue-based multilingual education. First, very few can access on RBI. Ito yung talagang problema natin because I know that ito din yung mga part ito ng mga issues na pinorward ng ating mga school heads, ng ating mga through the district supervisors, that only very few can access on RBI due to limited coverage. Wala po tayong magawa dyan pag halimbawa nasa dulo na kayo ng at ang pwedeng ma-access kasi there was one supervisor who informed me na pwede nilang ma-access, mas malakas daw yung Cagayan City, the XPR, and other radio stations in other divisions. So, since we don't have a contract on other radio stations, our solution for this is we provided the teachers soft copy of the materials. So many of the school heads also are hesitant to support the printing of worksheets for mother tongue-based multilingual education due to the pronouncement of no printing. Ang sinabi lang ng ating superintendent, ang hindi tayo magpiprint ng another modules. Although we have this locally made modules, But we discourage our teachers to print our locally made pictures because we still have to undergo those modules, in-depth quality assurance and evaluation, para to avoid plagiarism, copyright infringement, like that. So, to avoid na magkaroon tayo ng kaso. So, kaya nga hindi tayo nagpiprint na hindi in accordance to the instruction. But then, we do not limit you to print materials. Our recommendation is for you to provide worksheets, activity sheets, whatever, to supplement learning. And so, hindi po yan ipinagbabawal. In fact, we encourage our teachers to really provide materials for our learners to work, to supplement learning. So not all schools have complete books for mother tongue based since we decided to use textbooks for quarter 2. Thus, there is a need to print identified pages only for the MELP. That's also our dilemma because not all schools na merong 1:1 ratio ng textbooks. In fact, during our conference with the regional director yesterday, she instructed the division to provide really a report on the number of textbooks because this will form part, this will be included in the mapping that will be conducted by the division in terms of our readiness for the face-to-face learning. So we need to look into the completeness, the number of available textbooks. Now, for the reading program, this is very important, and we failed to present this during the execom because I got the report last night. So I'll have to present this, and I need the district supervisors to really get the data, to really secure a copy of the result, because this will also your guide in identifying who are those learners who na talagang nangangailangan ng tulong. So result of the reading survey on the learners' word recognition skills, kasi foundation yung reading. You cannot expect a child to learn kung hindi naman marunong magbasa. So yun talaga ang problema. So for school year 2020-2021, beginning of school year. So let's start to take a look, and ginawa talaga natin ito through the leadership of our reading coordinator. Now, the survey was conducted last October 15, 2020 among grades 1 to 6 for elementary and grade 7, including senior high school for secondary. Because we also received feedbacks from other teachers, from parents, community stakeholders, na meron din tayong mga senior high school na grade 12 na ay hindi pa marunong bumasa, hindi pa marunong, siguro marunong sumulat, pero hindi ganong masyadong marunong bumasa. So mahihirapang mag-comprehend yan kung hindi marunong bumasa. So the source of data was through the record of the previous grade level. We, the reading committee also conducted, together with the reading coordinator of every district, both elementary and secondary, conducted an interview and of course limited face-to-face, because survey can be done through one-on-one interview, focus group discussion, or table discussion whatsoever, as long as we gathered really authentic data. Now, this report highlights only the result of grades 4, 6, and senior high school. Now, for Dumingag 1, we will, for Kalumangi, we really identified the school kasi ito yung bigyan din natin ng pansin pag halimbawa nagmamap na kayo kung ready ang school sa face-to-face instruction, although limited lang ito, pero you should give consideration especially to our struggling readers. So number of learners enrolled from grades 4 to 6, 55. Those out of 55, those who can read only 34 and can read only 3 letters, there are 5, and can blend syllables 1 and cannot blend at all. Grade 6, please take note of that, 3. For senior high school, Dumingag National High School, this is a big school. We'd like to address this to our principal to please try to take a look on those who can read only 3-letter words, because this is senior high school. There are 320 students enrolled in your school. 87 can read, 143 can read only few phrases and sentences, and a 45 learners can read only three-letter words, can blend syllables 45, and cannot blend at all 0. So you focus on this too. Can read only three-word letters, can blend syllables. You can ask reading materials from our reading coordinator kasi meron naman tayong reading kit. Perhaps we can also share that to your senior high school just for us to be able to help our senior high school kasi kawawa tayo. Ito din sila ang magiging employees din pagdating ng panahon. Kung hindi yan marunong at magkapasaya ng let, magiging guro yan, anong ituturo? Anong quality of instruction ang maibigay sa mga bata? Kung itong mga produkto na ito ang ating magiging talagang mai-employ yan sa DepEd. Okay. Dumingag 2, hindi na natin isa-isahin yan. You have 56, 90, Danlugan ES, Upper Landing, kasi makikita nyo naman yung slide ko. So, yan, no, can read only 12, 25, can blend 484, and cannot blend at all 40. For the Josefina District, please take note, you only have 1, and congratulations to Josefina. Sibukang ES, can read only 3-word letters. You have an enrollment of 83, yet you have 15 learners who can read only 3-letter words. You have 9 who can blend syllables, and you have 2 cannot really blend at all. So for senior high school, no critical level in terms of word recognition. For Guripan, Paraiso, this is Mahayag North. Mahayag North, Guripan, Paraiso, and Mahayag. You have a total enrollment for grade 4 and 6, 398. But then again, can read syllables, you have 42. Can read only 3 letters, 15, and cannot blend at all, you have 1. And no critical level in terms of word recognition. For Mahayag South, there are 4 identified schools. And please try to take a look on can read only 3-letter words. Balanan, Rumantagdulang, Daniel Mantos, and Eleuterio Bacaltos. So itong tatlong ito can blend syllables and cannot blend at all. Dapat din nating bigyan ito ng supplementary materials at talagang bigyan natin ng kaukulang assistance. Now, for Molave East, Duntulan ES, and Lower Dimalinao, of course, 0 for cannot blend at all. They only have 4 for can read only 3 letters for Duntulan, and for Lower Dimalinao, it's 8, can blend syllables 2. For Molave West, ang malaki dito, itong Cleto si Araya. There are 3 schools identified, Rizal, Cleto, Araya, and Dipolo. Can read only 3 letters. You have 24, can blend 17, and cannot blend at all 15. And then for Mid-Salip, let's try to check. Okay, it's Duwilik, Dakayakan, ES, Duwilik, Likuruan, and Pili. For Duwilik, you have 87 enrolled learners from grades 4 to 6, yet you have 15 can read only 3-letter words, 8 and 0 cannot blend. Okay? For Suminot, there are 2 schools, Datagan and Libertad. Datagan has 15 learners can read only 3-letter words, and 8 for can blend syllables and cannot blend at all, 5. No critical level in terms of word recognition for senior high school in Ramon Magsaysay. But Campo 4 has this number of 18 3-letter words, 6 and 2, Pasingkalan and Santo Rosario. Please focus on this particular schools and kindly provide technical assistance, especially to our teachers. Now for Tambulig, Sumalig ES, and Tambulig. Now for Sumalig, you have 184, yet 39 can read only 3-letter words, 15 can blend syllables, and cannot blend at all, that's 6. No critical level in seniors high school. For Aurora East, Muhammad Ali Di Mapuro, and Aurora Regular PS. Ang Aurora Regular, you have a total enrollment of 534, yet you have 131 students who can read only 3-letter words and can blend syllables 91 and cannot blend at all 66. Now, for Aurora West, Isidro Oporto and Commonwealth Central Elementary School. Then, for Labangan 1, there are 3 schools. Please try to take a look on this. And then, especially on can read only 3 letters and can blend syllables, cannot blend at all. Then, for Labangan 2, there are also 3 districts. Bukong, Bulanit, Tawagan Norte. Please try to look at the figure here. 20 for Bulanit, can read only 3-letter words and can blend syllables. 9 in Bukong, and for cannot blend at all, 3 for Bulanit and Tawagan Norte. Tukuran East, okay, there are also 3, Manilan, Margarito Villagari Memorial, then Tabuan. Of course, looking at it for the can read only 3-letter words, 22 from Margarito. And then for can blend syllables, there are also 8 from the same school. And for cannot blend at all, Tabuan. Tabuan, this is very critical. Please extend your technical assistance. If we need us to provide our technical assistance, you can approach us. Kung sino sa amin dito sa division, you can ask help from us, especially those students who cannot blend at all. 54 learners. Okay, for Tukuran West, Upper Bayaw, Tukuran Sped Center, and Tukuran Central. Now, for cannot blend at all, there are 3 from Tukuran Central. Okay, madali lang ito ang accessibility nito kasi nandyan lang sa Tukuran Central. All we need to do is just to identify. As to the names, perhaps we have the list, and please try to secure the list from our reading coordinator. For senior high school, Lapirian. Kung sino yung school head ng Lapirian, 0. Salamat naman, at 0 ito. Bakit wala? So 0 ito. Good. For Bayog Bayog, there are 6 elementary schools. Especially, please, cannot blend at all. 12 from Matinao, followed by Upper Paya, and the rest. Okay? So ito sila, critical na areas ito kasi marami dito yung talagang struggling yung mga readers natin. For senior high school, there's only 1 who can read 3 letters and the rest 0. For Dumalinaw, there are 4 schools. Ribukon ES, 13 cannot blend at all. 15 can blend syllables and can read 3 letters, 27. So this is addressed to our newly installed secondary school in Ribukon National High School. Please address this problem on reading. Not National High School. Ribukon Elementary School. Principal of Ribukon Elementary School. Okay. Now let's proceed to Lakewood. Lakewood Senior High School, Poblacion Comprehensive. There are 2 learners who can read only 3-letter words. Tiwalis, also in the elementary, 8 can read 3-letter words and 4 can blend syllables. For Kumalarang, ito yung result ninyo, no critical level in terms of word recognition. However, in Kumalarang Central School, 22 can read only 3 letters, 25 can blend syllables, and 0 cannot blend at all. Okay. For Tigbao, there are 3 schools. Okay? Only very few naman. Hindi masyadong marami ito. This can be managed by the teacher. Okay. For Lapuyan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there are 6 schools who can read only 3-letter words, can blend syllables. Ang marami dito, itong last natin na and then cannot blend at all. Meron din. Sa Lapuyan National High School, meron din tayong 4 na learners who can read only 3-letter words. Margo sa Tubig, ito yung data ninyo. There are 5 schools and Margo sa Tubig has 90 learners who can read 3-letter words. There are 48 who cannot blend at all. So please address Des, principal from Margo sa Tubig RPS, please try provide technical assistance, especially to our reading teacher. Okay. San Miguel, good. 0 for cannot blend at all. Although there are 3 schools identified, there are learners who can read only 3-letter words and can blend syllables. No critical level in senior high school. San Pablo, Kundum and Pantad, and the senior high school, there are 2 learners who can read only 3-letter words, can blend syllables, cannot blend at all. So, apat sila na pwede nating gawan ng remediation kasi very critical ito. Sa senior high school pa naman ito. Okay, for Vincenzo Sagon, again, there are 4 schools. Buos, Makulay, Talaptap, Limason. Okay. Specific data, again, I'd like to reiterate, again reiterate pag yun. Please secure a copy of this data from our reading coordinator. And then for Dimataling, no critical, no 0 for 3-letter words. And then there are 4 schools in elementary, okay? For Dinas, there are 5 schools. And for Gipos, sandali lang, bakit? Sandali lang, napano ba tong slides ko? Please lang ha. Idaga na magmaayo ni akong slide. Okay. So, okay, dito na tayo sa nanaunsa naman ni Tess, ni dalaga naman, di naman maminaw na ako. Dili na mo tuon na ako, Tess. Okay,
Ma'am, nag-autoplay na siya, ma'am. Stop presenting sa dako no, ma'am. Then balik na po og present. Ato lang dayon pagguguro no, gahaka nga slide nag-stop.
okay. Sorry mga kahigalaan.
No worries, Ma'am Joy.
Nag-stop na siya, Tess?
Stop na, ma'am. Dayon, i-present lang ako no outro, ma'am. Kaya na kay napindot siguro adto, ma'am, nga nag-autoplay siya.
Wala ko napindot, Tess. Kadagandagan akong mouse.
Mauto siya, ma'am. Nagbuot-buot siya dagan.
Dagan sa buot siya dagan. Dili na gyud siya mo. Okay, sige. At outro na to. Sorry ha, mga kahigalaan. Muna gini atong technology karon. Naunsa naman ni Tess. Okay.
It's starting to present, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, paliw lang ako no og choose aha ka nga slide, maaka na akong parent. Na-stop ka, ma'am, sa kuan katong last slide sa learner reading abilities. Kana ma'am.
Okay po. Okay. So let's proceed to ESP. Now ESP na balik yapon siya test. Dili na ko siya pero muuntol siya. Now congratulations to our national TikTok winners. Hala.
Tata Chester. Could you please give technical assistance to Ma'am Joy, ta?
Okay, sige.
Tata Chester. Ma'am, I will call up Chester, ma'am, ha, a while.
Yes, ma'am, Tess.
Kanang please ba kung hatag technical assistance si Ma'am Joy, ta? Murag na autoplay ang iyang presentation, ta? Magbuot na daw.
So yung Tess, nasa sa office, ma'am, no?
Wala ko sa office, ta. Kaya
From home, ma'am.
ang diha. Yes, ang atong signal diha. Perting hinaya kaayo, labaw na. So, okay, let's proceed. For science. Lagi ta.
Magbuot-buot ra siya og present og iya harata, mag-change to next slide. What shall Ma'am Joy do?
Basin og na yung mga animation, ma'am Joy, palihog lang hook off sa mga animation.
Wala animation, wala. Wala gid siya, wala ta. Okay, ani na lang ta, sige. Aha. Maglihok-lihok gid akong cursor.
Ma'am, kung okay lang ka, ma'am, you can present your slide deck to me and I will present, ma'am.
Sige, later na lang ko, Tess. I'm sorry ha, ako sa ning i-fix. Dayon, we will just proceed. Pwede, padayon na lang nako later ang akong presentation kay ako sa ning i-fix, naunsa ning ako ang laptop nga nagdagandaga naman I cannot also seek assistance kay wala gyud po ko'y kauban diri nga makatabang diri sa akong computer. So, again ha.
Okay, ma'am. Noted po, ma'am.
Dugay mag-unta test. Ako sa ning i-fix and I'll just
yes po, ma'am.
Pwede na ko next ipakuan. Sige, Tessa.
Yes, ma'am. We will go back to you, ma'am, after the next speakers. Just give me the signal, ma'am, that you are already okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, Tess.
Thank you po, ma'am. So there you are, friends, ladies and gentlemen. We are having technical trouble with Ma'am Juliet. So we are going to proceed to the next speaker who is scheduled to talk. I would like to hear from Sir Raymond if he is already around, because he requested that he be given the chance to present after the CID. As I check our attendees in this platform, the Google Meet, I haven't seen his name yet. So may I request Sir E. Malilay to personally contact Sir Raymond if he is now available this time. Because if not, we're going to proceed to our next speaker, who is our division accountant, Pichicheng Pandang.
Ma'am Tess, DepEd GD9, ZDS Raymond is the account, Ma'am Tess.
Okay. So, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, let us have the time to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Raymond, to give his updates on ISO. Sir, take it away.
For a while, because my signal is not okay. For a while, give me at least a minute or two.
Yes po, sir. Okay lang po, sir. While Sir Raymond is fixing his connection, I would like to announce that your queries are all taken into consideration, but there are queries that fall under the discussion of Ma'am Mago and Ma'am Shane. That's why we are parking them. So queries that pertain to the presentation of the speaker will be attended first, and those queries that pertain to other speakers' updates, they will be attended right after the speaker has given the updates. Thank you po.
Hello, Marites.
Yes, ma'am.
Marites.
Yes,
What's
ma'am.
this? By Jason Cahote. What's this? Can we request for a teacher who can teach and speak the dialect? What's this?
I think Sir Jason is talking about DepEd schools, ma'am.
Of course, you can submit your request to complete the data for the management to reach a sound decision. Please indicate the number of classes organized, number of learners per class, and then of course the number of teachers in that school for consideration if it is really feasible to provide a teacher.
Sir Jason, I hope the answer of our beloved SDS is clear for you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you po, sir.
So ma'am, i-clear ko lang, ma'am, saan mag-submit, ma'am? Doon sa address.
I think you have to submit your request to the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Jason.
Okay, ma'am. Sige, ma'am. Thank
The
you.
data that she asked.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am Inday, there are also queries relative to Sir Jason regarding kindergarten. Are you going to address this or
This about itinerant.
yes, ma'am. I think it's Ma'am Villarmino and PSDS Alonso. They have the same questions on the number of enrollees in the kinder, yet the teacher assigned is still an itinerant.
Okay. So please be informed that in the planning, we are looking into the data entry of the LIS. So kindergarten provisional teachers is one of the recommendations. That is why, as one reason for the recommendation to seek allocation for available for teacher items for Sambusur. We submitted a document to of course, to Congresswoman Governor, Congresswoman Divina Yu. Pareho kasing Yu. Nililito ako. So, and of course, it was forwarded to the Office of the Secretary, and we got our reply just last week, informing us that we are only given this number of learners together with Pagadian City, considering Pagadian City form part of Zamboanga del Sur, and it could be seen there that the teachers provided will still not be enough for us, considering that the situation that we have. Please do understand that in the allocation of teachers, we have a formula drafted by the central office wherein the computation will be based on the division-wide population. So when we speak of division-wide population, it means that the number of enrollees will be divided into the number of learners minimum per class as provided by the formula created by the central office will be equal to the number of teachers. With the current situation of DepEd Sambusor, it will be very difficult to achieve a 1:1 teacher-pupil ratio, considering that you requested, the different municipalities requested extension opening of classes. The extension opening of classes will mean increase in enrollment, and yet it will not equal to the number of learners to be given a teacher. So in the computation, the result will be, if you have 6 classes in the field, this is just an example, a concrete example for you to understand why we have shortage of teachers. For you also to understand, while you requested for the teachers, and yet you will not be provided. This is for you not to be disappointed knowing the reason why you are not given. A concrete example to this is if we have an organized 6 classes in different schools with just 25 learners. Kinder ito ha, pag-usapan natin ng kinder. Or even 50 learners in a school. And you requested for another opening in another school with only a few learners. When you divide that by 25, ilan lang ang lalabas na teacher? Only 2. Hindi siya magtatatlo. Kasi a teacher is required to teach 2 sessions. Ang 1 lang yata yan. And another teacher for another 2 sessions. But the enrollment did not reach the required number of enrollees. So we will not be provided by a teacher. So mahirap, di ba? Pag may grade 1 tayo, 100 grade 1, number of learners 100, distributed into 100 yan, kahit tag 2020 lang yan, in 5 schools. Divided by the formula provided to us by the central office. Kasi distributed siya in 5 schools ha, kasi sa dami ng request for opening. Distributed into 5 schools. Divided by the maximum number of learners, which is 30 for grade 1, or even 25. Ilang teacher lang ang ibigay nila sa atin? 4. Yung last school ay walang teacher. So, ganyan ang computation. This is just an example. How much more kung division na? Ganito kadaming learner. Yung pala, ang learner ay distributed sa different schools. Hindi nakikita ng central office yan. Hindi binibilang ang eskwelahan at ang number of classes na na-open sa eskwelahan. Ito ang dapat nating maintindihan. They will just simply divide the total number of enrollees into the given formula, which is the minimum of 25. That would be the number of teachers to be provided to us. Kaya, for the sample for scenario, hindi katakataka, kulang-kulang tayo ng teacher. Kasi open tayo ng eskwelahan. Eh, hindi naman umaabot ng marami. Eh, ang pag-divide ng teachers pupil ratio is in a general form. Total number of enrollees divided by 25, that would be the number of your teachers. Eh, regardless kung ilang eskwelahan ang na-create. So, I hope you will understand na in your request, not all time or not all requests will be addressed positively, considering the provision of teachers is based on the division enrollment divided by the number of learner per class, and then that would be the teachers that will be provided to us. So sa 5 eskwelahan, dahil ang enrollment ay 100 lang, kung i-add mo lahat, ang teacher lang na ibibigay ay 4. That is counting on the minimum number of enrollees per class, which is 25. So kung hindi nakaabot yan, anong mangyayari niyan? O baka 3 lang ang teacher na ibigay or 4, eh 5 eskwelahan yan. So nakita nyo ba ang dahilan bakit kulang-kulang tayo ng teacher? Saka parang iniisip natin, bakit hindi ako nabibigyan? Because with that scenario, now comes prioritization. Which of the schools should be prioritized in consideration to the limited number of teachers? So doon tayo nagkakaproblema. So hindi natin pwedeng ipaglaban yung sa atin kung yung isa ay mas nangangailangan. So it's quite important for us also to know what is the situation of our neighboring schools. Tayo kaya ang magiging priority? So yun yung mga sagot sa mga katanungan ninyo. But to request, that would be open to all. You can request, provide the data, and then we will be prioritizing as to whom the teacher will be given based on the need of the school as to urgency. Sana maintindihan na natin ha. So you can request, yun yung sagot. But the provision of teachers, that will depend on the need of the school and the available teachers that can be deployed to that school. But it's good to note that you will be informing the division office of your current situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for clearing out some things about the deployment of teachers. I think Sir Raymond is now ready for his ISO matters. Sir Raymond?
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning. Sorry, I'm in advance. Good afternoon. Good morning again to everyone. Sorry for the delay. My connection is not stable. So to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, good morning to you, Madam. To my counterpart, ASDS Bisminda Balde. To the two chiefs, Chiefs Magallanes and Tardo, good morning, sir and ma'am. And to all the members of the EXICOM present in these platforms, both here in Google Meet and in YouTube, including our PSDSS, our education program supervisors, our dear school heads, Mayong Buntag and Buenos Dias. I am here to present to you our updates on our ISO undertaking I have presented this to our EXICOM. Okay, first, I'd like to talk about the revisiting of the structure of both the three functional divisions in our SDO. Of course, we have the OSDS, the CID, and the SGOD. Of course, we have to look into the different people because we have new people inside the three functional division because there were members of the organization who were very fortunate who got promoted, and we have also filled up this position. So we need to revisit all our functional division structure. Also, we need to look into the duties and responsibilities, ito na yung DNR, whether they are fully aware of what they are going to do and what are their tasks in their new position, in their new designation. We are going to revisit that because as a result of the EXICOM, we have also a new ALS focal person. Our new ALS focal person is PSDS Marites Abad. So is she aware of her duties and responsibilities? That to include the roles also of the new members of our organization, particularly in the three functional division. Of course, when we talk of the duties and responsibilities, are we still aware? Lahat tayo sa division natin. Our tagline, sure sa sure. Alam pa ba natin ano yung tagline natin ng sure? What is this? Diba? This is the strengthening the unequivocal response for excellence. Okay. Do we still have that in mind? Or baka sa una lang prior to our certification? So do we still practice that? Also, to review, to everybody in the member of the organization, because it doesn't mean that kung si SDO ang ISO certified, lahat tayo, from the teachers, school heads, lahat ng mga school administrators, members of the SDO, must embody and must remember the cornerstone of excellence. Ano ba yung letter E? Diba? The first letter ng excellence is letter E. And sino man ito? Empower our school administrators. Diba? Baka yung iba na sobra na yung power, kailangan natin bawasan-bawasan yung power nila. Joke lang ha, but I hope it's not happening on the field, but we need to review this to tell them that sometimes our duties and function has their limits. No, we must not go beyond what is being mandated to us. Although it's sometimes good that we give 110%, but yun nga, there's some of us, no, ang mga millennial term pa yan, may mga power tripping, may mga power struggle. So we need to review, because to empower our school administrators, I have listed here on my notes, are we still capacitating? Are we still ensuring that our school administrators are well and equipped when it comes to planning and budgeting, management of resources? Ayun, may sa kasamaang palad, nung nandun ako sa gate, may umabot sa akin ng isang papel, nag-liquidate ang isang school head. Akala ko updated ang liquidation, yun pala, ang niliquidate niya is March and April. So natingala ko ay mag-end na ang school year, mag-end na ang fiscal year, March and April pa lang niya ipag-liquidate. So we need to revisit that. No, instructional supervisions, as we have shifted from our normal traditional learning modality through the distance learning modality, so or the DLMD. Also, we are faced with the new challenge comes January. We are still waiting for the confirmation from the Office of the President and from the central office of our department whether to push through with the face-to-face classroom limited modality. So we need to empower you, mga school administrators, including your partnership and linkages and value-based leadership. So yung number 5 is very important, the value-based leadership. Okay? Do we still have the strong camaraderie, the passion, the unity, and the solidarity? Because yung natin, yung tagline ng SURE natin, di ba, SURE, strengthening an equivocal response and excellence. But the core values is also embedded in SURE, sa SURE. What is that? Solidarity, unity, responsive, and excellence. Meron pa bang ito? So ito, isa lang to sa mga we have to revisit, yung cornerstone natin. Yung letter E talaga una, kaya nandito kayo ngayon. Baka tatanga kayo na bakit kami kasali dyan sa ISO. Kasi doon sa cornerstone natin, letter E, kayo talaga ang una. Okay? Are we still aware of our SDO quality objectives? Diba? Meron tayong 5. So sa 5 SDO quality objectives natin, are we still implementing and following the procedures that we have presented during the certification, or have we made changes? No? If you are asking me, do we have changes? Yes, majority of our functional division had adopted new procedures and new process to ensure we can adapt with the situation right now. Isa nando yun, di ba, we are working from home, yung alternate work arrangement, yung awa natin, o di ba, may may regulatory siya na mandate, yung DO11. Are we still following that? DO11 ba? Sige, basta yun, di ba, our alternative work arrangement. So our field also, are they aware of the different statutories and regulatory mandates? Kasali yan sa ating quality objectives. Okay, can we still monitor our school? Is the PSDS or the Public Schools District Supervisor still doing the rounds in the school? If yes, very good. Yung iba kung hindi, because of the quarantine in our district, sorry for that. But how are we monitoring our instructional supervision? Kung sinasabi natin na kulang ang budget namin sa transpo, so it's a good news because our SDS will look into the increase of the allowance of our PSDSs from the 1,000, parang tataas ni SDS by January. So it's a good thing because we want to ensure that we are able to deliver quality basic education both to our learners and to our stakeholders. Sige, may barato daw sa manto. Sige. So I'm very happy with that. So again, our division with the leadership of our SDS is really giving premium to ensure that there is a continuous monitoring and evaluation of our learning delivery despite of the pandemic. Okay, so may 5 tayong quality objectives. Also, we are going to review, baka magtataka kayo, we in the division, we are going also to look into the different policies and guidelines by functional divisions because there are different programs, activities, and projects that might have interchange or that might be realigned to the different to the different functional division. I mentioned during the execom like yung NDEP, nandoon siya sa CID, pwede siya dapat siya doon siya sa SGOD, diba? Parang yung i-review natin, so we will check. So from time to time, some of the chief or the education program supervisors or the senior education program specialists would call you or tap you if they need data coming from your end. Okay, we are also reviewing the change management plan, particularly the communication plan, because we want to still ensure our operations, our procedures, our processes in the division will not be hampered by this pandemic, but we will still continue to serve our clientele, and that's our learners, our stakeholders, you school administrators, and our teachers. We have also looked into the different teams, ito yung mga grupo na create natin, because I was able to take note na there are 7 UMS structured teams, but we were just only able to identify 6, so na-miss namin. So we are still reviewing this. Baka na di lang namin na-encode or nakita, pero alam ko meron ito. So baka we will be tapping some of you to assist us in providing us the necessary data. Okay? The SDO also will undergo for, again, an internal audit. Narinig nyo naman siguro to. Baka may time na sasabihin namin na wala munang transaction sa SDO because we will schedule for an audit kasi kailangan namin tingnan kung ano ba ang kailangan namin gagawin sa office natin. Ano ba yung dapat na change o improve natin. We will also look for the different na continuous improvement findings. Na do we need to check on this? Do we need to look into this? And how are we going to improve this? And then we will conduct also a management review, because here in the management review, we will be able to talk among sections and among functional divisions. What are we going to do to address the concern coming from the office, coming from the field, and coming from your end? Okay? Meron din tayong continuous improvement. Alam ko, this is not new to you, lahat sa atin dito sa field natin, sa division natin, because we have practicing looking into the different PAPs, the programs, activities, projects that we have in our school, which can be found in your AIP, which I hope, I just missed the opportunity to join in our virtual orientation, because I hope when we craft our AIP, especially in identifying our programs, activities, and projects, we are involving our school planning team, So, kaya nga, kailangan may continuous improvement. So, yung ginawa natin na AIP, na mga PAPs na nakalagay doon, does it link to our quality management objectives sa ating division? So, we need to also go into that and look into that. So, we might also ask you to, explain yung mga PABs ninyo. Kung magkakataon, tingnan namin yung PABs ng isang school, ng dalawang school, and we might be asking for your reference kung paano ito. Again, we will revisit and check ano yung mga continuous improvement na gagawin natin sa ating mga teams na under sa ating QMS teams. And of course, the statutory and the regulatory na mga policies ng ating department, ng ating ibang partners, agency. Because right now, we have the IATF or the Interagency Task Force Against COVID. O ginagamit natin yung mga palisiya nila para sa DepEd. So, are we updated with that? So, may naka-file ba ito sa atin, even in your office? Because this is very important. And lastly, of course, the 5S. Kung nakasulod mo sa division office, the division is currently undergoing renovation to better improve and to better make the office conducive to receive client and also to make our workers in the office comfortable. So we are asking for your patience kung daghan bagbag diri, bagbag dito, gabare na dito. So this is part of our 5S. So we are going to also have a monitoring on this, okay, kung paano nila minamanage yung mga records nila. But again, we are asking for the cooperation, no, and understanding of the field, na kung pupunta naman kayo sa office, medyo makalat, hindi ito na tinatambak ng inyong trabaho nila, but this is the way our offices are doing in managing the sections. Kailangan talaga yung 5S, no, di ba, yung shine, sort, di ba? And then its implementation. Are they implementing it in their respective sections? Okay. So if you're asking me, sir, how is ISO related to school? Remember, you have your school-based management. School-based management is an offshoot of the ISO in a bigger perspective. So kung may ISO ang isang malaking organization, sa school in DepEd, kailangan sa school, you have your school-based management. If all the documents that we are collecting, collating, and keeping, the counterpart of this is your principal. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have to start doing this, because if the division is a certified ISO organization, the school also must have their own, di ba, certification. Ano ito? Yung SBM. Even the schools can apply for an ISO certification. There are schools in other regions in the Philippines are already ISO certified. So it's a challenge to our school principals, no? If you have a school, if you are able to manage your school very well, one of the challenges is if you can undergo for an SBM level accreditation by the Philippine Education Sector accrediting body. Meron tayo, if I'm not mistaken, it's PASB. I don't know if I'm right, but we have that. After you're done with level 1, 2, and 3, then you go for accreditation. And once you're an accredited school, of course, you have all the privileges that you will be receiving. So wag niyo nang sasabihin na si division lang ang mag-ISO. So pupunta din kami dyan sa mga schools niyo to check on your SBM practices. And if you're doing it, congratulations in advance. And if you're still doing it and still organizing it, keep up, and I know you can do it. And again, you work as a group, you work as a team. Okay? Now, for the updates coming from both of the Office of the Assistant Schools Division and Superintendents, I am reporting for and on behalf of my counterpart, Dr. Valde, the ASDS of District 1. These are some of the updates we have also discussed during the EXECOM, and we would like to share to the different school heads, both the elementary and the secondary, and the APS. When it comes to the Learning Support Aid, or the LSA, please be reminded of DepEd Order number 32, series of 2020. This is the guidelines, no, on the engagement of services of LSA to enforce in the implementation of the BELCP, or the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, in time of the COVID-19 pandemic. A. First is that how do we identify that we need our LSA? So you need to make sure that you are able to coordinate with the schools division office and work with us, so we will be able to find out, as mentioned by our SDS a while ago, we need to look into the planning perspective if you still need for a learning support aid. So kailangan talaga, pwede natin makita yan sa need ng ating school. If you are in need of a teacher and there is no more, wala na tayong item available for that, then that's a time we can see na pwede pala ilagay ng LSA dyan sa school ninyo or sa district ninyo. So again, for the schools, to our public schools district supervisors, please read also the DO 32, and I know some of you might already read in advance of the DepEd order. Okay, now what are the parameters? Parameters for us to consider na itong isang volunteer pwede siyang gawing learning support aid or LSA, diba? Teacher-learner ratio, that's 1. Okay, baka mamaya sobra-sobra na, diba? Sinabi na nga ni Ma'am SDS na we also looking into yung capacity ninyang ng school, baka mamaya sobra-sobra na pala, hindi na kailangan. Okay, we are also going to look into the vacant plantilla positions in the division. baka mamaya meron pa tayong i-fill up. So yun muna ilalagay natin dun sa mga schools na short talaga ng teachers. We will first prioritize that. If we were able to do an inventory of the plantilla position, the vacant plantilla positions, then we move on to the learning support aid provisions. Okay? And also, we need to look into the profile. Okay, our school heads, my dear school heads, when I say school heads, principal, head teacher, teacher in charge, please do a profile of your learners and the household based on the ESF or the enrollment survey form or the LESF, the Learner Enrollment Survey Form. Gagawa tayo ng profile doon. Madali naman yun kasi kung na-encode na yun siya, pwede natin siyang gawin ng profile. Because we need to identify, as stated in DO32, who among our learners whose parents are very unfortunate na hindi nakagraduate o hindi nakatapos. And yung nga, as reported by our CID chief, there are learners who are poor in their reading performance, and this can somehow be attributed as an intervening factor. The parents themselves are unable to read and comprehend. So you need to do a profile of that. Now, stated also in the department order, the LSA, their function is to assist in production and reproduction of SLMS, including the distribution and retrieval. To include, they are to assist the teachers, but they are not to assist personally the school heads. So sorry na lang hindi siya personal assistance ni principal na tig-dala, tig-gawa, but they are to assist the teachers yung kailangan ng tulong nila. And they are non-station based They have to be going to the community, doing work sa mga purok, sa mga barangay. So principals, make sure if you are provided with a learning support aid, make sure that they are stationed in the community where their services is badly needed, because we have high number of learners na mababa yung reading ability nila, or there are learners na yung mga parents hindi makakatulong kasi nagtatrabaho. So please make sure you plan it carefully. It's also nice if, as a suggestion, it's also nice if our school heads could also organize a team for our LSA para nila talaga ma-identify ano talaga yung need at saan nila pwede ilalagay ang mga LSA nila. No? Huwag nyo, do not misconstrued with LSA with LSI Yun lang. Okay? The LSA must also facilitate, monitor, guide, and clarify to learners and parents on the SLMS. So kaya nga kailangan alam din niya ni teacher aid kung ano yung content ng ating self-learning modules. So, pwede din i-briefing o orient ni teacher, yung partner teacher niya. Parang college lang ito, di ba? Pag si student teacher, meron siyang coordinating teacher. Parang ganito din ang setup ni LSA. Pero talagang teacher magano sa kanya. Okay. So you have to also orient our learners, learning support aid. Okay, they must be willing to undergo application and by the SSC and the DSC. SSC is the School Selection Committee. Of course, there are 3 committees on the field. We have the elementary SSC, the junior high school SSC, and the senior high school SSC. Separate yung natin standalone school natin. I think we have two standalone schools. Okay, now the SSC now will endorse their applicants for the learning support aid to the Division Selection Committee, and this will be headed by no other than the Administrative Officer 5, as stated on the department order. So, bakit kailangan natin gawin ito? Because this will be credited as an experience, as an official experience when it comes for the application of our LSA sa kanilang RQA. So, maraming trabaho si school head, but I know kaya natin ito. Okay? Lastly, sa QS naman, as mentioned in the department order, at least senior high school graduate or 2-year college must be between 21 to 59 years old. Diba? Mahirap naman pag 60 kasi nasa natin, IATF, pag 60, diba? Paminsan, paiba-iba yung palisiya natin. So, delikado pag senior. Okay? And as much as possible, they must be a resident of the locality. Wag na natin kunin yung ano natin. Okay? Yung nasa ibang distrito. Kung pwede nga doon sa district natin and doon talaga sa lugar ng school kung saan kailangan ng learning support aid. Okay? Next. For our kinder teacher. For our kinder teacher, there was a question, I think, raised sa chat box when they will be given a kinder teacher. Let us be reminded, no, that the teaching assignment of our kinder teacher they must be assigned in kinder, not in graded classes. This is stated in the O81 series of 2012. Sorry, again, the O81 series of 2012. Under paragraph 2.2b, that a kinder teacher shall handle 2 classes per day, one in the morning and another one in the afternoon. Each class shall have at least 25 children who are 5 years old for a period of at least 3 hours per session. Now, the ratio per session is 25:1. So, kung marami tayong kinder, kailangan i-ratio natin siya na isang teacher, 25 na pupil. Okay? Thus, the kinder pupil teacher ratio for 2 section is 50:1. So parang may nag-raise kanina is 100 na daw yung kinder niya. So following the ratio as stated on paragraph 2.2b na kung 100 siya, meaning good for 2 classes siya. Kasi we will follow the 1:50 ratio of the kinder class. Okay? Now furthermore, on paragraph 2.2d, where there is only 1 class for kindergarten, teacher shall handle another class in a nearby school. Okay, so let us be reminded of the policy of the kindergarten curriculum. Okay. Next. Okay. The division now will also undertake an activity as we are going to have a teacher inventory. Okay, we want to make sure that our human resource office would have this data to include our planning office, but we need your assistance, we need your help, that we are going to make an inventory of all our teachers on the field para when it comes to promotion, when it comes to filling up, meron na tayong database, di na tayo maghihirap magkukuha ng mga data. So we are going to ask you to do an inventory based on their localization, prioritizing 10 years serving outside of their locality. Okay? Kasi kung may mga bago tayong item, pwede natin sila i-prioritize sa plotting. Okay? Also, we need the profile of teachers above 10 years with their current station and kung saan talaga silang permanent resident. Baka mamaya nandiyan siya sa isang district, yung permanent resident niya pala nandoon sa kabilang dako. So, we are also going to give them the priority when it comes to transfer and the assignment. Okay? Now, please also, this is also addressed to our PSDSS. Please do a profiling of your master teachers in the district because as provided and stated under Regional Memorandum Number 47, Series of 2014, if I'm not mistaken, this is the time of our DimAncom Garma. If you have a copy, please do share to your colleagues. If you want, I have a copy. It's in the office. I can also share it to you. Okay, under paragraph 2, it says that the quota system of the allowable number of master teacher position in elementary and secondary schools are determined. So, when you say determined, di ba alam natin talaga na 10% ang number of master teachers, 10% of the total number of teachers from teacher 1, 2, and 3. So kung sumobra tayo, baka mamaya sa isang district sobra-sobra na yung master teacher, dun sa kabilang district walang master teachers. So we will look into this also. It is also said there in the regional memorandum that positions must not exceed 10% of the total authorized teacher position. So yun nga. So we will also make sure that in the district, please PSDS, that all master teachers must be placed in school where their services are needed. Wag natin sila, ayaw nato na sila ibutang tanan sa central school. We need to distribute them equally within the district. Okay. Next, for our master teachers, they must also be aware that the distribution will be within the district where MTs are needed. And when in excess, they can be assigned outside of the district. Pag sa isa ka district na sobra ng master teacher, diba? Let's say, for example, the number of teachers in your district is 200. So the 10% is 20 and may 25 na master teacher ka na. So yung 5, i-assign natin siya saan sa nearby districts na pwede sila doon mag-assign. So please do an inventory of that. So when we will call for the data, you will no longer have a hard time, but you will be able to submit it on time. Okay? So for the teacher in charge, for this school year 2020-2021, because we are in a hurry, because there are a lot, I think there are a few number of schools without teacher in charge. We will ask from the end of our PSDSS to provide us with at least 3 recommendees. No, we will honor that for this school year because kailangan talaga bilisan natin. So I'm asking for the assistance, both me and Ma'am Balde, ASDS Balde. We are asking for assistance. So please provide us with 3 recommendees of the school without TICs. Okay, but the background investigation on yung BI, kami nang gagawa sa office. Because we want to also make sure na kaning mga teacher in charge atong i-recommend, dili pud magproblema, dili pud mo hatag problema sa atua sa future, di ba? So please do that. You can send your recommendees as early as after our DIMANCOM. Okay, but by next school year 2021-2022, we will be having a perpetual ranking for the TIC. Okay, so this will be done to avoid the gap that we will be having when a TIC will move or will go to another. No, and then lastly for teacher in charge, a policy relative to teacher in charge will be issued for future reference in the division, in the schools division. Our draft copy of this is already with our schools division superintendent for her review, for her comments and suggestion. Let us be reminded that teacher in charge must also be governed with regulatories that we need to make sure na they will also follow. Kasi per experience, there are TICs, no? Nung nag-inventory kami, nag-ingon gani ko sa iya, ha, sir, nag-silver anniversary na ba ka sa imong school ano, as TIC? So, 25, 26 years, 27 years na siya as TIC. So, we need also to look into this para na po siya chance malihok po siya sa lain na school. Diba? So, things like this. So, there are policies that must be in place for our TICs. Okay? Moving on to our MOA liquidation. Yung ano, yung nakita ko sa kasamaang palad na napunta sa akin yung ano niya. I have talked with the accounting section to include yung mga district bookkeeper natin na nagkataon nandoon sa office ng mga checkers natin. And it's sad to know also, as mentioned by our SDS and ASDS, the accountant, that there are schools really who are liquidating beyond the allowable time. So by next school year, if you look at sub-bullet 3, beginning January 2021, we will be adopting the program called EDEL. Very simple lang, EDEL, Electronic Demand Letter. School heads will be given 32 days to liquidate, of which it's very generous because if you follow COA circulars, you are only allowed to liquidate 10 days after the downloading of funds to your account. O, di ba? So, in this case, in the program, you will be given 32 days. 30 days for you to prepare. So, 1 month na para mag-prepare ta sa ato ang liquidation. And let us be reminded, school heads are the disbursing officer. You are authorized to disburse. But when it comes to doing the liquidation report, there must be a check and balance. You are not to do the liquidation. You are to disburse the money, but when it comes to liquidation, it's either your designated supply officer in the school or the designated.
Orag na virusan ang slide.
Na-stop ang slide, ma'am?
Ma'am Juliet, Ma'am Joy, na-on imong microphone, ma'am.
Okay lang ang slide?
Okay lang imong slide, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Baka sayang kasi no, nagsasalita ako tapos hindi pala makita. Thank you. Okay, going back. Okay, so yun again, just like to remind school heads, you are the disbursing officer of the funds of your respective MOE, school's MOE. But when it comes to liquidation, there must be a check and balance. Dili mo ang mo liquidate, maghimo sa report. Ang muhimo is the designated school property custodian or the school supply officer. Okay, pag procure ninyo, pagbayad ninyo sa supplier sa resibo, diretso ang resibo sa kinsay mo sa liquidation report. Dili sa inyo ha personal na kamo ang mag-imutanan. Diba? Because you are to involve the back should also provide you the copies of all the back resolution. The supply officer must also do the checking of the supplies that you have procured. So kaya nga may check and balance. So we will start monitoring and checking this beginning January 2021. Okay? So 30 days to prepare, 2 days grace period. Now on the 30th day, you will be reminded through email and to your mobile number of the due date and including the grace period. On the 38th day, you will receive makadawat mong email sa inyo, reminding you na karon na sir, ma'am, ang 30th day for liquidation. Na lang ka ma'am 2 days or 48 hours to liquidate. Pag-abot sa pag-abot sa 11:59 on the grace period day sa gabi, wala gihapon ni sulod imong liquidation, wala gihapon naka-encode si bookkeeper, si disbursing officer, then a copy of the demand letter will be sent to your email with the signature of our SDS automatically and copy furnished to the Commission on Audit. So this way, we will be able to really make sure that our liquidation will be on time. This is also to give justice to our schools who are doing faithfully their liquidation report. Okay, so we need now to slowly adjust and slowly try to recalibrate our practices, so we will not be, encountering problems when this program will be operational. So again, this will start in January 2021. Okay, now for the office transactions, we would like also to inform the field and everyone present that we will be implementing the online booking application or the OBA. Now this OBA will somehow address yung crowding natin sa office, because you all know that we are trying to avoid overcrowding of our clients in the office, because we need to observe our health protocols, especially the social distancing. So non-SDO personnel, district bookkeeper, and disbursing officers are to set appointment through online. It's either FB or through the web of our division. Kung wala po sila naka-access ato because they don't have that, they can also fill out a form which will be provided to them. They have to fill it out for them to be able to set an appointment. Now, the total number of slots will be allocated for non-SDO personnel. Non-SDO we will accommodate 250 slots per day. So pwede sila mo-book, sila na ang mag-choose kung sa adlaw sila mo ato, kanun sa sila mo ato sa office. So while 35 slots will be for the bookkeepers and disbursing officers in a day. So dili na sila basa-basa sige lang ingon sa ato ang principal ato sa kog sa division. So this time, they have to make sure na nakabook na sila sa ating OBA. Okay? Now, they're also allowed to do multiple transactions in a day. So dili ingon na nakaroon mo bukog HR lang kung makato. Basta kung nakabook sila, HR, records, AO, ASDS, SDS, for that day, pwede nila to atuon kasi nakalagay yun doon sa kanilang confirmation. Okay? Now, kung meron tayong APOR or the authorized person outside of residence, meron naman tayong authorized person outside of SDO, which are the public schools district supervisors. Now, the public school district supervisors, we no longer need to book online. So, mas maigi siguro if our school heads, our teachers, can give their transaction or their mga papers or documents to the PSDS na lang. So our PSDS are the ones who are going to submit or bring their documents to the division office. Okay. So sila lang ang allowed. The rest has to book for an online application. Okay. Now, once they have booked sa ating online application, sa ating online booking application, they will receive a confirmation slip and they must print it. Kasi yun ang pwede nila ipapakita ninyo. Because this confirmation slip can also be attached sa kanilang locator slip when they will travel outside of their district. So yun. So sana, we will all be able to use this because this will also keep track. Kinsa yung mga teachers, sige lakaw-lakaw. For the PSDS, pwede na ito po ni-track. Kinsa yung mga principal, sige wala, kaya mag-ingon na lang sa division office. You can ask for the confirmation slip. Okay? If this will be operational, our OBA, this will help our schools division office, the office of the ESDS, the OSDS, CID, and SGOD to generate a list of clients who will be transacting for the day, even in advance for the month. So makita nato na siya. Kanidi ay si Juan de la Cruz mo ato diri sa akua. Okay, kung ni ato siya wala sa iyang adlaw, dili gid siya makasulod because the guard also will have a copy. Pwede po nila lantaw. So in this way, we can now do away with the district per day because online na ang ato ang booking. Okay? So ito yung mga ano natin, mga updates. So I hope we will be able to work as one, be as one because sabi nga natin sa Zamboanga del Sur, sure sa Sur. Gracias and buenos dias.
Thank you so much, Raymond, for that detailed update. I think there are queries in the chat box, sir, that are relevant to your presentation.
Hello, Your Majesty.
Like Sir Jesse is trying to ask.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Yes, Sir Jesse.
This is about MOE liquidation. Kasi I am really bothered with what is happening in one of the schools in Tucuran West. Kasi may isang school dito sa Tucuran West na hindi na nakatanggap ng MOE sa kadahilanan na hindi pa na-cleared yung school head na transfer sa kanyang previous station. So, parang problema ito kasi maiilang buwan na hindi nakatanggap ng school MOE ang eskwelahan. So, papaano po ito ngayon? Thank you.
Sino mag-answer? Ako mag-answer?
Yes.
That question can be answered by Shane.
Yeah. That's what I was supposed to say, Ma'am Malde. Sir Jesse, it's a good thing that you raised that query, sir, because that is one of the major concerns of our SDS to look into. And we are very happy because you brought it out during the DIMANCOM. And I think our division accountant could address that. But as to the cost, because there is no school head, I and my counterpart ASS Valde, we are looking into filling up those unfilled head teacher.
Hello, doggy.
Okay, sir.
Hindi man na bangaway, good.
Ma'am Belen, we would like to request you to mute your microphone po, ma'am. Ma'am Belen. Sir Jess, we are going to park the question and that will be answered by Ma'am Shane during her time.
Sige, Ma'am Jess, salamat.
Sir, there are also queries about substitute teachers. I think I'm going to park this para kay Ma'am Valde.
Yeah.
So I think there are no queries kasi may question kasi dito si Sir Almadin about replacement of teachers who are already out of service. I think the HRM PSB could address this. Sir, may query po si Ma'am Ligado, sir. Beatrice Ligados, PSDS po. What if the school head has an urgent transaction at the division office? Are they still required to undergo OBA?
If the transaction is still, if the OBA is already in place, then of course, if it's urgent, they can course it to the PSDS or they can call the section head in charge of their concerns para pwede din sila mabigyan ng urgent attention. Kasi again, we cannot classify it urgent not unless if we can see it's life-threatening, di ba? If it's life-threatening, then definitely it's urgent. But if it's not life-threatening, then it can still be coursed through the OBA, then they have to register sa OBA natin. But if it's life-threatening or very in demand na talaga, then we will accommodate them. But again, they have to course it through the PSDS. So the PSDSS will inform us.
Thank you po, sir, for addressing that. I think Ma'am Sarah here would like to be recognized kasi may query po siya. Ma'am Sarah, you are recognized now.
I'll be next.
Hello.
I'll be next. I'll be the next. Yes.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Ter.
Yes, Ma'am Sarah, you are recognized.
Sir Raymond, kasi mayroong school yung sinabi ko, yung sa San Roque, who do not have designation letter as teacher in charge until now. And then as we are authorized to give designation letter or designation order temporary, hopefully the finance, si Ma'am Pichishing, will be informed na yung temporary designation as teacher in charge pwede yun gamitin. Well, wala pang approval sa SDS. Kasi yung MOE din hindi pa nakuha hanggang ngayon. Same with the other school heads who will be given a temporary designation order as teacher in charge. So, pwede na ba yung gamitin nila as a requirement doon sa finance para sila ay makaprocess sa MOE nila. Kasi baka daw hindi tanggapin Ma'am Shane kasi hindi po SDS Act sign sa designation nila.
Okay, ma'am, I think siguro ma'am Balde.
Oo. The instruction of SDS, nandiyan na si ma'am. Sige ma'am, go ahead ma'am.
I'm just listening to the discussion. No? So, may I inform everyone that when it comes to MOE, the only designation that is acceptable because it matters with the finances is the designation signed by the schools division superintendent. So, any temporary designation that you will be issuing to the field within your capacity is just or can be used only to perform in the administrative side compliance of reports and others, but not on the provision of the MOE, because there are requirements under the law that it's only the head of office who can grant that designation to give authority to the school head to manage the finances of the school. So what we can do to help that situation, to hasten the assessment of who are those to be assigned as TICs of the schools.
So thank you, ma'am. We will wait for the order of the superintendent na lang po. Kasi yung sa temporary designation is for the instructional supervision. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am SDS, can we not recommend or suggest to the PSDSS to recommend at least 3 potential so that we can finally assign a TIC of that school who will also take charge of the finance matter para masabi ka agad?
Yeah, ma'am. We already agreed on the matter, so it's up to the two of you and the sets to hasten the process so that we can designate the ICs.
Hi
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
I think I have mentioned it in my presentation that even after the demand ko, ma'am Valde, the PSDS can already submit the list of recommendees for the TIC of the schools without administrator. So I think I have mentioned it in the presentation a while ago. So again, for the PSDSS, please to submit your recommendees para both Ma'am Balde and I can already look into filling up the vacant na walang TIC po.
Thank you.
Thank you po. I think we're going to entertain one more question coming from Ma'am Lida, and then I would like to ask the top management if we're going to continue or suspend for some few minutes to give way for our lunch.
Okay.
Any advice po, Ma'am Maharani?
Yeah.
Yes, we will be attending another webinar at 2 o'clock. That's a national webinar. Siguro, EM is trying to arrange my getting into the chat room so that I can also attend to the other webinar by 2 o'clock. So siguro
Okay, so
it's good for us to continue and we can eat our lunch in front of our cell phones or laptops.
noted po, ma'am. So it will be a working lunch.
Okay, but we will ask also the pressure of other members para baka ayaw nila or we can have the working lunch this time.
Ako, I agree with the working break.
Okay, sige, kasama din kayo na mag-attend.
Okay, so sir, can we entertain one more question for you, sir, coming from Ma'am Lida?
Yeah, sure ma'am. Go ahead ma'am.
Ma'am Lida, please.
Thank you, Tess. Good morning, Sir Raymond.
Hi.
Sir, may query po ako tungkol sa presentation niyo po kanina. This is all about the assignment of master teachers.
Yeah, ma'am.
In our district of Mulawi East, there are 190 teachers, and so it was said a while ago that kailangan 10% of the number, yun lang ang pwedeng ng master teachers. For our district, sir, since the teachers are 190, so we are entitled to 19 master teachers. At present, we have 15, sir.
Yes.
So, paano yan, sir?
Kaya nga, okay. Sige ma'am, what's the query?
Okay, sir. So, pwede po ba kaming makakuha pa ng additional item for MTs?
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Ma'am Lida, for that. That's why, Ma'am, we are going to do an inventory of all the master teachers in the district for us also to be able to identify whether or not we can still accommodate for reclass para ma-fast track din natin yung process natin sa reclassification. Alam ko, there are some who are telling na medyo natatagalan tayo. Of course, mag-isa lang si Ma'am Balde ang tumitingin yan, kaya I have also offered my assistance to her. So this is one of those ways for us to be able to identify kung pwede pa i-reclass natin. So kung pumasok ang paper doon sa amin na let's say Molabe is 190 yung teachers mo doon, 10% of that is 19. Pero yung pala yung actual mo is 21, sumobra ka na ng dalawa, tapos may pumasok na reclass doon papers kay Ma'am Balde na for master teachers, automatically we will not allow them anymore. They are disqualified because we are already in excess for that, for your district. So in this case, 15 lang meron, 19 ang allowed doon sa district mo. And you can have a district ranking for the 4 more master teachers, and then you can forward that to the office of ASDS Balde for the reclassification. So in this way, we're already fast tracking the papers by sorting out which of the district can still be accommodated for reclass for MT.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, meron pang isa na.
Meron pa ako sir. To complete the information for a while, may come
Yes,
in.
ma'am.
But it doesn't mean that you will automatically file for the additional MTs because there's a possibility that other districts is in excess of MTs, which will be redeployed also to other districts in the event sobra sila.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, can I have one more concern?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Ikaw. Dito kasi sa ano sir, sa district namin, we have 3 central schools and one of the 3 schools, nandun halos ang mga master teachers na bagong na-promote. So halos sila, or I think there are more than 10% of the number of teachers ang nandoon sa SPED center namin. The question is, paano pa namin sir ma-retrieve yung assignment ng master teacher kagaya nung bago lang nakakuha ng appointment niya, because it was not reflected in the order sa iyang assignment. Meron na kasi silang sir, may agreement na prior to the coming of her appointment, meron na daw silang may waiver na pinirmahan yung teacher na the moment she will be appointed, pupunta siya doon na siya magre-report sa isang central school na nangangailangan ng master teacher. Ang nangyari kasi sir, hindi reflected or hindi naka-reflect doon sa appointment niya na doon na siya sa bagong school niya. So maglisod na sir og maglisod pod og push ang principal nga naa diha presently ang teacher, maglisod po siya push dito sa iyahang bagong master teacher. Then ang katupong nawad-an og master teacher nga inid unta to niya tong bagong na promote, dili na pud ka bawi kay wala ang order lagi sir, wala man gud ni reflect nga tuwa dito iyahan yung assignment. So how are we going to resolve that? Kasi yan ang isa sa mga issues namin ngayon sir dito sa aming district. Ang pagbawi sir sa teacher sa gikan sa ilang sir.
Sige,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir.
I think some of the answers can be given by our ASDS, Ma'am Valde, because it is also lodged in her office when it comes to that. But for me, ma'am, that's why we are doing an inventory to find out which of the districts has these master teachers and are they aligned with the are they equally distributed in the schools where their services are needed? And if I may also give my point, I think ang item naman ng master teacher for elementary is division based. So when it's division based, then they can be assigned anywhere within the division nga. Pero since they are there in the district, then they can also be assigned anywhere within the district. Magbabari lang dun sa assignment order, and pwede naman siya bawiin ba yung assignment order? Pwede naman natin sabihin na they will be given a reassignment in the exigency of the service where they are needed. So parang pwede siya gawing ganun. So kaya nga, for us to be able to make a move, both me and Ma'am Balde, we are asking for an inventory of the master teachers coming from your end sa mga PSDS kay saan schools yung kailangan ng services ng mga master teachers natin. One parameter that you can look into na kailangan ng master teacher ang isang school kung mataas ang number of non-readers natin as presented by our CID chief. In that case, you can really allocate master teachers for that particular school. So may mga parameters pwede tayong gagawin to be able for us to identify na dito kailangan ng master teacher. So, but anyway, ma'am, again, ma'am, we are still on the process, both me and Ma'am Balde, to sit down to craft a formal policy to look into the distribution of master teachers. But again, we need the inventory data po.
Okay, may I come in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Lida, for that information. Okay, that's correct. ESDS Salvador. But there is no problem as to moving those teachers because as cited by ESDS Salvador, all elementary teachers are division-based teachers. It can be transferred anywhere when it is needed. It is just a redeployment order. But provided you're able to comply with the requirements as mentioned a while ago by ASDS. Do not worry about the redeployment of those master teachers. It will be data-based, and please be reminded that last in, first out.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, Ms.
Thank you so
Des.
much, ma'am. Thank you, Sir
ma'am.
Raymond.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, Ms. Des.
Thank you, Ma'am Lida and Ma'am Sir Raymond and Ma'am Harani for clearing out issues. And as I check our chat box, there are no other queries that are relative to the presentation of Sir Raymond. And even in the YouTube channel, our partners there did not forward any queries addressed to Sir Raymond. So at this point, I would like to thank Sir Raymond Salvador for giving us the updates he had presented. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am Tess. Thank you sa tanan.
So at this point, we're going to go back to the presentation of Ma'am Juliet para po matapos na po siya. Okay na po daw yung presentation niya. And then, so that Ma'am Valde could present after her because she has also a very important, equally important event to attend. So at this time, we're going to welcome Ma'am Juliet.
Thank you, Tess. Thank you, Tess. There is really a need for us to continue considering that there is also another virtual orientation that we need to attend. Now, sorry for some technical glitches that we experienced a while ago. Now, so shall we continue our discussion? Let me present first my slide. Okay, Tess.
Yes, ma'am. Klaro na, ma'am. You are presenting.
Now, this is our last slide on the reading program result. For Tabina, as you can see here, there are 3 schools, elementary schools, but let's just focus on the critical number of learners who can read only 3-letter words and can be found in Tabina CES with SPED classes. So there are 24 and 7 who can blend syllables together with Baganyan Elementary School with also having also the same number, and 1 cannot blend at all. So for senior high school, no critical level in terms of word recognition. Then let's proceed to the result of the national contest. We'd like to extend our heartfelt appreciation, our congratulations to our winners from Tukuran East District TikTok Elementary National Contest TikTok of the Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. And then 4th placer, secondary TTVHS Larawan ng Pagpapahalaga. And again, 5th Mulawi West District. Congratulations to our winners. Now, for science, prepared our science teachers under the leadership of our education program supervisor, Sandy Albarico, formulated an electronic class record. Now, I will just show to you a sample of electronic, but the details of this particular system will be provided to you during our special orientation as to the utilization of this system. Now, prepared, ito na yung mga electronic class record. Sample lang po ito, although we already formulated a class record before in the implementation of the K-12. But this is solid. This is designed particularly in the implementation of the different learning modalities, specifically the modular distance learning. And during our conference yesterday, the agreement of all the learning supervisors is to adopt this particular project or intervention. Then another one, activities to be conducted, Science Araling Panlipunan on Thursday, webinar solely to be attended by our kindergarten teachers on assessment. And then another activities, yes, Bumalik na naman siya.
So, shall I present, ma'am?
Okay, yes. Kasi bumalik na naman. Ano ko lang ito, stop sharing ko lang at yung sa yung sa yung AI present sa.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige, Tess.
Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Tess. So for the activities to be conducted, we have this kindergarten webinar, and then webinars also for quarter three. This is an advance announcement to all our teachers teaching Araling Panlipunan, especially our master teachers, tasked to help the division office in formulating, crafting modules for quarter three. Because yesterday, with our regional director, Zamboanga del Sur is assigned again to work on modules for Araling Panlipunan from grades 1 to 3 for the third quarter. Though the central office promised us to provide the materials, but then again, as this same, we shouldn't wait for the central office to provide us the materials. Instead, we need, according to our regional director, we need to prepare materials to be utilized by our learners for the third quarter. So for Araling Panlipunan, district supervisors, please inform your Araling Panlipunan teachers that there will be there will be webinars to be conducted on the formulation of quarter 3 modules Araling Panlipunan from grades 1 to grade 12. And for fourth quarter, it's Filipino. Now, for the second quarter, tapos na po tayo at saka nagpapasalamat po kaming lahat sa mga science teachers natin. Approved na po yung nila modules at for printing na po yon sa lahat ng mga divisions. Our science modules will be utilized by the 8 divisions in Region 9. So yon for the second quarter, because the other learning areas, we will also be utilizing the other subjects from other divisions, prepared by other divisions. So for the fourth quarter, again, we'd like to request our master teachers to help us in crafting the modules intended for the fourth quarter, grades 1 to 12. Next test, please. So let's proceed to the joint delivery voucher program addressed to our senior high school. In Republic Act 10533, it is provided in the transitory provisions that the Department of Education, DepEd, Commission of Higher Education, CHED, please, next slide, Tess. The trifocal agency, trifocalization of education, the governance, management at a glance. So as stipulated in Republic Act 10533, the Department of Education, the Commission of Higher Education, the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, TESDA, the Technical Vocational Institutions, our TVIs, and higher education institutions shall coordinate closely with one another to implement strategies to ensure that the academic, physical, financial, and human resource capabilities, not only of our higher education institutions, but also of our technical vocational institutions, are utilized and not adversely affected. So in conjunction, there is a need to address transitory shortage in workshops, tools, equipment, and teachers for the TVL track in DepEd public senior high schools. Hindi na po bago itong joint delivery voucher program, because aside from the regular voucher program given to our students enrolled in the private schools, there is also a subsidy provided to our learners enrolled in the public schools in a form of this joint delivery voucher program, or the JDVP. Next test. So in this particular, in RA 10533 Section 10, which calls for the expansion of the e-GASPE beneficiaries, also stated that the benefits accorded by Republic Act number 8545 or the Expanded Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act shall be extended to qualified students enrolled under the Enhanced Basic Education. So the DepEd shall engage the services of private education institutions and non-DepEd schools offering senior high school through the programs under Republic Act 8545 and other financial formulated by the, or financial arrangements rather, formulated by the DepEd and the Department of Budget and Management, the DepEd, based on the principles of public-private partnerships. Then it covers 12 students enrolled in DepEd, grade 12, enrolled in DepEd Public Senior High School under the TVL track who will be allowed to take their TVL specialization subjects in eligible private or non-DepEd Public Senior High Schools and private TVIs for school year 2020-2021. So the JDVP TVL is a tuition fee assistance to grade 12 students in DepEd Public Senior High Schools which have been identified as having inadequate facilities, equipment, tools, and teachers relevant to the implementation of TVL specialization. So if you think that you have inadequate facilities, public schools with no enough facilities, equipment, tools, teachers, they can avail the said program. And the tuition fee assistance shall be in a form of a JDVP TVL voucher given to learner beneficiaries to enable them to cross-enroll for the completion of TVL specializations in eligible private senior high schools, non-DepEd public senior high schools, or private technical vocational institutions, which we consider them as our JDVP partners. Now, for the voucher, amount shall be paid by DepEd upon its validation of billing statements. And we would like to remind our senior high school institutions to remind as well your partner schools to that the billing or the payment shall be made upon validation of billing statements to be submitted by both the Joint Delivery Voucher Program TVL partners based on the training services rendered for learner beneficiaries. Now, payment will be made directly to the bank account of the JDVP TVL partners and not through the learner beneficiaries. So the beneficiaries are the grade 12 students enrolled in the TVL track in identified DepEd public senior high schools for this school year. Please test. So this voucher shall be granted to the beneficiaries in the qualified public senior high school in the amount of 12,550 pesos per learner beneficiary. This voucher shall cover the training cost for 320 hours per learner in any one or a combination of 1 to 4 specializations. So this cover tuition fee and other expenses. Example, the learning materials, consumables for the workshop, operational and miscellaneous for the TVL training needed to complete the applicable specializations for grade 12. Then the submission, again from our division focal person, submission of master list of learner beneficiaries. Meron na po tayong mga ilang schools na nag-submit ng kanilang documents signifying their intention to avail the program. So in other words, for those who are interested to apply, let me remind you that the master list of learner beneficiaries shall be submitted today because the deadline is November 18, 2020. This was already communicated to you 2 months ago. So I hope that the documents are already prepared. So, but then, if there are schools interested to avail such program, you may submit master list of learner beneficiaries today. For our partners are available in the following specialization. Please take note of that. Cookery, bread and pastry, food and beverage, agri-crop production and organic agriculture, then dressmaking, the small, the EIM, and the caregiving. So these are the specialization available wherein our JDVP partners are available. For those specialization na wala po tayong available na partners, perhaps please seek the assistance from our focal person, Dr. Glenn Saison. Okay? So these are actually the specialization of the TVL track and wherein our partners are available. So the JDVP implementation will start on second quarter. Now, November 18 na po tayo. So mag-start na po yung implementation ng ating joint delivery voucher program, second quarter, preferably December. So flexibility of learning delivery modality shall be done by the JDVP partners. I know that we need to, again, reorient our partner institutions as to the learning delivery that we are going to implement, considering that face-to-face is still not allowed. So in other words, if there is really a need for a face-to-face program, because this is more on performance assessment or application, then you need to really abide the health protocols. So that is why we need to be flexible in terms of the learning delivery that we need to embrace so that we can continue the program. The competencies that requires hands-on or practical application is allowed in face-to-face. Kasi hindi pwede na hindi pwede na more on theory tayo na kahit nga hands-on ay i-memorize na lang natin. Nangangailangan ito ng performance, manipulation, hands-on, or practical application. So if this is allowed in face-to-face instruction with strict compliance on health protocols. And please take note, 50% of the students in a class is observed. So virtual JDVP orientation to recipient schools and private partners will be done next week. So we'd like to request those who signify their intention to avail the program to please submit your activity proposal because we'd like to monitor if you are really conducting the orientation. We do not want to hear complaints from our partners that kesyo wala silang alam na hindi sila in-orient. So prior to your orientation, if you need the division to provide you, to orient you first, and then we will just provide you our slides, then it's up to you then. We will discuss that with our focal person. So, but then again, as part of as one of your duties in this particular program, school head is really mandated to conduct orientation to your partners, together with your partners and recipient learners, as to the conduct of this program. And then recipient school heads shall identify their partners. So kayo yung mag-identify kasi hindi pwede mag-identify tayo ng partners outside outside Zamboanga del Sur before we allow you to have a partner
Bugan ko
outside
nga,
the
bugang.
division.
Ate, bugang.
But this time, our exposure is really very limited. So in other words, meron tayong kalaban kasi considering na ang Pagadian City are also using the same partners. So in other words, there is really a need for you to book your partners as early as today. Next test. Let's proceed to alternative learning system. Now, I'll just flash to you the enrollment. As of this time, we have there out of 27 number of implementers, and for our mobile teachers, there are 48. And then for the BPOs, we have 5 implementers. So there are 3 programs here: basic literacy program, and then the accreditation equivalency for elementary, and accreditation elementary for junior high school. A total of 2,455 learners enrolled in these 3 programs of the alternative learning system. Next test, please. So in line with the basic education learning continuity plan of alternative learning system, the Department of Education and Solar Entertainment Corporation through Solar Learning forged a Memorandum of Agreement, MOA, on September 30, 2020, just to help your ALS learners, because part of your monitoring is for actually part of your duties as district supervisor is also to monitor the activities implemented by our learning, our ALS implementers. So in other words, this is just to inform you that the Department of Education has forged an agreement, Memorandum of Agreement, on September 30, 2020, wherein the modules for ALS will be aired or will be through the Solar TV. And then teachers in ALS who have access to Solar TV shall use the video lessons being aired to complement delivery of quality ALS programs to all types of ALS learners, including those in rehabilitation centers and detention centers or detention facilities. So life skills video lessons developed by Region 11 shall be aired also in Solar TV. ALS teachers shall coordinate with their local community radio station. As of this moment, our local radio stations, we utilize the 7 local radio stations to air our core learning areas. But because of our limited radio scripts now, we cannot just proceed to the preparation or of our RBI scripts, considering that our modules are coming from the different divisions, and the other divisions to prepare the other learning areas also focus on the printed modules at wala silang materials na maibigay sa atin. So instead, for the next quarter perhaps, we will just focus the airing for our radio-based instruction. We will give some of the time to our alternative learning system to also present their materials, the radio-based materials, and then perhaps for science, because tayo naman yung gumawa ng science, so naturally we expect our division to come up at the same time a radio-based scripts. So and then yung kindergarten and mother tongue. So ito lang muna ifo-focus natin yung RBI natin since we are still waiting for the materials from other divisions. Now for ALS materials, soft copies of ALS modules are available online through ICT for ALS and DepEd Commons. But don't worry, because our ALS specialists are really very resourceful. And in fact, they have an advanced materials already. We have materials at ngayon, on process na po yung bidding natin. Hello, Tess. Okay. So nawala yung ano natin. So ongoing yung mga materials natin. So pwede na natin yung maibigay sa mga ALS learners natin. So, another important announcement, ongoing registration of computer-based accreditation equivalency test. The deadline of registration, November 20. So, testing center, 1 per district with strong internet connectivity. Okay? So, please take note of the deadline of the registration on November 20, 2020. Next slide, please. Now, for the ALS teachers shall strictly guidelines on the implementation also of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. For the blended approach, the ALS teachers shall strictly implement the Individual Learning Agreement or the ILA. So for the blended approach, for advanced elementary and junior and senior high school level, learners shall write their answers to module activities on notebooks, not on the module itself. Kasi ang ALS, yun ang instruction from the central office not to write their answers in the modules kasi magagamit pa nila yan sa succeeding years. So ALS teachers shall devise a modified library system to manage the borrowing of modules by learners. Next test. Okay. ALS teachers shall design weekly learning plans. So the same with our teachers in the formal school, they are required to prepare a weekly learning plans or agreements. ALS teachers are also required to come up with a weekly learning plans and agreements. And this should be discussed with their ALS learners and their parents. So with their individual learners, indicating their learning objectives for the week and the list of modules or module lessons and other learning activities. So for the special learning sessions for lower elementary, ito po yung mga learners natin na enrolled in lower elementary na kahit mataas na po yung edad nila, ay ang iba sa kanila ay hindi marunong sumulat at hindi marunong bumasa. So learners need more face-to-face facilitator-aided support. If you think that it's still impossible for you to conduct this, then let's think of another alternative wherein we can really extend our services, our technical assistance to our learners. Kasi ito po sila yung mga out-of-school children na nangangailangan talaga ng assistance from our learning facilitators. So ALS teachers shall prepare class program with the allowable number of learners per session that complies with the minimum health standards. So teachers who wish to continue offering these programs may, upon receiving clearance from local interagency task force, may conduct face-to-face learning sessions on an agreed schedule with learners in an appropriate learning environment. Next, please, Tess. If the learning center is too small, ALS teachers shall split the class into 2 subgroups with different schedules and conduct classes by shifts. ALS teachers again, next slide please. Yes, okay. ALS teachers shall prepare weekly assessment tasks for evaluation of the learner's progress. And then the module post-tests can be on assessment na ito on assessment specifically for our ALS learners. So the post-test can be used for this purpose, supplemented by other teacher-made assessments. The module post-test can be administered in a supervised manner by the ALS teacher during the weekly community learning center visit or by the parents. The working folder portfolio is an important requirement.
Okay. Now, itong portfolio ay kailangang may laman ito. Hindi pwede na ang portfolio ay gagawin ng teacher at the end of the calendar year. Dapat itong working portfolio ay nandyan na. Meron ng portfolio yung learner. So, all teachers, life skills program, all teachers shall implement the life skills program using modules 1 to 6 for the first 2 months, while the remaining modules 7 to 8 shall be taught in the last 2 months of interventions. Okay, next slide. Before the special education, pahabol lang, as teachers shall encourage the learners to submit a weekly written learning reflection, at least 50 words in their journals, notebooks on the new knowledge and skills they have gained, any learning challenges they faced, and what parts of the module they did not fully understand and need additional help from their teacher. So the reflection paper and other learning outputs should be discussed with the ALS teacher during the weekly community learning center visit. So ngayon, sa mga, ito yung main requirement natin ngayon for the learner to be able to take the accreditation test. Ang chinek po natin at ini-evaluate yung mga portfolio ng ating learners kasi 50% po ito ng kanilang requirement. Okay? 50% ang idadagdag, kukunin doon sa kanilang mga portfolio. So let's proceed to our special education program. Next slide, please. Special education shall prepare, ito na naman yung another concern natin dahil ang dinidevelop at na-print natin na materials ay for regular learners only. Now, for our inclusive education learners, we need to also address their needs. We cannot just simply ignore them. We cannot just simply close our eyes and pretend that they don't exist, because this is also part of the inclusive education. And these programs under inclusive education are support programs in the implementation of the K-12. So in the special education SPED, the teacher shall prepare an individual educational plans instead of modules, since each child has its own special needs. And it is very difficult for the teacher to come up with different modules if she or he is handling different disabilities. So the recommendation of the central office is for the teacher to prepare an individual educational plans instead of modules, focus on a particular special needs. And modules are available at DepEd Commons and LRMTS. Now, for children with autism, kasi ito, this is a special case, especially with yung mga autistic children natin, we can apply the pull-out scheme. Okay, shall be done if the child is good in mathematics grade 6 level, then this child shall be pulled out to attend grade 6 math. However, if he has poor performance in Filipino, he has to be in the resource room handled by the SPED teacher. Again, subject for the health protocols na naman ito, kasi kung special yung children with autism, pwedeng i-apply natin yung pull-out scheme. But then again, if there is a particular learning area wherein mahirap maintindihan ng bata at saka poor yung kanyang performance, pwede nating i-pull out yung bata at dadali natin sa resource room to be handled by the SPED teacher. Next. Training for children with hearing impairment from November 10 to 16. A deep awareness webinar, of which Region 9 is represented by Zamboanga del Sur Division. Melanie Aplaca of Mulavis Ped Center. So we expect that after the training, Melanie, together with our focal person, will conduct the orientation to our SPED teachers, especially on hearing impairment. Next. Okay, that's all. So thank you very much.
Thank you po, Ma'am Juliet, for that very elaborate updates. I think we have queries, Ma'am, that pertains to your presentation. From Ma'am Mirna Hala, this pertains daw po for her letter to SDS Jacinto sent last Wednesday requesting for the resumption of distribution of modules in the Malinaw National High School. Pwede po daw ba magtanong? I place this in under CID kasi distribution of module po, ma'am.
Go ahead, Tess.
Yun, ma'am, yung query po ni Ma'am Mirna, may letter po daw siya last Wednesday to Ma'am SDS. May shino daw kung ano na po yun, ano na ang update po doon.
Hindi ko nabasa yung letter, Tess, kaya hindi ako makasagot.
Okay, Tess.
Ma'am Valde.
As regards the suspension and distribution of modules, we have already a standing policy that if ever the local government unit or the municipality plus the health personnel of that municipality will have this statement or what they call this directive on the suspension, wala na tayong magawa except to abide their decision. What is needed by the division is that we will be provided of the official communication or statement in black and white from the local government. Yan lang. Kahit hindi na makarating sa division, but it's only that case of sino yung principal natin, si
Mirna.
Usually high school kasi si Mirna, ang natin karon, we are giving blanket authority to the district supervisors as to the decision. So we are giving instruction to the district supervisor. So Mirna, siguro doon sa PSDS mo, sila ang magde-decide after the moratorium of the local government unit. So ang division office lang will only get a copy of the black and white. That a particular school will be suspended in terms of the distribution and retrieval of modules. Yun lang, wala nang ibang requirement. Just provide us a copy. Pero tayong magawa, we cannot disapprove them kung ang local government na talaga magsabi na i-suspend because of these reasons.
Thank you po, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Maha, you are acknowledged po, ma'am.
May I ask if that's the letter coming from a certain principal with attached approval of the mayor to resume the distribution or lifting the suspension of activities within the municipality?
Parang siya yata, ma'am, kasi according to her text, yung text po niya doon sa YouTube channel, ma'am, sabi niya, I have sent a letter to SDS Jacinto last Wednesday requesting for the resumption of the distribution of modules of the Malinaw National High School.
What's the mayor's communication lifting the suspension of movement attached to it?
Ma'am, I could not
find the document relating to a certain resumption of distribution, approving.
The Malinaw National High School po, ma'am.
Request approval, no? Request approval for the suspension. That was the tenor of the letter of Principal Mirna.
Ma'am, parang resumption na yung tanong niya, ma'am.
Parang resumption kasi lifting the suspension of movement. May attached kasi doon. Hindi ko lang maalala what school.
You received the request, ma'am. You received the request of Mirna. Okay. Oo. Because at the start, you were issuing memorandum, ma'am, in your absence. So, you commissioned me to prepare a communication. So, kung dumami kasi ang mga cases, so parang every day, there are requests for ano. So, finally, we gave instruction to the PSDSS. Sila na ang mag-decide because if that is the case, if we keep on issuing memorandum, as to the suspension, we will be issuing memo every day. So we give that directive to only what you call it's now the district supervisor, so will also make a decision in consonance with the request of the local government. Then copy furnish our division office.
Okay, tama yan. But considering she was able to submit it ahead, she was now inquiring as to where is that communication. If that's the one with attached a document coming from the municipality that the suspension of movement was lifted, I think I approved one, an affirmative return endorsement. I just don't know if it's from Dumalinaw. But with the information stated by Mang Valde, now everyone will be guided that the PSDSS are given the authority to decide on what to do with those requests, provided they are aligned with the requirements as to when to allow to distribute and retrieve modules. And for another thing, you may also devise another form of distribution wherein you can augment the difficulty of the existing situation. I don't know if I read or heard it, but there was what the recommendation or asking approval, or I don't know if it's a suggestion that he may or they may distribute the modules affected by the suspension of the distribution this coming December break. I think you can do that if you want the learners to really get hold of those modules and able to answer and perform, so that you will be able to determine also the actual performance of your learners. You are not deprived of doing that, considering we understand and fully understood that the situation at present requires initiative and resourcefulness of our school heads on what to do to address the difficulty of our situation brought by COVID. So if you can devise another way of distributing your SLMs, then that would be most welcome, provided that you still adhere to the requirements of health issues and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that additional input. Ma'am, can I just ask this question being posted by Ma'am Rose? Baka kasi makaalis na kayo. This is addressed to Sir Raymond, if Sir Raymond is still available. Sir, sabi ni Ma'am Rose, how about ang MT nga 12 years na nga nag-TIC? Okay ra ba nga magpabilin siya nga TIC? She is performing her duties and functions as well as a school head.
Sasagot kasi MT yan, redeployment yan. Yan yung tanong ninyo. Okay. So for the MT who's been performing as TIC in the service, it's actually not a problem if she is able to perform her duties and responsibilities as a master teacher and at the same time performing the duties and responsibilities of the TIC. Is she complaining or wanting to be relieved of the duties of a TIC, or does she intend to become a school head? Or do you have any recommendation to replace her and recommend for somebody else who is more capable and performing? Wala namang existing for now that TICs are bawal. But, when it comes to dual function, doon ang malaking tanong, nakayanan ba ng MT na ito? Or kailangan na ba talagang palitan? Because there are other considerations that need to be addressed in order for the school to be in smooth operation. Yun yung mga sagot. And another one, are there schools that needing this is MT? Therefore, if that is the case, I think it is a priority to deploy this MT to perform his master teacher duties and responsibilities because she's being paid to provide technical assistance at the same time perform the duties and responsibilities of a regular teacher.
Thank you po, ma'am. I hope, Ma'am Melrose, you got now the answers coming from our SDS herself.
Thank you, Ma'am Te.
Welcome po, ma'am. So I think there are no other questions relative to the presentation of Chief Magallanes. We would like to thank her for giving us the updates. And this time, we're going to give way for the updates coming from the Office of the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Vismenda Q. Valde.
Okay, thank you, Tess. So we will still be preparing my presentation with my assistant at my side, Banjing. Ito. At gari ako. Kaya ako nang no? Kana. Good afternoon to our very own SDS, my counterpart, Raymond Salvador, our education supervisors, our senior education specialist, our DIMANCOM secretariat, our PSDSS, as well as our school heads who are at the YouTube channel. So virtual greetings of afternoon, good afternoon to one and all. Now, actually, at the start, when we had this COVID pandemic and the mode of the learning deliveries that we're going to have, particularly on the modular delivery, we had already foreseen the problems that will arise. Now, it's because that some of our learners cannot manage independently, and there are also learners who do not have household member or responsible adult available to provide them instructional support. And of course, there are households with parents or guardians with full-time jobs who may not be able to monitor and guide the child's learning at home. Nakikita na natin noon pa man. Now, actually, during our DIMANCOM, it has been repeated by our regional director to really come up with the possibility of the limited face-to-face instruction. In fact, when she was able to monitor also the preparedness of Kumalarang district where I was able to go with her, now she suggested that two schools to model the limited face-to-face in as much that at that time, Kumalarang has 0 COVID case yet. So with that incident of Lapuyan, it added to our desire and even the desire of the regional director to come up with at least limited face-to-face. And this was brought out during the MANCOM, no, with the secretary and the undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, with the regional directors. So in our attendance during the MANCOM, so it was proposed by MAM, but the proposal should be based from the mapping or survey of the different schools of the 8 schools division. So in other words, that's why we are getting this data from UN, from the districts, of course, down to the schools. Now, last night, I was also invited by Jungjung when he met the monitoring and evaluation focal persons of the different districts. So right after our EXICOM or our conference with the SDS, now discussing the scenario on the possibility of the limited face-to-face, and also given that situation on the what you call this, the health status or the COVID pandemic status of the entire region, which was also heard or which was discussed to us during the DIMANCOM. So we're able to come up with some ideas, of course, with the inputs also of our SDS. Then, so we sat down right away after our conversation or meeting with the SDS, with ESDS Raymond Salvador. So we came up with some with the templates. But then, because of our desire to get the data right away, so I chatted all the PSDSs in the chat group, and also PM to them the proposed template that we had prepared with ESDS Raymond. But sad to note, at that time, right after our meeting, I really wish to see the M&A coordinator, Jungjung, as well as Mahian. But at that time, it was not their, it was their day, work from home schedule. So, napadala na ako sa different businesses. And then later, when I asked assistance from them, especially in the summary of this voluminous data that we asked from your end, then Jungjung, being the M&A coordinator, tried to enhance or make some modifications of the template that we had prepared with the ASDS Raymond. Thus, we came up with this template, and then I guess some districts or M&A coordinators had already inputted their data. But we have, I guess, some misunderstanding in some parts of the template. So let me discuss first. So it's now the language of the M&A coordinator, the Google Sheets and etc., which are also familiarized by our the district M&A coordinators. So it started with number, the count, the school ID, the school name. We're not able to include this and the previous template. Then of course we have the district and then the enrollment. Now, the enrollment here, we are referring to the total enrollment of the different schools of a particular district. Maybe your cut-off is October 15, pero yun talaga, when we submitted or prepared also our procurement for the modules, our cut-off was October 15. And hopefully this is also for October 15 cut-off. So we have that as enrollment by grade level, including even the SPED. Then the priority learners. So ang ibig sabihin nito ng priority learners are the learners who will undergo limited face-to-face, but they are the learners who are instructional or struggling learners. So meaning, yung mga learners natin na dapat may mga tao, may mga teacher or somebody at their side, magbigay sa kanila ng instruction, then that's the time that they will learn. Yun ang ano natin classification dito. Plus yung struggling learners na parang it was made mention by the CID chief na ano talaga mahirapan mag-intindi. So ito lang ang subjected for the face-to-face instruction. So ito, that's priority learners. That's what we mean by priority learners. Then availability of classroom. This is the idea of ESDS Raymond, that we really have to get the data from the different schools of the dimension of their classroom so as to also determine how many learners can be accommodated in the limited face-to-face instruction. So we have there 7x9 classroom, how many? 7x8, 8x6, 6x6, and others. Now, in the next column, the organization of classes. So meaning it's the number of classes that will be organized based on the availability of classrooms. So for the limited face-to-face. So ito na. So ang kinder, ilan lang ang ilan lang ng mga bata for grade 1, for grade 2, for grade 3, for grade 4, for grade 5, grade 6, as well as the SPED. Ito lang ang kinuha natin. Wala tayong secondary dito, no? For we ended up to SPED only. We'll check this data. Then availability of teachers. Number of teachers who will be available to teach that limited face-to-face. Now, teachers who are exempted to undergo this limited face-to-face are the following. Itong PWD natin, itong senior citizen natin, itong pregnant women, itong tinatawag natin na immunodeficiency. So immunodeficiency as defined by our health personnel, so sila ang may mga deficiency, mga personnel who are deficient in whose body are deficient in fighting infectious disease. Kagaya ng may sakit na leukemia, may liver cirrhosis, may severe anemia, may HIV. So hindi sila pwedeng mag-report face-to-face sa ating mga paaralan. Then another one, itong comorbidities. Ang ibig sabihin ng comorbidities, ito ang presence of one or more additional conditions occurring with concomitant or current a primary condition that may increase an individual's risk for complications or mortality if affected by COVID-19. May mga examples na binigay dito ang health personnel natin, yung nagkasakit ng HIV, yung mga may cancer, yung may diabetes din, may hypertension, chronic kidney disease. So, if you notice that our immunodeficiency and comorbidities condition, parang pare-pareha lang sila, no? But in the comorbidities condition, merong ditong cancer. So yung mga teacher natin na merong ganitong sitwasyon, they are exempted to undergo face-to-face classes. So hindi sila pwede natin papuntahin sa paaralan. And of course, other health risk, illness, and pre-existing medical condition. Okay. So ito lang ang ang pwedeng magturo at sa grade 1, ilan lang, less those mentioned or enumerated sa grade 2, 3, and so on and so forth. Then dito sa next column natin, we have the teacher needs. So number of teacher needs by grade level. Kasi una natin ng mga senior citizen, pregnant women, at saka yung ipang mention nato. So ilan na lang ang matira. So kung kulang, okay, you have to reflect in this column the number of teachers you need for the limited face-to-face in the kindergarten, the grade 1, the grade 2, the grade 3, and etc. I know the superintendent and Eva Castro are still on the process of plotting, especially those natural vacancy or teachers that have retired, or if not, they resign, or if not, they look for another employment, so they need to be replaced. So ano muna natin, i-identify muna natin, saka na tayo mag-decide is if how many teachers really are in need for grade 1, 2, and so on and so forth for the limited face-to-face. Then itong learning resource materials natin, no? The ratio of available learning resource materials. Of course, pag sinabi nating module, lahat ng mga bata may mga modules. Yung nagkulang, we know that schools are printing to augment the lacking modules, because when we do procurement especially on the thematic module, the basis was still, I guess, July enrollment. So magkaroon ng shortage, that's why nagkaroon kayo ng printing in your respective school. But we are confident that each of the learners of Zamboanga del Sur is holding one module. Hindi naman siguro lahat ng subjects, but more or less every week they are holding one module. So 1:1, ang ano natin dito usually, and of course textbook. Ang textbook natin, let's say in English, you have a population in grade 7 of 100 and you only have 50, so meaning one student or two students can have one book. Then of course, ito ang added item ng ating M&A coordinator on the readiness of the physical facilities. So the wash stand. So in the inputting of the data, so what will your M&A coordinator of your district will do is only to write the number 0 for none, then 1 for yes, as well as water supply, foot bath, materials, recovery facility, education information materials, isolation room in school. Why include the isolation room in school? Halimbawa, magkalagnat ang bata and you have your thermal scanner naman or masama ang pakiramdam ng bata, so automatically the child or the learner will be brought to a room that is intended for them. So, yun ang tinatawag nating isolation room. Then, dinagdagan ni ng holding area, write only the number if not available or available. So, aside from the isolation room, meron din tayong data for the holding area. Kung mayroon, kung wala, ilagay din. Then, availability of health essentials. Ito. I know that some schools have stored of these health essentials. It's because when you realign some of your MOA funds, then the priority should be on the health essentials. So I saw some schools having stored of face masks, face shield, then alcohol-based sanitizers, thermal gun, and of course, soap. Then the next template is the School Health Committee. So it's very important once we engage the face-to-face to really have a School Health Committee. Kasi yung halimbawa yung guro nasa room, may mga bata, may mga dalawang bata o isang bata na masama ang pakiramdam. So mayroon tayong rescue, no? So the School Health Committee shall compose of the school head, kung ganun ba ang composition ninyo, of course, a teacher, the RRM coordinator, nurse, guidance advocate, PTA representative, then barangay representative. Hindi natin ilagay dito kung others, no? Siguro, kung mayroon man kayong others dyan, kayo nang bahala kung saan sila closer among the options here. So ito ang natin, we're giving idea to our districts, particularly to our M&E coordinators, of what we call this, identifying the School Health Committee. Kung maaari sana yun ang natin. But if you have already organized at saka may item doon, may isa doon na wala dito, then kayo nang bahala magtansya which of these options they can be with. No? Then, containment zone. Okay. Ang containment zone natin, alright, it's write only the number if the school is located within these 3 zones. 0 for outside buffer, 1 for buffer, and 2 for containment. Okay. So, ito, outside buffer, buffer, containment. Wala, hindi tayo nagbigay dito ng critical zone, no? So, outside buffer, buffer, at saka containment lang ang options natin. Kung halimbawa may may critical zone, so it refers to the area or house, or it can be a building or business establishment, or which have initial number of cases or even several clustering of cases of COVID-19. Pero dito sa option natin, wala tayong critical. Wala naman tayong sigurong critical from among the municipalities of Zamboanga del Sur. Kung anong ibig sabihin ng critical zone, okay, binasa ko na, at saka in our language, daghang yellow, daghang cordon. Then, yung containment zone natin, okay, so it refers to the areas with new cases but are adjacent to the geographic unit categorized as critical zone. So kung masabi natin na containment zone na siya, kung malapit siya sa critical zone or yung zone na medyo maraming yellow. So kung ibig sabihin kung containment, medyo konti na lang ang yellow, no? Then we also have the buffer zone. It's areas without new cases but adjacent to areas categorized as containment zone. Kung halimbawa siguro ang buffer natin, pwede doon siguro may isang yellow o konting yellow o ganun. And then, of course, mayroon tayong sinabi dito na outside buffer. Areas outside the buffer zone and containment zone. Kung may yellow man, siguro may isa o kaya walang yellow ribbon ang barangay or municipality or the place or the area where the school is situated. Now, we will be coming up with a separate slide. I do not know if Jungjung has already released the slide for the consumption of our school heads, because if you intend to implement the limited face-to-face, then you really have to present your class program. So sino ba yun? Sino-sino ang involved in the limited face-to-face? Anong oras? How many times in a week? So hopefully, Jungjung was able to provide you with a slide, and if not, I'll be following up Jungjung after this afternoon. Okay, so these are the what you call this, the data that we are asking you, and this will form part of the decision also. This will form part of the scenario or the status of the whole Region 9 to be presented by the region also to our regional director to the central office. Kung feasible ba ang limited face-to-face sa Zamboanga del Sur. It does not mean that because we have given you this and it's already a mandatory. Hindi lahat ng school, kung hindi talaga pwede na mag-limited face-to-face, so hindi. Pero kasi just to solve the problem or the issue of the difficulty of our parents and our learners at home to really understand the module, so yun lang na nagawa natin yan through, of course, the Department of Education. So, I'll be presenting to you the next. I guess your questions are posted on the chat box, and then allow me to present my next update. Okay. Is it seen already in your screen?
Yes, ma'am. Clearly
Okay.
seen po, ma'am. Hindi lang po naka-slideshow, ma'am.
So let me begin my updates on the schools in Congressional District 1 without school head. Now notice that the guidelines for the TIC or the school head as presented by ESDS Raymond Salvador is now in the office of ESDS for further study. So we were in the inventory of the school heads, of the schools without school head. Now we were able to gather this information that La Victoria Primary School has no school head at this time. So this school belongs to Aurora West. Then to review Oral Memorial, still of Aurora West. Muraji Elementary School of Josefina District. Then Sibukang Elementary School of Josefina District. Then we have included Tagaytay Hill Primary School of Josefina District, whose school head is going to retire this November. Then another one, this is the 6th Bombong Dako Elementary School of Ramon Magsaysay, has no school head. And the last one is the Katipunan Elementary School of Ramon Magsaysay. We understand the plight of the different district supervisors, especially in the disbursement of funds. So if you want this to be acted immediately, then we urge the district supervisors to recommend at least 3 potential school heads. Pero ang problema lang yung guidance natin hindi pa nakalabas. Hopefully by this week, then those guidelines will be finalized already by our SDS so that this can be issued to the field, and this will form part of your basis in determining the 3 potential school heads to be. So another update is the financial assistance given to the bereaved family of the late Emerson Binano Irad. Okay, so our grade 9 pupil of Lapuyan. So we were able to seek assistance. At first, Ma'am SDS gave us the instruction to pass a hat in our end. But we know that at that time we are so few, and then we were able to come up only with a small amount. That's why we decided really to involve all our districts in giving financial assistance for Irad family. And it's good that you're able to come up with this big amount, no? Like that financial support also for Typhoon Rolly. So let me read the district and of course the amount. Then Mulawi East District was able to raise 3,483. Then Mulawi Vocational Technical School has 3,310. Aurora East 1,400. Ramon Magsaysay 4,240. Aurora East is 3,100. Dapuyan has 5,970. Vincenzo Sagon District has 10,190. Then Bayog District has 3,200. Dumalinao District 4,100. Marcos Atubig 5,000. Toribio Minor National High School 600 pesos. Labangan 2, 3,000 pesos. Gipos 5,000 pesos. Pitugo has 5,500 pesos. And of course, Digon National High has 280 pesos. San Miguel 3,113. Pumalarang 7,720. Dimataling 3,500. Dinas 10,670. San Pablo has 8,000 pesos. Tamboric District has 5,000 pesos. Then Mid-Salip has 5,580. Mahayag South 6,500. Tigbao has 3,820. Tukuran West has 6,300. Suminot 3,300. Dumingaguan 1,500. Molawi West has 4,000 pesos. Division Office has 3,200 pesos. And Lakewood District has 2,560 pesos. So more or less, we have a total financial assistance to the bereaved family of 133,000 pesos and 133,136 pesos. So we'd like to express our thanks to all our district supervisors who made the effort for this financial assistance to the bereaved family. Since PSDS Vernon Sotero Fernandez is commissioned being the supervisor of that district where the incident occurred, is commissioned to gather all the collections. So thank you very much, Vernon, of that effort. I know the effort that you have exerted is beyond. You keep on coming the division because most likely the district one supervisors handed their financial support to our office. We notified Vernon and also Vernon came here to get the financial support. And then one thing good that Vernon now is also doing in his district, especially on the giving of the financial assistance. So he always coordinated with the mayor para ang kwarta nga madawat sa pamilya magamit yun sa insakto. And as far as Vernon is concerned, the other day, he came here in its office, nagamit pong uban na repair agamay ang balay. So dako kay katabang sa pamilya, no? And thank you very much to all our PSDSS and all the schools who really what we call this contributed this financial assistance to the family. We also thought of giving you a certificate maybe in the next conference that we're going to have, siguro be it webinar or malabo ang face-to-face. So one of these days we'll be giving you a certificate also of your effort in coming up with this financial assistance, as well, of course, of your financial assistance for the victims of Typhoon Rolly and even Typhoon Ulysses, because we're able to garner, I guess, the highest amount of in terms of financial assistance to the typhoon victims. Okay. So DepEd Order 32 was already discussed by ESDS Raymond Salvador. It's funny because many times or in the past months or 2 months ago, there were many district supervisors who keep on asking on the status of those teachers who want to volunteer as learning support aides or before mga para teachers. Our SDS called it para teachers because there were no guidelines yet set. And few days before this was released by DepEd, then even during our DIMANCOM, it was mentioned by RD Bores that we don't have yet the guidelines as basis in hiring the learning support aides, or at that time mga support na for our teachers. Now, few hours or an hour or two after I cascaded to the field when I was given an instruction by SDS to already open the submission of application for the learning support aids is open for all the teachers or from all the districts. So after that, when I chatted the group, Ruel Puersas was able to post in the group chat of the PSDSS, but I was not able to read it thoroughly because I still have other concerns. And only during in the following day, when we had already a meeting with ASDS Salvador and with, of course, our SDS, now we decided already, she gave us the instruction what to do. And later, when we were about to prepare the MOA, so suddenly, we were able to also have a copy of the DepEd Order 32. So it is contrary to one of our decisions, of our proposals prior to the issuance. So in fact, SDS was able to approve some teachers who applied for volunteers or learning support aids. So based on the instruction of SDS, those teachers, there are only a few of them. Now, their services will be continued, but it would cease at the end, or I guess November 30. Hanggang November 30 lang sila, and they can be certified that they have rendered services as learning support aid for 1 month for purposes of computing their related experience or services rendered as teacher in the subsequent ranking year, or that would be on 2021, 2022. Pero mag-stop na yun sila of their services at the end of November. Now, our superintendent has thought also of realigning some funds in the local school board. In fact, she told us, mayroon na siyang inisip at sinabihan na niya si Gob na i-realign ito for our learning support aids. However, we really have to analyze whether or not your school needs a learning support aid. Kasi inventory pa ninyo kung kulang. Kung kulang man, of course, you have to minus or deduct those teachers with deficiencies, no? Those teachers who should not report to classes for face-to-face. Kung mayroon pa rin, kung sufficient pa rin ang number of teachers ninyo, I guess you are not entitled to the learning support aids. Yun kasi ang nakasabi doon. However, we have to wait for the go signal of the SDS kung kailan yun ma-finalize ang realignment of that fund from the SAF. But of course, may sinabi din si DepEd Order 32-2020 na kung ang school may sufficient funds to augment the remuneration of the LSA, so pwede rin. Pero I doubt it. You still have, it's because more than a month from now, we will be closing already our book of accounts. So, kung wala siguro, I do not know by 2021, kung meron kayong maraming pera, you can get the funds from your end, provided you have to follow the guidelines stipulated in DepEd Order number 32, Series 2020. So, I guess I have done my part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma'am Min. Thank you so much. Ma'am Min, may message po si PSDS Melrose Saliot dito sa chat box natin. Dumingag to po daw, ma'am, gipadalaga niha sa Palawan through Sir Nilo 2000.
Okay, that's for Irad? The family of Irad?
Yata, ma'am.
Porole. Typhoon Role.
Sir, Mamel Rose, clarification po, Mamel Rose, is this 2000 for Irad or for typhoon victims?
2000 for kuan na siya ma'am katong pupil nga grade 9. Lahi ra pud mga muang sa kuan typhoon.
So that was withdrawn already by Nilo. Sige na lang. I will talk to Nilo baka may mga funds pa that are already what we call this sent through Nilo and JPRIX. Nagka-problema sila kasi kulang ang data. Ang Palawan kasi will not honor if one of this data will not be available. Kagaya ng name of the sender, the specific amount. Dapat nandoon yan so that Nilo also and JPRIX can withdraw the money. Diba sinabi kanina ni Ma'am SDS, meron pang hindi na withdraw because of the insufficient data that should be reflected in the sending of the money via Palawan. So sige lang, Mel, we will reconcile that. So you have 2,000 pesos for the family of Irad. Okay.
Thank you, Mamel Rose. Another comment from PSDS Beatriz Ligados. Correction, Ma'am Valde, Aurora is 4,500 kasi SPED teachers had an additional aid on the following day submitted to the division office daw po.
Anong district yan? Come again?
Ma'am Beatriz Ligados. Ma'am, ano nga ang district ka ngayon, ma'am? I forgot, sorry. Ma'am Betty. I think Aurora. Aurora East, ma'am.
Aurora
East.
Aurora East? Baka na-direct yan doon? Na-direct siguro yan.
Aurora East, ma'am.
Ma'am Beatriz, where did you remit your financial support?
Mr. Makabenta remitted that one.
Okay. Remitted via Palawan or through...
Kasi nanawag.
Ma'am, division office po daw, ma'am.
Nagtawag lang siya sa akin. Mag-remit siya. Goro, personal yun. Sir Makabenta. Sir Makabenta is present now?
Okay, Dumingag. Anong district yan, ma'am? Come again?
Aurora po, ma'am.
Aurora day, Aurora.
Aurora, yes.
Walang Aurora na na-receive dito sa office ng ESDS 1. Baka na-direct yan doon sa sa Lapuyan. Okay, anyway, si Sir Berno na lang nato i-reconcile natin yan, ma'am, ha? Kasi yung from here, hindi man nakabukas yung pera, nakasarado man yun, naka-sealed man yun lahat ng mga financial aid ninyo, so hindi namin binuksan. But the sender was able to reflect the amount outside or in an envelope or in a sheet of bond paper which is wrapped, the money is being wrapped. Yun ang nangyari. And we immediately remitted to Vernon if Vernon will come here. But now and then we are informing or notifying PSDS Vernon to claim the money here so that this can be given to the concerned family. So, i-jot down lang namin yan, Ma'am Beatrice, ma'am, ha? Okay. Sige, ano pa?
Thank you, Ma'am Bea. Ma'am, there are queries in the chat box and also in the from the YouTube channel. You had stated, but concerning PSD po, considering that you are the chairperson of the PSD.
Chappy ka, Tess. Tess, chappy ka.
Ma'am?
Chappy ka. Okay,
How about this one, ma'am? There are questions po, ma'am, in the chat box, tapos sa YouTube din, not concerning your presentation, pero concerning HRMPSB. So, being the chair, can I ask those questions this time?
Sige, go ahead. If I can,
The first question po comes from Ma'am Beatriz Ligados. I shall read in toto, ma'am, ha, the message. Ma'am Tess, may I request the division HRMPSB to furnish us the copy of the result of the ranking of master teachers because they are asking the recommendation for reclassification from the supervisor as one of the requirements so that we will have our bases whom are on top worth to receive our recommendation for reclass.
Okay. Actually, all the districts had already submitted the rank list. But it's sad to note that the moment it reached the office of the division, then these points or rating will be altered or will no longer be the same as the same rating as what the district and school are doing. Now, it's because there are standards. Now, there are standards, and I guess this is one of the toughest jobs that we are going to do in order to synchronize our understanding. Now, you know, there was when we were able to have a webinar on the different issuances which serve as the basis in the promotion. I know that not all of those standards of this division are found or can be found in that DepEd issuances. Kasi mayroong contextualize ang division. Now, when I came in here, I tried to ask the people ahead of me, and of course, their what they call this, their standards as well as their procedure. Nakikita ko in the past because mayroong doon, especially on the requisite of a what they call this, a master teacher 1. Doon sa guidelines natin sa DO 66, any teacher or a teacher 1 can buy for promotion to MT1. But our division, since that time immemorial, is trying to modify the requirement. Now, it has reasons also. There's wisdom of getting, instead of teacher 1, it should be teacher 3 who will buy for master teacher 1. First is the experience. Kasi ilang taon lang ang requirement doon. 3 or 5 years lang ang requirement for a teacher to become a master teacher. So I see the logic also of why the previous administration had proposed or had what we call this sort of modify some of the DepEd issuances because also of some reason. So ang nahitabo din hinaas dahil gikuan ng mga requirements. For example, if a teacher applicant or a master teacher 1 na siya mga innovations. Now, in the innovations alone, it would entail the applicant to support 7 indicators, more or less 7 indicators, which these things or indicators are not considered or maybe parang hindi lang siguro natutukan ng mga district committee ranking natin as well as the school. So dito, ako din ako, I also feel confused, but then nakikita ko rin ang wisdom why this division set that standard. So kaya nga pagdating doon from your end, from the end of the districts as well as the different high schools, pagdating dito hindi na amo ang points. Now, I ask also those members of the committee, wala naman tayong binago except me as new to take the place of Danny. In the past, they are giving the result, but not with the points because we have inconsistency in terms of giving the rating. But the committee or the board is providing the school or the district of the result of the ranking. Kaya nga ngayon, may naghingi. So I do not know the reason. That's why I told Eva, make it into writing, and so that we can take this matter in the board. So wala pa mang letter, pero hindi pa kasi kami nag-convene even when we interview the applicants for promotion or for vacant positions. Lately, nag-webinar na kami. It's because of our situation. So yung kopya, okay, just wait because we have to, the PSB is going to convene and we have to agree as to reflect the points or not. But in the past, for all you know, what was reflected was only the rank but not the rating or points.
Thank you po for Mamin for directly and elaborately answering that question. Ma'am, may ano na po, may confirmation na po si Sir Vernon Fernandez, ma'am. Yung 4,500 po daw, nakadoon na po, na-accounted na po, ma'am. Sabi ni Sir Vernon, Ma'am Tess, Aurora is 1,004 and 3,100 posted na po sa PSDS.
Okay, so thank you. So we have to rectify our presentation. Well, anyway, gamitin din natin ito for our file. Okay, meron pang tanong?
Yes,
For a
ma'am.
while, I mean,
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am Maha. Yes, ma'am. You are acknowledged po, ma'am.
okay, this is in relation to that, ano yun, promotion, yung about ranking.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not actually, we cannot call it modification because a DepEd order is always a DepEd order and we are to abide with that DepEd order. But under the Civil Service Rules and Regulation, even DepEd, we are not prohibited to deepen the selection process in order for us to be able to determine the most fit individual to the position. Aside from that, the head of office has the authority also as to prioritization. So when it comes to teacher 1 compared to teacher 3, well then, there's a big difference when it comes to seasoned in experience. Teacher 3 are more seasoned when it comes to the duties and responsibilities to be performed. And another one is you can now determine the performance, whether he's performing or not, considering he's been in the service for quite a long time. So it's more on performance. It's more on performance who best fit to the requirements of the position. Now comes next, it could be the experience being long in the service, and then for the requirements being required from a certain master teacher are the ones that possibly that master teacher will be performing the moment he will be hired as master teacher of a certain school. So there's a lot of consideration aside from the existing DepEd order for us to adhere. That DepEd order is to determine the qualification of the applicant for promotion. And yet, there are things to be considered when it comes to actual performance. I hope everybody will be able to understand the logic why there is a need for a deeper investigation, or what is common to us as background investigation on the performance of the individual before she can be hired for promotion. Yun lang ang dapat nating tandaan. So, I guess the applicants also have this idea na that being qualified doesn't mean will be automatically hired. And there's another thing that I would also want to clarify to everyone as you are affected with this question. When there is an issue once coming from the local government unit, suspending the activities, especially gathering of people, to name distribution of modules accordingly, considering they will be coming to school, doesn't mean will apply also to the work from home scheduling of the teacher. That will now depend on the gravity and extent of that suspension as to its effect to the performance of your school. If you are far from the isolation unit, where there is a requirement as to how many meters that you can continue with your activity, and if you are affected directly with that COVID positive individual, then it's very logical to suspend the work from home activity. But if it's not, because it's just to lessen the activity as to gathering together as expected, if there is a distribution of modules, then you can continue with your scheduling under your AWA, provided you are not directly affected with the COVID. Pero kung directly affected kayo, mag-isip-isip naman tayo dahil ito ay nakasalalay sa kamay ng mga PSDS for now. Kailangan ba na wala ng work from home? Dahil sa issuance, apektado direct ang school. Pero kung hindi naman dahil malayo kayo, only it happened that you're within the municipality, then you can continue with your work from home. Ganon tayo mag-isip. Dahil ang apektado lang talaga is yung gathering of people. When you do your work from home, hindi naman. Kasi naka-schedule na kayo, di ba? Oh, di ba? Hindi naman kayo sabay-sabay in going to school to observe social distancing and at the same time, gathering of more than 50 of the capacity of your office. So yun, simpleng ano lang, pag-iisip. So kung gano'n ang sitwasyon, dahil apektado ko direct, dahil magulang, dahil bata, na nakapunta sa eskwelahan ninyo, so you need to suspend everything. Pero kung hindi naman, dahil malayo naman kayo sa isolation area, nagkataon lang na nasa municipality kayo, but you are free to do your duties and responsibilities under the AWA, then you may continue your performance. So pag-isipan natin yan, mga PSDS, as part of your guidance. Thank you.
Thank you po, Ma'am Maharani, for additional inputs. So, Ma'am Min, can I proceed to the next questions po?
Okay, meron pa. Sige, go ahead, Tess.
Yes, ma'am. Medyo marami-rami po. This is coming from PSDS Manuel Almadin, ma'am, of Lakewood. Sabi niya, I would like to inquire the status of the replacements of teachers who occupy Teacher 1 positions who have transferred to other divisions and those who died and retired from the service for more than a year ago. We are already done with our district ranking required of us by the division office. In Lakewood District, we have 12 unreplaced natural vacancies. Thank you po.
So we would like to address this query to Ma'am SDS. I know Ma'am SDS is also working on this, as well as Eva Castro. Parang mayroon pa tayong unfilled, but they are working on it. But we want the direct answer from our own SDS.
This is related to the question before, no? As regards replacement of teacher, if this is elementary or a secondary, please think of this situation. In the replacement of teacher, that only will happen if you actually need the teacher. So in the event that your enrollment is more than enough for your teacher, do not make a reason that you have this existing class programming, because in the event your enrollment will go down, there is a requirement for you to reprogram the number of classes to be organized. Let's be aware that in the organization of classes, there is that certain number of classes when to divide the class. Do not rely on the idea that you are already having this number of classes that was organized in your school, and then it's mandatory to replace. No, it's not. Because we have also these directives that in the event there are schools that need most those teachers, and your school has enough teacher through restructuring the organization of classes, then therefore that teacher will be deployed to the school who need him most. Yun ang pagkaintindi natin, ha? Kasi I am also looking into the organization of classes. I've seen several organizations wherein there is only of 25 dividing the class into 2 just to have the teacher. Please be reminded that if you need the teacher, a certain school is in need most of that teacher. So may mga consideration tayong ganon. So the data will matter. So please update your LIS so that in the deployment of those vacant positions, you may avail of it provided you are in most need of those teachers. Ito ang isipin natin. So wag nating isipin yung dahil nag-retire siya in your school, kailangan doon ang replacement. Kasi baka pag nag-retire siya doon, ang school niyo ay exist pa rin. So it is understood sa iba siya maibibigay. Hinaw na yan sa inyo. So kung kulang kayo, I think that can be seen through your LIS. So sana everybody will be updating your LIS so that in the deployment, I am not banking on the report that these are the teachers needed. Those are references for us to decide, but the main data that we will be looking into is the data in the LIS so that we can achieve equal distribution of teachers. Especially that you are so good in coordinating with your mayors and your barangay officials to request the division office to open extension classes wherein there is no existing teachers. Babalik sa inyo ang mga problema kapag ganyan tayo mag-isip. Kaya pag okay tayo ng mga request ng mga schools natin, huwag nating isipin automatic mabibigyan tayo kasi baka babalik yan sa inyo dahil aalisan ng teacher yung eskwela ninyo dahil ibibigay doon sa mga request ninyo na mag-open. Because we cannot do otherwise but to provide the teachers needed. So therefore, it is a requirement to reprogram the organization of classes so that those schools you recently requested to be opened will be provided by teachers. Because not there and then, CO will provide us. Lalo na kapag yung number of teachers natin ay enough lang doon sa mga naibigay sa atin. Kasi nga, division-based ang computation ng teacher. Doon tayo malulugi. Kaya, very careful tayo sa extension. Titingnan natin yan. Kasi in the end, maghihilaan tayo ng mga teacher. Kaya lang, the decision will be ibibigay doon sa mas nangangailangan. So, dapat maintindihan natin yan. Kasi ang teacher ay hindi natin pag-aari. Para yan sa mga batang nangangailangan sa kanila. Though sometimes our school will suffer the consequence of our own action as well. So sana maisipan din natin yan. Kasi wala din akong magawa but to perform the duties and responsibilities of the SDS wherein to look into the equal distribution of teachers among learners' need. Yun. Thank you very much for the query that pave way to the clarification of the status as to teacher deployment.
So it's very clear, Tess, that not all vacancies can be filled in. Depende sa need ng school based on enrollment.
Salamat po, ma'am. I think that all the clarifications given by our superintendent also answers the questions raised by Ma'am Jeneline Bahian from the YouTube channel. Kasi replacement of natural vacancies po daw, ma'am, yung problema niya. But I think that was clearly answered by Ma'am Maharani po. Another one, ma'am, from Sir Tanyola, it's no longer on the natural vacancies but on the substitute positions daw po, ma'am, na teachers on leave. Per experience daw po niya, naglaps na po ng isang buwan, saka pa daw dumating yung substitute. How can, masyado daw matagal, paano po daw ito ma-address next time?
In our end, we are trying to fast track the application for substitute. Kasi mayroon tayong policy na because the substitute teachers, especially those who are on maternity leave, they are entitled to 3 months. So ang policy ng division, bigyan muna natin sila ng 1 month substitution. Pag halimbawa, after 1 month or before 1 month, if the school wishes to renew the services of that substitute, i-forward ka agad yung papers. Wala naman sigurong delay ngayon except in fact, i-commission ako ni SDS to approve the substitute kasi parang madali. So siguro yung medyo one week na late, baka siguro na ano lang yun, ang baka na-keep ang isang documents, baka nandoon kay SDS sometimes, kung halimbawa nakapasok doon at saka nagkataon na nakauwi na siya, so hintayin pa natin hanggang makalabas ang documents. But all those documents that are provided in our office being commissioned by SDS to approve, okay na. Hindi yan, ilang minutos lang yan dito sa table natin. We immediately approve. I see to it at the end of the day walang naiwang paper dito na hindi na aksyonan. So siguro merong konting problema but I guess it's parang ano lang yan, rare case lang yan.
Sandali. Ano yung tanong, ma'am? What was the question?
Ma'am, basahin ko na lang po in toto, ma'am ha. Sabi ni Sir Jesse, what are other solutions the delay of substitute positions to teachers who are on leave? Per experience, naglaps na ng 1 buwan saka na dumating ang substitute teacher. Nangyari po sa halos lahat ng nag-leave na teachers, masyadong matagal ang substitute. Salamat po.
Wow, ang galing ng tanong. So, unang-una, yeah, because if you intend to file a leave, as much as possible, it should be submitted a month before to give time to the personnel people to work on the requirements because everything is not automatic. We are following timeline. Ang hindi ko lang alam, bakit matagal? And please also take note of this. The teachers to be called to render substitute position will also be working with his or her documents. Kaya sana you will help if you want this to be addressed the soonest, that those who intend to file for a leave of absence nang matagal and it requires a substitute position, a substitute individual, file it in advance. Kasi nakita ko naman yung mga filing ng mga manganganak, nagpa-file kung kailan manganganak na rin. Sa totoo lang. Because they're the ones who are, of course, subject for substitute position. Eh, manganganak next week, ngayon mag-file, how can you provide them a substitute right there and then? Itatawagan mo pa yung mga mag-substitute. Ang daming, dahilan. Partly the personnel because they're short of staff. But the most is, sino ba ang nag-file for leave? Kailan niya sinubmit? Managinot manggud og adlaw, mag-file a week before. Ana pa mag-file. You can just imagine, kailan yan darating sa office, is-sign, tatanggapin, i-sign, ilalabas, ay talagang mag-start na yung substitute day sana. Tapos tatawagin yung teacher to substitute. Hindi pa makakomply agad dahil pandemic din. Tapos kukuha siya ng mga documents to substitute the position. Matagal pa rin din, maghahanap pa ng pera saan pangkuha ng mga documents so that makakomply lang dahil may mga requirements din. Oh, nakita nyo ba yung difficulty? Ay tapos mag-file yung mga anak ninyo a week before na naginot kung kano sa siya mga anak na nga magbati-bati na anak pa mag-file. Oh, di ba? Adding to the difficulty to assign substitute teacher. Hindi lang yan sa personnel, madagdagan pa sa personnel kasi kulang ang tao. So, let's help one another. Kanang mga nakay nato, yung malapit ng mga anak, dahil sa ngayon, we can already determine as to when mga anak. A month before, i-submit na yung document. Dahil talagang hindi na yan mapigilan, aanak yan. So that in advance, we can call the substitute person to substitute the position to give him opportunity to secure and comply with the documents required for the Civil Service Commission attestation. Kasi hindi naman approve agad yan, i-attest pa yan ng civil service. So sa process pa lang, sa submission pa lang ng document para siya mag-file ng leave, ubos na ang panahon natin, magsisimula na ang substitute days. So, saan tayo pwedeng magsimula para matulungan tayo? Sa school. Agahan ng pag-submit. Kasi bilangin nyo na. Pag nag-submit kayo dito, makarating sa office for substitute position kasi gagawan pa yan ng order. Hindi yan automatic. Isipin natin yan. Gagawan pa ng order to leave bago may bigay sa akin para makahingi ng substitute. Tatawagin ang substitute teacher para mag-comply ng documents. Isipin nyo ha, ilang araw sa kanya yung kamay, yung kanyang mga document bago siya makabalik. And of course, kung nanghihingi kayo ng substitute teacher, naghihingi din ang teacher ng time para makapag-file. Yun. Kaya talagang matagal. So we will correct and remedy the personnel action, and yet it should start from the school. Agahan ng pag-submit ng mga documents na mag-file for leave dahil mabilis talaga ang SUR. Very productive. Palaging may mga anak, parang buwan-buwan, linggo-linggo, nakakatanggap ako. Kaya lang, kapag natanggap ko yung document niya, ay manganganak na siya next week. Ay magtatawag pa tayo ng substitute. Isip-isipin natin yan ha. Now that we can determine the days as to when will be the schedule for him to deliver his for her to deliver his baby or her baby, sana naman agahan ang submission. So makakatulong talaga sa atin ang mga school heads. O sige na, mga for deliveries, tawag ba natin doon, mga anak, mag-submit na ng maaga para magawa ng paraan na makatawag ng maaga din. Of course, there are those for urgent
Hello po, ma'am. Hindi na po namin kayo marinig.
Baka pumasok na si ma'am sa ibang chat room.
Okay, ma'am. Pero nakuha namin po, ma'am. Basta.
Okay. We have a lot of applicants for substitute position. And so the opportunity for the substitute teachers to be able to get a substitute position to increase their opportunity to be hired the next ranking. Kasi kung minsan nauunahan na sila ng iba because of education, ay hindi pa sila makasubstitute, lalong wala silang opportunity. We understand that not all our teacher applicants has the capacity to enroll for masteral degrees. Though it will not matter because it's teacher 1, the minimum requirements does not require for an MA individual. And yet, teaching experience matters a lot because it will count as 2 points when it comes to ranking. As much as possible, we will distribute the opportunity for these applicants to render substitute position. Thank you.
So thank you very much, SDS. Now it's very clear, no? I have been asked many, the same questions by some of the school heads and of course our PSDSS. Bakit daw ang tagal? So ang dahilan para sa katagalan, matagal din tayong nag-submit for the application for leave. So by this time, you have to ask your teachers kailan siya manganak. A month before, then it should be applied and then documents should be submitted to the division. Madali lang yan.
Ma'am, 2 more queries, ma'am. Okay pa?
Sige. Anyway, nag-open ako sa bila. Sige.
This is a query from Sir
Choppy Kates.
What happened? How about that, ma'am? Okay na, ma'am?
Sige, okay.
Query from Ma'am Gold and also Ma'am Hala. not on the natural vacancy for teaching but non-teaching po, ma'am. Mahayag North, one bookkeeper had already resigned from service 3 months ago daw po. Until now, walang replacement. Number 2, disbursing officer of Mahayag Central was promoted and transferred to another district. Wala po daw replacement. And then Ma'am Hala, Dumalinaw National High School bookkeeper was hired as teacher 1. Wala pa po daw replacement.
Okay. Actually, ang PSB is going to conduct interview by tomorrow. Baka nandoon yung ano nila. So after sa interview, at this time yata, we were thinking because there should be a skill evaluation or validation. So titingnan pa natin because we cannot have the face-to-face contact at this time. But we are done with the pre-evaluation, the evaluation of the documents. So tomorrow, we will be interviewing 36 applicants for ADAS 3, and I guess some of their concerns belong to this position. Siguro as soon as we are done with the interview, then we'll be studying also the possibility of the skills validation or evaluation. So masummarize natin ang ranking, and they will be given the order, and your problem will more or less be solved na, no? Pero yung may mga ano pa, please coordinate also Eva Castro because almost every week or every month we have vacancies. So the division should be notified. It's because we have lots of concerns, especially Eva. So dapat maano na, you can notify Eva immediately because Eva is our personnel officer, and so that the back also will be notified, and we can Eva also after posting the vacancy to the civil service, then the PSB also can act.
Ma'am, one more from Sir Versas. The situation cited by Sir Versas concerns Tawaga Norte National High School. According to him, there are 2 vacant teacher 3 items and were filled by teachers whose items, ma'am, are from Bayog and Dimataling. So the question of Sir Ruel is, ang bakante po daw ba na nabakante na item, ang bibigyan po ba daw ng replacement ang Tawaga Norte or ang Bayog at Dimataling? Kasi item ng Bayog at Dimataling yung na-vacated.
Baka si Bayog and Dimataling, they have excess number of teachers. Kaya nga, realign sila doon sa Tawaga Norte. So yun din ang sinabi ni Ma'am kanina, na it's not all the time that your school or district needs teachers, titingnan pa rin ang inventory. Baka siguro si Bayog at saka si nagkaroon na sila ng excess or extra number of teachers. So kaya nga, that's the reason why these teachers are moved to Tawagan Norte. So posible talagang mangyari yan because of our situation. The situation we're in na hindi equitable ang distribution ng number of teachers natin. So almost all divisions have ng problema.
Okay, salamat po, ma'am. And then one more query, ma'am, regarding the survey on school readiness. Mayroon kasing column doon na ratio of module.
Sulat ramang ko.
Sarah, can you please switch off your microphone, Ma'am Sarah? Thank you po. Yung ano po daw, ma'am, yung column under ratio ng module sa textbook, nahirapan daw po yung mga school head maglagay doon ng ratio kasi textbook lang, hindi nila alam kung ano po bang subject area or ano pong grade level.
Kasi hindi na natin na isulat dito kasi ang dami ng mga subject areas. Siguro you just get the average na lang. So in the 8 learning areas, kung ano ang nandyan against the number of enrollees that you have, just get the what you call this?
The overall na lang po.
Overall na lang. Okay, kasi I know that not all textbooks are distributed in the same number. So iba-ibang number of copies and distribution. So we would like to advise our PSDSS to get the average of all the textbooks received by your district or by the school. Meron pa tayong concern doon kasi yung i-open na klase, for example, the enrollment is this 101, and then ang original number of classes for that number would be 2 or 3. Then doon naman sa limited face-to-face classes, ganun pa rin ang number. So that was discovered by Dito Bahian, who was also commissioned to get the summary of the data. So anyway, si Jongjong naman promised to again call the attention of all the district M&E coordinators para ma-rectify. Kasi imposible talaga yan. O yung natin, not all learners, as we said, will be subjected to limited face-to-face. Yung mga independent learners natin, they can be excluded and they can be deducted already on the number of learners who will undergo the face-to-face. Yung mga past learners tayo or mga independent learners, pwede na rin hindi natin sila papuntahin sa school. Yun lang.
Tama talaga, ma'am. I was also able to see the Google Sheets, and parang nag-equal talaga yung enrollment with those students who are studying.
Correct. So please help us rectify the inputs or the data, especially on that aspect.
Okay po, ma'am. Ma'am, nag-comment po si Ma'am Sarah Antiquina na mayroon po daw silang I have also a lone teacher handling from kinder to grade 4.
Isang teacher lang handling grade 1 to grade 4?
According to Ma'am Sarah Antiquina. And si Ma'am Lumabo nag-react din po, hindi po excess teachers ng Dimataling. In fact, marami po kaming teachers who retired without replacement and transferred to other division without replacement po.
Kasi di ba sinabi
ma'am, like kami kasi paulit-ulit na for a while, paulit-ulit na ang tanong. I hope nakikinig ha. It had been said a while ago that there will be a validation as to the need of teachers in your districts by the 2 ASBCs through your reports of enrollment. So we will look into that. Then the decision as to deployment of teachers will be anchored on the actual enrollment of the different schools in the division. So yun lang ang sagot. Then we will know whom to whom and where to deploy. So pareho lang kayo ng concern, kulang ng teacher na deploy sa iba. So yun na nga, tingnan natin ang data ninyo as to enrollment and existence of your teachers, the actual physical presence of your teachers in your school, kung ilan, compared to your enrollment, then you will know kung kailangan ba o hindi. Sinabi ko na kanina, do not rely on the organization of classes. Kasi meron kayong 75 learners na dati meron kayong 3 klaseng organized. But at present, that can be fused and be made into 2 classes only. Yun yung mga considerations. Kaya talagang sa enrollment nakabase yan. And then we will look into kung kailangan ba talaga ng isang school na mag-add based on your enrollment. So wag na nating ulitin. Please provide the data to the 2 ASBSs as to the existing number of enrollees in your school per grade level, and then number of teachers available. Kasi makikita yan. Dahil kung talagang sobra, yung teacher mo sa grade 7, pwede mong iakyat sa grade 8. Dahil sobra na siya sa grade 7. Yung teacher mo sa grade 9, pwede mong ibaba sa grade 8 dahil sobra na ang grade 9. Yun yung mga points ko. Kaya ko sinasabi palagi na depending or it will depend on the enrollment of the school at magkakaroon ng reorganization of classes and reassignment of teachers within the school. Kaya wag na natin i-insist yung kulang siya, kulang ng ganito kasi paulit-ulit tayo. Mag-submit kayo ng document to the 2 ASBSs and the 2 ASBSs will do the analysis if you still need the teachers, if there are still available teachers. Kasi nga, may mga request tayo for extension. Ang isipin lang ba natin ay yung eskwelahan natin? As PSD says, you can assert your instructional supervision as regards this kung sino ang nangangailangan ng teacher to deliver the instruction. Hindi tayo nakakonsentrate sa isang school, kundi nakakonsentrate tayo sa lahat ng school, considering na allow na kasi na mag-open ang extension. Kaya nga ito yung sinasabi ko in the request of the opening of the extension of classes, did you consider the deployment of teachers at the same time? Na nung mag-request kayo na mag-open ng extension, may naisip na ba kayo na ibigay na teacher doon? O baka wala pa at nag-iisip kayo na bigyan kayo ng teacher agad-agad? Hindi kasi kayo yun ang case natin When we do and approve extension of classes, kasama sa proposal, sino ang ilalagay doon while walang teacher na available. Hindi yung mag-open lang tayo, tapos sabihin natin may LGU, tapos after a year, hingi na tayo ng teacher. Add na additional enrollment doon will qualify for additional teacher or baka hindi pagdating sa division level computation of the number of teachers to be provided. Yun doon tayo mahirapan. Kaya hindi talaga natin masagot lahat. Kaya the better to submit the data to the 2 ASDS so that the next time we will have our DIMANCOM, you will be given your answer as to your situation. Kung sino ang mabigyan ng teacher at sino ang hindi at sino ang advised to do some reorganization so that your teachers within your school siguro yan. Mas malinaw ba ngayon yung sagot? Okay, submit data for analysis so that the next DIMANCOM that you will have, you will get your answer. Given a teacher, so you will just do regrouping assignment of teacher because your school has enough teachers. Huwag tayong magbilang ng teacher for just a certain grade level. Magbilang tayo ng teacher for the entire population of your school. For the entire population of your school. Malalaman natin kung kulang ba talaga ang teacher natin o hindi. So, doon tayo, ha? Hindi tayo makasentro doon sa replacement, kasi hindi yun ang basis ng deployment of teachers. Ang basis ng deployment of teachers is total number of enrollees. Malalaman natin kung kailangan natin ng additional o hindi. Dahil ang tinitingnan ng top management is the entirety of the division. Saan ang kailangan ang teacher, saan ang hindi. Hindi siya by grade level, hindi siya dahil existing na ang organization, kundi ng reorganization. So, ganun lang talaga. We have to widen our perspective when it comes to organization of classes and requests for teachers. So, PSD says, responsible for the deployment and redeployment and data analysis as an extension of the division. Please do your data gathering and provide the division office as to what exactly is the actual scenario of your district and for the division to analyze as to where the teacher should be assigned, deployed. So, pare-pareho kayo ng concern sa tingin ko kasi paulit-ulit ang tanong. So, yun na ang magandang sagot doon para magkaroon ng linaw ang inyong mga katanungan. Bakit hindi na nabigyan ng teacher ito? Bakit hindi na naibalik ang teacher dito? Bakit na-redeploy ang teacher doon? So, I think the next time that we will be meeting once again, the DIMANCOM purpose, you can be given the right answer, bakit hindi na nabigyan at bakit doon nabigay at anong dahilan based on data para hindi na natin natin pag-usapan pa yun ng paulit-ulit kasi pari-pariho lang ang concern. So, database tayo. And then, for that, may tanong kasi dito about hiring of local school board teacher, no? Nag-a-apply kasi ito sa lahat. First and foremost, localization. But it doesn't mean na pag naubos na ang available teacher within your locality, kailangan ka maghanap talaga ng teacher from your locality. Please do understand that the RQA can be applied anywhere within the province of Zamboanga del Sur. Kung naubusan na ng from the locality, you can hire teacher available from the next municipality. Yan po ang principle ng usage of RQA. Hindi po siya nalilimit within the locality dahil gustong i-apply ang localization. RQA po yan. DepEd po tayo, hindi tayo munisipyo. Ipaliwanag yan sa mayor na hindi hiring, hindi nag-a-apply yung limitation. Ang ina-apply yung RQA ng division office in general kapag naubos na ang sa munisipyo. Linawin natin yan ha. Kasi ang naiintindihan ko dito sa RQA na tinutukoy ng mga municipal mayor natin, yung RQA na nakikita nila na kung saan galing yung teacher nila. Hindi yan limited. Because the assistance to the school when it comes to teacher availability, hindi naglilimit sa pasado lang sa municipality ninyo. Kasi kung ganyan tayo mag-isip, hindi na mabibigyan ng teacher dahil walang pasado sa municipality ninyo. Ganyan ba? I-apply ko din ba yan? At wala ng teacher for that municipality dahil wala nang from that municipality. So, yung mga may passer sila na lang makakuha ng teacher, doon na lang sa kanila lahat. O ganun ba? Hindi na ibibigay sa inyo dahil hindi siya from your district. O, ano na lang. So, the same throw applies to the local school board. Pag naubos na ang within the locality, you can hire those adjacent to the municipality of a certain municipality with vacancy. Ipaliwanag natin kayo sa mga aplikante natin, no? Hindi naman ibig sabihin hindi siya galing sa munisipyo ninyo. Ay hindi na siya, hindi ganon. Sana maintindihan nila na we are a province. So, pagdating sa localization, ang ibig sabihin nun, provincial-wide tayo. So, pag naubusan na within the municipality, you can extend to the next municipality or even within the province, kahit sa ibang district pa. Kung siya ang kailangan na teacher, pwede siyang ilagay. Paliwanag ninyo yan, ha? So, ganon. And you cannot use, paulit-ulit itong tanong na ito, ha? You cannot use DepEd 22 because annual ang ranking. Pag may annual ranking na, wala nang ranking na gagamitin sa previous because that applies to year 2019. At hindi pa tayo nag-DO22 for year 2020 dahil hindi pa ubos ang RQA. We can only do DO22 pag ubos na ang RQA. Basahin nyo nga ang guidelines kasi you're part of the selection committee being the ones in charge of the assessment of the documents of the applicants to a particular school. So basahin ninyo, kailan tayo mag-DO22 para maintindihan natin na this time wala pang DO22 dahil may RQA pa tayo for the province. So kung naubusan ng municipality, you can extend to the next municipality dahil nandoon siya sa RQA. When the time comes, alam nyo ba sa guidelines, kung nabasa natin, pag naubos daw ang RQA natin, we can even borrow the RQA of the other divisions. Kung hindi pa ubos yung sa kanila. Ganun actually ang policy. Kaya lang hindi natin ginagawa dahil binibigyan natin ng opportunity ang mga coming from the province itself. Kaya tayo nagre-recourse agad sa DO22 kapag naubos na ang DO7. Pero in the existing guidelines for hiring, after the exhaustion of the, na-exhaust na yung DO7 ng isang division, we are advised and required to borrow the RQA of the next division. Pero, dahil nga, nagdesisyon ng superintendent na hindi na, bakit naman? So, pag ubos na ang DO7 natin, we will do DO22. That's the time to recourse to DO22 to give opportunity for those who applied but did not reach the cutoff score. Kaya tayo nagdi-DO22. Kaya wag nyo nang itanong sa akin uli na yung DO22 na luma ay gamitin pa natin uli. Dahil in the first place, yung mga signatory doon, iba na sa existing ngayon, 2020. Oh, malinaw ba? And then it's very clear in the guideline that the ranking is annual. So kapag annual, ibig sabihin wala na yun. Dahil hindi pa tapos ang DO7, wala pang DO22. So sana naman maipaliwanag natin ng maayos yan para maintindihan ng mga municipal mayors natin. Ano ba ang gusto natin? To serve our clients or to impose our personal agenda? DepEd tayo ha, hindi tayo kasali sa mga ganyan. Walang personal sa DepEd. It's just service to the clients who need most our services. So, ganun din tayo mag-isip. Huwag na tayong mag-add doon sa mga personal agenda nila. It's just explain things to them para maintindihan nila. Dahil yun man ang kailangan. Because we are guided with policies and we need to implement those policies. Huwag nating iset aside, doon tayo nagkakagulo. Pag sinet aside natin ang mga policy. So, I think these things are clear to us now. And this is true to all municipalities, to all districts, especially in DepEd. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Maharani, for additional clarifications. Actually, mayroon pa pong isang question si Ma'am Buot dito, Ma'am, regarding a substitute teacher. Natapos na po daw yung first month of substitution. Tapos
Chapi Kates.
A very good update to us because you're having difficulty as to the next substitute teacher, no? So, to address this difficulty of the schools, thank you very much for this update. We will be addressing this one with the personnel office. As long as requested, for those who will be filing a leave of absence, especially those who will be on, ang tawag natin doon, maternity leave, please require the teachers who will go on maternity leave to file their leave 1 month before the approval of that leave, so that also we can hire in advance and we can program in advance who will be assigned a substitute teacher to your school. Thank you.
Ma'am, if ever daw po pagkatapos ng 1 month sa substitution, tapos ma-rehire yung substitute, kailangan po ba daw mag-submit ng the same requirements as required in the first month?
Yes, hindi na the same requirements. Lesser na ang requirements for the continuation of the substitution.
Okay, tama po. I hope.
Okay, maganda yan, ma'am. Maganda. Ang tanong yan, please take note of that in SBS Valde so that we can provide the different schools or districts as to the requirement if it is indeed to continue his services or not to continue. Para may guidance na sila what to comply for the teachers also to be able to comply in advance and as early as possible. Okay, thank you for that.
Copy, ma'am. Copy.
Salamat po, ma'am. So at least the question of Ma'am Ruby Buot is given clarification. I think may question dito si Sir Ipanto regarding natural vacancies pero na po ito, na-address na po ito. And so I think wala na pong question for Ma'am Valde. So at this time, we would like to thank Ma'am Visminda Q. Valde for attending to our queries regarding HRMPSB and the other matters that she was able to present earlier. Thank you so much po, ma'am.
Okay, welcome.
I would like to ask Ma'am Maharani, Sir Lito, the SEPs of Planning and Research is requesting that if he could insert just for 5 to 10 minutes in relevant to ano po daw ma'am, PBB. Kung okay lang po daw.
Please go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir Lito, it is now your time, and then after you will have Ma'am Shane. Sir Lit. Sir Lito. Sir Lito. Once again, we are giving Sir Seps Lito Bahian of the Planning and Research for his time. The Ma'am SDS has given you the permission to have the time. Sir Lit? Okay, 1 minute daw po.
Hello, good afternoon, Ma'am Tess. Am I heard?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you very much for the time. This is, I think, very important because this is all about our future good news to all of us in the schools division of Zamboanga del Sur. And I'd like to present this in about 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Ma'am SDS. So actually, this is the presentation that was used during the 2018 PBB. But our PBB 2019, the criteria is just the same with last 2018. So let me go straight with this one. The PBB 2019 guidelines. I think you are all familiar who are eligible for PBB. How is my delivery unit ranked? How much am I entitled to? So who are eligible for PBB? Of course, we are guided with a 3-way test, no? So number 1, with employer or employer relationship, regular, contractual, or casual. But we have no job order is not part of this. Second test is about fits the ORA definition, and salaries are charged to the lump sum appropriation under PS or occupying positions in the DBM approved contractual staffing pattern. So number 1 is those who have submitted their RPMS forms and achieved a satisfactory or higher rating in their RPMS. It could be IPCR or OPCRF or the CESPES. Second is those who have rendered a minimum of 3 months of the service in calendar year 2019. Those who have not been found guilty of administrative and or criminal cases filed against them and meted penalty in calendar year 2019. Those who have submitted their calendar year 2019 statements of asset, liabilities, and net worth. So, ito, mas klaro po ito. So, SALIN is a requirement. Then, those that have liquidated all cash advances received in fiscal year 2019 within the reglementary period as prescribed in the Commission on Audit, Circular 2009-002, dated May 18, 2009. Next, personnel on detail to another government agency for 6 months or more shall be included in the ranking of employees in the recipient agency that rated his or her performance. Payment of PBB shall come from the parent agency. So itong criteria na ito yung sometimes na-miss ng mga school heads, no? Kasi sa per experience ng PBB 2018, we have 5% percentage of error. So which I think for 2019, we have to address this. Even 1% will do. Hopefully. Personnel who transferred from one government agency to another shall be rated and ranked by the agency where he or she served the longest. It was this criteria is mentioned already by our superintendent kanina. If equal months were served for each agency, he or she shall be included in the recipient agency. So yung mga teachers natin na transferred from one office or station or schools, it should be in collaboration or it should link from one school. Kasi per experience, as what I've said, nawala po siya sa landas. Kaya nga marami pong nagpunta dito, sir, my name is not included in ganun. So we need to address that hopefully by 2019, as what I've said, tapos na po yung mga problema na ito. The same shall apply to personnel on detail, reassigned, and transferred to other delivery units within DepEd. So, ito po yung no OPCRF, no PBB for everyone under the delivery unit. So, while you have submitted your OPCRF in the division, we have to validate once again yung mga schools na nag-submit. All right? So, delivery units without OPCRF. So, pakitake note po ito. Performance standards have to be measured and the OPCRF is the usual measure. So, in other words, the ranking of the schools will the ranking of the school depend much on the OPCRF of the school head. How is my delivery unit ranked? So, ito po yung mga mga different delivery units. Meron tayong sa central, region, SDO, at saka yung sa mga schools. So, the delivery units are ranked into the following categories. Ito po siya, top 10%, no? Best delivery unit, better, at saka yung good. So, in other words, later on, because you know well about this, no? If it is good, kung school mo is good, meaning that's 50% of your monthly salary. So, if it is 25% or better, that is 57.5%. Pag best, 65% of your salary. Congratulations to the schools, no, who have received their PBBs, no, consistent. Sa amin sa SDO, wala. But anyway, our job is to deliver whatever it takes, no, para po sa inyo. So, school level ranking, as what I've mentioned, it covers all public elementary, junior high school, and senior high schools. Yung mga school ID registered in the EBIS. So, wala pong nabago dito sa sa 2019. The same lang po. You are all familiar with this. So, I'd like you to screenshot on this classification of schools. For elementary, naka-highlight po in red, no? In oval shape.
Sir Lito.
Yes.
Sir Lit, are you requesting us to take a screenshot? Parang wala yatang na-present, sir.
Okay. Sorry. All right. Am I presenting now? Sorry.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry kasi I was given only 3 to 5 minutes. I needed to finish this. Okay. Anyway, this is just a walkthrough of what we have done previous years. So, ito po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Please be guided on the criteria on classifying schools by size. For our elementary, non-NCR, pag number ng teachers mo is 9 and below, small po siya. 10 to 29, medium. 30 and above, large. For secondary, 9 and below, small. Medium, 10 to 25. Large, 25 and above. Wala po tayong very, very large kasi ito lang po yung criteria na binigay ng central office. So, alright. Ito, hindi ko na ito kasi sana na po ito sa accounting office na po magde-determine. But anyway, that's 80% overall OPCRF, no? ng school head, and then 20% yung liquidation ng MOA. Okay. To schools with no MOA allocation due to failure of liquidating the school MOA in the previous year will automatically receive 0 for this indicator. For newly established schools with yet no MOA allocation, the use of liquidation data of the LGU funds provided for the last schools or yung tinatawag ng certification from LGU required po siya. For school annexes and extensions with school IDs but with MOA still attached to the mother school, use the liquidation data of the mother school. Kasi marami pa tayong, I think we have 4 or 5 annexes no, or extension schools na we're in no school ID. How am I entitled to? So ito na po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Best delivery unit, 65% ng monthly basic salary. Tax-free. Better, 57.5. Good, 50% of the monthly basic salary. So, based on the category of the delivery unit, staff from the delivery unit shall serve 9 months or more para makuha po niya. Alright? So, pag hindi siya nakaabot ng 9 months, kaya nga mayroon tayong mga tinatawag na pro rata na mga yung amount na ibibigay sa teacher. Alright. Next. So, I think you are this slide is the same with okay. Itong pag 8 months but less than 9 months, 90% lang po ang makukuha ni teacher. 7 months but less than 8 months, 80%. 6 months but less than 7 months, 70%. 5 months but less than 6 months, 60%. 4 months but less than 5 months, 50%. 3 months but less than 4 months, 40% yung proportion na ma-receive ni teacher. All right. Valid reasons for not meeting the 9 months. Ito po yun siya. Billing newly hired, retirement, resign, rehabilitation leave, maternity leave, or paternity leave, vacation or sick leave. So yun, sabbatical leave. So performance management teams. Ito po yung sa SDO, no? Chairperson is our ESDS, and this is chaired by our ESDS Dr. Raymond M. Salvador, and the rest of the PMT secretariat. For the school, I think you are all familiar with this because we have done this last year. So again, the chairperson is the school head, members, 1 HT or master teachers, with supervisory function, president of the, all right, I'd like you to screenshot on this. Okay. So, last year, ang daming mga forms na binigay, no, pina-required sa atin in the division office, but thanks God, kasi ngayon, napaka-slim ng mga forms binigay. Alright, so we have for elementary, itong form 1.0, at saka for secondary, 1.0 for secondary. Last year, meron ba tayong form 1.1, 1.3, 1.4. So, ngayon, mas maganda na kasi diretso-diretso na tayo. Okay. So, ito po, I'd like you to screenshot on this. Okay? Welcome 2019 School PBB team. You may print this as your gentle reminders. I will read this in passing. Number 1, ito po para sa school and for district. Kasi napaka-stricto namin ngayon when it comes to submission. Number 1, download the official 2019 PBB templates at this link. So itong link na po ito, ready, available na po siya. Meron na pong laman siya. Okay, bit.ly/2019 PBB templates. Number 2, download only the template based on your school classification. For instance, pag elementary po kayo, so download only yung template, yung PBB template that is intended for elementary. Pag secondary, so secondary. Number 3, begin the encoding under Form 1.0 tab. Make sure all details are sufficiently filled in all capital letters. Nagbigay na po ako ng samples doon and include the summary tab. Later on, mag-walk through tayo in 1 minute lang. Double check if entries in Form 1.0 tallies with the summary. Number 4, submit the school Excel file copy to your district PBB secretariat. This is what we did last year, no? Lahat ng mga school files or school eligibles list, pinabigay natin sa district PBB. So, it's a very good practice ginawa natin, although hindi natin na perfect, but I think this time, ma-perfect na natin. The District Office PBB Secretariat, chaired by the PSDS, shall consolidate all the submitted school PBB list of eligible from the school. So, yun, i-consolidate niya. So, using, again, yung Form 1.0 pa rin, no? I-edit lang po niya yon. At saka doon, for example, meron in one district, meron siyang 25 na schools. So, 25 schools ang makikita doon sa Form 1.0. Number 5, for District PBB Secretariat, ito na, once na-consolidate, ito yung pinaka-importante ngayon. Rename the Excel file using the format, no spacing po. District underscore PSDS family name underscore and then 2019 PBB. Example, tukuran is, take note ha, walang space, underscore Detalya underscore 2019 PBB. Or it could be Gipos underscore Abad underscore 2019 PBB. Or Molavi is underscore Burungan underscore 2019 PBB. Or it could be Lakewood underscore Almadin underscore 2019 PBB. This format allows easy tracking of the SDO PBB Secretariat from the district submission para makita namin sa folder, together with me and Greg, si Dulio, na yung 32 districts, ibig sabihin, completed na po siya. So that's the time i-validate namin. Deadline po nito, kasi alam ko excited kayo, basta PBB, maraming nagtatanong, sir, kailan pa yung submission? O sige, the PBB's deadline for the schools, from the schools and from the district, November 21, 2020 at 12 p.m. Alright? So, just lang po, PM us. Kasi uploading po ito automatic doon sa So, number 6, incorrect file format shall not be included in the final list and will be deleted in the Google Drive. Pag tingin namin, tapos hindi, you're not following, automatic, trash. So, please, SDO, District PBB Secretariat, maintain nyo yung mga standards na binigay namin sa inyo. Then, after that, pag okay na, number 7, upload the final copy of the 2019 PBB school Excel file to this link. Yung bit.lypr. Ito na po, ready na po siya. No? Ready na po yung for submission. So, ilagay lang doon. Number 8, the PSDS of each district, ito pinaka-importante, number 8. The PSDS of each district shall forward the district consolidated Excel hard copy to the SDO Secretariat at the Planning and Research section. Make sure that all attached school PBB lists contain the signature of the school heads opposite to their school. Alam na po ng mga PSDS ito because we have done this. This is our best practices last year, no? Na may mga hindi talaga naka-receive kasi nakalimutan ni school head or I don't know, whatever factors, pinakita namin yung list. Ito lang po yung list binigay, sinabmit ng district at sinabmit ng schools. So, di ba? As a rule, so ang nangyari is, pinajustify namin si school head. Kasi, in the event for 2019, may nakalimutan, obligatory si school head ang magbayad ng PBB niya. Okay? Hindi kami, kasi kami, we're just validating. Number 9, the use of a laptop is highly recommended. Hindi po ako galit ha, nagmamadali lang po. The use of DepEd email is compulsory in accessing the link. So, should there be any concerns, queries, clarifications, reach us at our official messenger, no? Hanapin niyo po yung messenger namin, 2019 PBB SDO. Lahat ng mga concerns, ito doon. All right. Thank you. So, I'd like to, anong tawag dito? Sana yun? I-walk through ko lang, please, with your indulgence, no? Para makita natin yung yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Sandali lang. Ito na po. Okay? So, ito na yung for submission. Ito na po yung mga anong tawag dito, yung mga forms na i-download ninyo. Ito na po yung binasa kong instructions as a reminder in case you fail to get to screenshot. Andiyan na po. Itong folder is for the district PBB Secretariat, i-upload. Dapat 32 na po ang makita dyan. Okay. Now, I will run through this isang template in 30 seconds. Sandali lang. So, ito na po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Okay? I'd like you to please pay particular attention. Naka-default po natin is good. No? Good po yung yung default natin. Yung classification, sabi ko, may options tayo. Small, medium, large, at saka very large. So, Zamboanga del Sur, yan. May example na yan. All right. OPCRF rating, school head. Ako ang padakan siya para makita na sa diyan na. All right. So for example, ito ha para klaro. So yung first na ilagay dito is yung school head. It should be in descending order. So ibig sabihin, si school head ang mauna. So si school head, example, bahian, yung OPCR is 4.95. Then, the rest si teachers, lahat ng teachers ilagay dyan. And then, ilagay opposite dito is yung IPCRF ng teacher. Again, first, si school head, yung OPCRF niya. Then, susundan lahat ng pangalan ng teachers with their IPCRF. Okay? And it follows. Yung binigay ko sa inyo last time, kasi nagpa-submit ako, 2018 po yun na salary grade. Ngayon, that is 2019. So, no problem. So if you have 20, so dapat dito sa summary, makikita din dyan, 20 din po yung makikita dito sa, itong total na 20. So in other words, yung form 1.0, kung 10 siya, dapat sa summary, makikita siya 10. Okay? So dapat consistent po siya. Alright. Now, the best part here, kasi in last 2018, nagka-problema po tayo, no? You remember, nagbilar-bilar ta, nag-overtime mode ta. It's because of our, anong tawag dito, itong step salary step. Di ba? Kasi may mga hindi po consistent kasi imagine pag isang step lang ito, mag-change po siya. Example 5. Gawin kong 8. So ibig sabihin, pag gawin ko ito siyang 8, ibig sabihin po, mag-change po siya. All right. Now, the good news is, with the permission of our administrative officer being part of itong PMT, SDO PMT, and with our HR personnel, ibigay ko po, no, I will add it here, no, yung SIPAP ng 2019 kasi gusto ko sa inyo na mismo ang mag-determine yung salary step ng teachers. So that pagdating sa SDO, magra-random na kami kung magtugma ba yung binigay ninyo. Alright? So in other words, wala na pong problema. So lahat ng mga details sa inyo na po. Ito po yung apat na SIPAP. Ilagay ko na ito dito ngayon. Alright? So all you need is for example, for elementary, titingnan lang ninyo po yung pangalan, for example, and then Control F, tapos hanapin, and then makikita niyo yung salary step ng mga teachers at saka ng mga school heads. All right? So I think ito lang po, no? Walang nabago except lang na may mga modifications tayo like itong SIPAP binigay namin sa inyo so that careful talaga kayo sa pag-entry or pag-encode dito sa ating forms. So, thank you very much, no, for listening. So, pag may mga questions po kayo, i-PM lang or using our GC. So, congratulations. God is good, no? Kasi habulin natin yung deadline which is on November 23. Although, magkaroon pa tayo ng consultative yung regional office tomorrow, but nauna tayo, I take advantage kasi may DIMANCOM tayo ngayon. So, thank you very much, Ma'am SDS, no, and Sir Salvador, Ma'am Valde, our two chiefs, no, for this opportunity to be working on the PBB 2019. So it's a pleasure, no, to work with this again together with Ma'am Sharon and the rest of the SDO PMT. Salamat po, maraming salamat. God bless and mabuhay tayong lahat.
Sir Lito, thank you so much. Pero clarification lang po, sir. Sabi doon sa presentation, the hard copies of the PBB documents shall be submitted to the planning and research. Isn't it not to be to the record section kasi may protocol na dyan na dapat lahat ng mga incoming documents, record section talaga dadaan.
Okay, yeah, I forgot it. Sorry, thank you. To the record section forwarded to the planning and research. Salamat po.
Thank you po, Sir Lit. Now, without further ado, we're going to welcome in our midst our division accountant for finance updates. Ma'am Shane.
Thank you, Ma'am Tess. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our SDS, to our two very active ASDSs, and to our chief, SGOD and CID, and of course to our ESDSs, and to all our school heads and the rest of course, the rest of the members of the EXICOM. This afternoon, I will be presenting the financial updates as of today, November 18, 2020 po. Sir Lit, pwede po ako mag-present?
Ma'am Shane, go ahead. You can override the presentation of Sir Lito. Ma'am Shane.
Yes, ma'am.
Pwede lang i-override ang presentation ni Sir Lito, Ma'am Shane.
Ba tayo? Am I presenting now, Ma'am Tess?
Yes, Ma'am Shane, pero hindi pa po naka-slideshow.
Yes po. Okay na, Ma'am
Okay
Tess?
po. Yeah, ma'am. You're good to go.
Okay po. For the financial update, this is as of November 18, 2020 po. These are our topics for this afternoon. Unang-una po, yung school MO downloading po natin, as well as yung liquidation report status tracking online. Of course, this is with the help of our SEP, yung ato ang previous presenter kanina, si Sir Lito Bahian, and together with our ITO, Sir Chester Don Bayocot. So I'll tackle all of these later on. Yung second topic would be the SBFP releases for school year 2020 to 2021. The third one would be the school MOE for additional kasi meron tayong na-receive na additional na sub-arrow from the central office for our school MOE. Pero hindi po lahat ng school. So, selected lang po ng mga schools for the junior high, senior high, and of course for the elementary school. And we also have this 30% differential na MOE na tinatawag natin, which I will explain later on. And then, the last but not the least, yung deadline for the submission of liquidation report request for downloading and other claims for this calendar year 2020. Particularly on the fourth quarter. So, for the school MOE downloading and liquidation report status tracking online, actually, with the help of our senior education program specialist sa research and planning, si Sir Lito Bahian, and of course, with the assistance of our IT officer, Sir Chester Don Bayocot, si Sir Lito nag-create o Google Sheet link na kung saan makikita natin online yung status po ng ating MOA downloading per school. And then, hindi lang po sa downloading as well as yung sa liquidation report po na sinasubmit ng ating mga schools sa division office. So all you have to do is that meron po tayong, itong link na to is, kasi hindi pa po siya final, ma'am, no? Mga ma'am and sir, hindi pa po siya final. So, ako lang ipakita dire ang partial pa kasi wala pa din siya nahuman. In progress pa nga to ang Google link. But, unang-una, of course, you will be given, pag mahuman na ni ma-finalize na, you will be given the Google link, and then all you have to do is just click the link and sign in using your DepEd email account. So, ingon ani lang siya, let's say for example, mauni siya ang link, then you will click, tapos it will automatically i-kuan niya, no, i-add to niya diretso sa Google link, which is what we call the Accounting of Zamboanga del Sur MOE Tracking. So, ito po yung makikita ninyo. Ito po, hindi pa po siya finalized actually. In progress pa po ang ating tracking form. So, from the budget office, kasi ang budget office yung mag-receive ng mga MOE request. So, per schools, lahat po yan, lahat ng schools, nandito makikita ninyo na merong MOE. And then, for the budget, pag receive yan ng budget, pag natapos na niya ma-obligate, meron po siyang drop-down list, no? It's either ipipending niya or i-obligate. So, kung i-obligate na ni budget, i-click lang niya yung obligated, meaning meron na po siyang obligation request and status. Na-obligate na ni budget, automatically yung remarks niya forwarded to accounting. But kung merong makikita si budget na kakulangan sa mga documents or requests na sinasubmit, pwede niya yang lagyan as pending para makita ng mga school online kung ano na yung status ng kanilang ni-request na MOE. Kung sa budget pa lang ay na-pending na, dapat merong remarks dyan si budget na nakalagay kung ano yung discrepancy or lacking documents kung bakit na-pending yung ating MOE request. Pero pag obligated naman po siya, meaning forwarded na siya sa accounting. So, si budget, maglalagay siya ng date and time kung kailan niya na-obligate. And then, sa accounting din, pag na-obligate na yan, gagawa ng payroll, ipoprocess na siya. So, ang nakalagay dyan, checking in progress. And then, after that, pag meron na siyang payroll or disbursement voucher, iti-check na siya ng ating mga bookkeepers. And then, bookkeepers po nga na-assign sa ating division office. So, kung na-check nila, pag merong for compliance, meaning merong discrepancy or merong lacking sa kanilang request, so dito, makikita na nila kung ano yung discrepancy or lacking. So, i-remark yan ni bookkeeper or sino man yung checker, i-remarks niya kung ano yung discrepancy. Kung wala naman pong discrepancy, of course, i-forward na niya yan sa akin for preparation of the LD.ADA. So, nakalagay yan sa status for ADA. And kung for ADA na, dapat may date and time na nakalagay kung kailan na siya na-process for ADA. And then, after for ADA, ipapasok na po yan sa cash unit para po gawa ng proof list together with the LD.ADA. Pag okay na, meron ng proof list and together with the LD.ADA, kung na-receive na niya, meaning kung na-receive na niya from the accounting, ilalagyan niya in progress kasi hindi naman ganyan kadali ang pag-prepare ng LD.ADA at saka yung proof list. Dapat kasi reconciled yung ginawa ng accounting sa ginawa ng cash. At saka hindi lang pa isa-isa yung ADA. Dapat in batch po siya para, of course, in batch siya kasi kung isa lang, kalas kaayo og papel and kalas po og time and effort. So, dapat in batch siya. Kung in progress siya, pag tapos na yung LD.ADA together with the proof list, i-update yan ni cash unit for SDS signature. Pag SDS signature na siya, meaning pupunta na yan sa SDS office for the approval of the SDS of the LD.ADA. Together, of course, with the disbursement vouchers and payrolls ng ating mga MOE. And pag after na na-approve ni SDS, i-update na naman yan ni cash na to be forwarded na to the bank. So, pag ang status is forwarded na to the bank, we just wait, the school head or the disbursing officer will just wait at least 48 hours para mag-withdraw po niya yung kanyang MOE. So, So, ganun po yung tracking status natin sa ating school MOE. And then we also have the tracking status for our liquidation of cash advances. First, this pertains also to our MOE. So, pag na-receive na yan ng checker ng division office, lalagyan na niya yan, kung na-check na niya, okay for LR, tapos kung meron man yung discrepancy or lacking documents, lalagay niya yan for compliance. I-remarks niya dyan kung ano yung dapat ninyong i-comply or kung ano man yung mga discrepancies na dapat ninyong i-comply again. And then, pag okay na itong checker, of course, iyang i-update ang status, okay for LR, then tapos lagyan niya yan ng date and time. Papasok na yan dun sa acting for posting of the liquidation of cash advances. Together also of the preparation of the liquidation report template as well as yung certification that you have already liquidated your cash advance. So, same pa rin, in progress kung wala pa sa nahuman sa pag-prepare. And then, kung okay na-prepare na niya lahat, na-post na yung liquidation report sa aming database, lalagyan na yan for school head signature. For school head signature or for disbursing officer signature. We have to update pa this one, no, kasi hindi pa nga ito final. We have to make some improvements pa kung sa manggani ang mas maayo aning tracking. And then, kung for signature na siya, dapat si school head or any representative or even the bookkeepers or disbursing officers, pwede na niya i-claim yung liquidation report, pero dapat pa niya mag-sign. After niya mag-sign, ibalik na naman niya para mag-sign ang accounting office, and then the accounting office will update the status for release after the signature of my signature or my representative signature. Pag for release na po yan, pwede na po nilang kukunin yung kanilang liquidation report together with their certification. So yan po yung update natin. Hopefully, this will be finished as soon as possible po with the help of Sir Lito Bahi. So that's all for our MOE tracking, status tracking. So yun nga, sabi ko, for finalization pa po yun, if you have some ideas pa po para po ma-improve natin yung ating status tracking online, pwede po ninyo iparating sa amin para po ato ang ma-appeal pohon sa ato ang pag-finalize sa aning Google link. So the next would be the SBFP releases for the school year 2020-2021. So we have here the list of the schools or the districts who have been downloaded already of their SBFP. So these are the names. Tapos na po lang ada na submit na po. Well, 8 po. 8 of the schools have already been downloaded. We have the Commonwealth Central Elementary School, the Tucuron Central Elementary School, the Suminot Central Elementary School, the Ikuan ES, Kumarong ES, Bayog Central Elementary School, the MRPS of Mulawi East District, and Kalian ES Margos sa Tubig District. And then we have also here the schools whose LDAP ADA for submission to the bank today, November 18, 2020. So, meron din tayong 8 na schools na for submission. I think na-submit na ito kanina, no? Earlier this morning ata. Ang MV Lagar Memorial ES, Tawagan Norte Central Elementary School, the San Miguel CS, Dumalinaw RPS, Antonio V. Apostol Senior Memorial Central Elementary School, Aurora RPS, Tambulig Central, and Vincenzo Sagon Central. So out of, I think, 35 schools, ito pa lang po yung na-process namin. I think these are the schools who have already submitted the required documents for the downloading of the SBFP for school year 2020-2021. And clarification po with regards to the SBFP downloading, Actually, nung una, ang sinasabi natin, this will be downloaded to the school heads of the central schools of the different districts. This should be downloaded sana dun sa kanilang mga school bank accounts. But the cash advances will be in the name of the heads. School bank accounts for now are not yet ready for some schools. Ang ready lang, I think, is yung mga nasa Aurora and Tambulig. So that's why, pag wala pa pong school bank accounts, usually po kasi yung mga central schools, ang meron pong passbook sa kanila are their disbursing officers. Kaya po, for now, temporarily, katong wala pa yung mga school bank accounts, gina-download pa namo sa ilahang disbursing officers. Kasi nga, wala pa man sila yung school bank account, so ang gi-require man gud sa COA sa ATUA is to download our MOE and other special programs and projects, including the SBFP, dito sa ato ang passbook account. And karon nga naanatay school bank account because of that joint circular ng DepEd, DBM at saka ng COA, dito na unta to dapat sa ilang school bank account. But unfortunately, most of the schools don't have yet their school bank accounts for now. So that's why we still use temporarily muna yung mga passbook accounts ng ating mga disbursing officers. And I think that's all for the SBFC. And we'll now go on to our school MOE for additional and 30% differential. So, katong mga na ay mga additional MOE, we have already informed your, give the list pala to your senior bookkeeper. So, they have the list of these additional MOE of the different schools of Zamboanga del Sur Division. So, you may refer to that list if your schools have additional MOE. If you have such, you must prepare and have a AIP or WFP. When you say approve AIP or WFP, it could be a revision of your previous annual implementation plan na i-insert nimo dito or i-add nimo dito ang additional MOE for calendar year 2020, or pwede rasad, you could prepare a supplementary AIP or WFP. And this additional MOE will be later on released together with your December 2020 MOE. So, katong wala pa wala pa naka-request or nakadawat sa ilang December 2020 kasi there are some schools who have requested October to December kasi nga, yung monthly MOE nila for the first quarter is less than 20,000. So, pwede ra na 3 months ang ilahang gina-claim. But for those schools na more than 20,000 pesos yung kanilang MOE, monthly MOE, yung nare-receive lang nila na MOE for this fourth quarter first is the October and November. So, katong wala pa naka-receive sa ilahang December, you could request your December together with your additional MOE. For those who have already requested their October to December MOE, after liquidated such, you may claim now your additional MOE for calendar year 2020. Now, you may have noticed we have what we call 30% differential for MOE. This is because of the 30% na withheld last time for the fourth quarter of your MOE, which was intended unta for the module. But as per instruction of our management, nakita man nga sufficient enough na or sufficient na nga to ang sub-arrow for the production of MOE, for the production of modules. So, ning decide ang atong management na i-release na lang ato ang i-withheld na 30% for the fourth quarter. That's why we have here what we call the 30% differential for the fourth quarter. Kasi nga, yung na-withheld na mo last time, wala pa man to siya na-procure for the modules. Now, gi-withheld lang siya. But since we have been recently instructed to release such, so what we did is that lahat po ng mga request ngayong October and November or recent request na na-receive namin will be withheld sa pa muna ng 30% para po hindi po dili maglibog ang mag-process o ang makadawat sad, no? So what we did is that we withheld first all of your 30% na withheld po ninyo through your letter request of your fourth quarter MOE, and then later on, together with your December request or additional MOE for 2020, this 30% differential will be released to the different schools. Provided, of course, as what our superintendent and assistant superintendent have mentioned earlier, provided that you have already liquidated your previous cash advances. So this will be the 30% differential, which was intended for the modules, will be released together with your December MOE as well as yung additional MOE if you have already liquidated your previous cash advances. And then we'll go on now for the deadline for submission of liquidation report, request for downloading, and other claims. Actually, this was stipulated in Division Memorandum Number 200, Series of 2020, dated June 16, 2020. So matagal na po itong division memo na ito. Nakalagay po dito yung mga deadline submission starting the second quarter up to the fourth quarter of 2020. So itakal na lang nato yung fourth quarter. As for the submission of liquidation report, meaning yung mga schools na gusto pa pong mag-request for another cash advance for this year, meron po tayong sinet na deadline para sa kanilang pag-submit ng liquidation report. And that will be on December 11, 2020, Friday. Pero po, will not, hindi po ito ibig sabihin na kung mag-deadline na kami ng submission of liquidation ng December 11, hindi na po tayo pwedeng mag-submit ng liquidation report after this date. Pwede pa po up to the last working day of December. This deadline just refers to those schools na gusto pa pong mag-request for another cash advance. Kaya po, nag-set po kami ng deadline ng kanilang liquidation report kasi yung liquidation po nila is part of the requirements for them to be able to be downloaded of another cash advance or granted of another cash advance. For the submission naman po for request of cash advance for school MOE and other special programs, or even for the payment or reimbursement of travel, training, payment to our suppliers, salaries and wages, allowances, bonuses, and other personnel claims, we have set the deadline on December 15, 2020, which falls on a Monday. Actually, pag December po, earlier po yung deadline natin of submission kasi nga po, usually, pag December, yung 3rd at saka 4th week ng December, madami po siya mga holidays. So, especially ngayon, we are in a situation na medyo hindi po masyadong marami yung mga personnel natin na makapag-work on our official station 5 days a week kasi nga we are in a general quarantine ba tayo or we are in a pandemic situation. So that's why mas earlier pa dyan ang ato ang deadline nga giset for the submission of liquidation and other requests for our division. This is of course para po to ensure na lahat po ng inyong mga requests ay makikater po ng finance section before the end of the calendar. So I think that's all for the financial updates as of this afternoon. Thank you so much, Ma'am Tess.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Shane, and a number of queries await you. So I took note of them since this morning, and they are being listed chronologically. Chronologically. We also have heard queries from the YouTube, and many of them are again asking, and I told them that their queries shall be answered as soon as the concerned personnel is done with the presentation. So for you, Ma'am Shane, the first in the list, this was this morning and was being marked. A question from Sir Jesse Tanyola, PSDS Jesse Tanyola. What can we do? Basa ko na lang ako ito, Ma'am Shane, ha? What can we do sa mga school heads na hindi pa nakakuha ng MOOE funds dahil ang school head meron pang unliquidated sa previous school before sa school heads was transferred to his new school assignment. Kaya affected ang operation ng school dahil hindi pwedeng makatanggap ng MOOE funds sa current station ng school head.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, Sir Jesse, for those kahit pa po hindi pa po sila ma-transfer, no, they are always required to liquidate first their previous cash advance. That is under OWA Circular number 97 -2 or baliktad ba? Hindi ko lang masyadong memorize yung circular number, sir, no? But if you have an unliquidated cash advance, hindi po talaga mag-grant yung additional cash advance po. So what shall we do is that unang-una, first demand for the liquidation. So we have to send demand letters to these school heads or accountable officers to your senior bookkeepers. They are the ones who are assigned to prepare for the demand letters. But of course, the demand letter should be signed by our school's division superintendent. Now, after the demand letter, if such accountable officer will still not liquidate, wala pa ring action from that accountable officer, yung sabi po ni Ma'am SDS kanina, dun sa kanyang opening, pwede po siya, sir, i-withhold yung kanyang salary. Or even siguro yung mga claims na makukuha ni accountable officer. So, pwede po yan. Nandun po yan na withholding of salary can be done as stipulated in that COA circular, sir. And kung dili pagid gihapon siya, I think it would be the decision of the management if that school head will be replaced baka or special disbursing officer will be assigned to that school para naman dili sad masayang ang budget for that intended for that school for the school year. Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Shane. I hope Sir Jesse is contented and clarified.
Hello, Ma'am Tess.
Yes,
Hello,
Sir
Ma'am
Jess.
Tess. Papaano ngayon yung school na apektado? Kasi mga iilang buwan na hindi nakatanggap.
Actually, sir, ang nakabutang sa dito sa ato ang DepEd order, no, sa guidelines to the downloading of MOE. Kung naaging on anang instances, pwede sad nga ang division office would lead the procurement of the utilization of the school MOE. So depende po yan ng ating management kung papayag po sila na ang ating division ang mag-procure or mag-utilize ng MOE intended for the requirements of that school.
Sige, Ma'am Shane, maraming salamat. So kung sakaling hindi talaga makapag-liquidate hanggang first week of December, siguro mas maganda ko ang division na ang mag-lead ng procurement para sa eskwelahan.
Yes,
Okay,
sir. Subject to the approval of the management po.
Okay po. Thank you, Ma'am Shane.
Thank you, Sir Jesse. Ma'am Shane, another query from PSDS, Melrose Saliot. How about a TIC na 3 years na hindi kumukuha ng MOE due to unliquidated cash advances? Unsa may ikasuggest sa Division ani nga status nila? That was relevant to just related to the question of Sir Jesse.
The same situation, Ma'am Tess, no? So, oo. So, katulang gihapon siya, ma'am. Mura gihapon to ato ang pamaagi. Kung dili man gani siya ka-liquidate, unang-una gyud dira, kung merong unliquidated cash advances ang ato ang school head or disbursing officer, atong padad-an og demand letter. If dili madalas demand letter, frequent demand letters, ato na pwede na nato siya i-withhold ang iyang salary, of course subject to the decision pa rin ng management kasi sila man yung mag-a-approve whether or not to withhold the salary of these accountable officers. And then kung dili gyud gihapon and need na kaayo sa schools, mo to among akong giingon as per DepEd order or guidelines, pwede nga ang division ang mag-lead sa procurement or for the utilization of that school MOE. Of course, katulad gyapon dapat ikuan ang requirements sa school kung sa mga panginahanglan sa eskwelahan.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Shane. There is a request for monitoring. This was coming from the YouTube, but I could not just read the school. Pero attention lang po daw, Sir Arturo Antiquina, Sir Tardo, Ma'am Saison, and Sir Caballero to please monitor and validate the utilization of MOE of a particular school. Again, I will not mention the school, but this message had been forwarded to the concern para lang po makita po ni Tingog Dumingag kasi yung pangalan niya doon sa YouTube is Tingog Dumingag. Para makita po ni Tingog Dumingag na we are attending to his query. So ano daw po, Ma'am Shane? A request to monitor and validate the utilization of MOE in a particular school.
Actually, ma'am, yung monitoring po, wala po sa finance yung responsibility na pag-monitor, but nandun po yan sa SGOD under the M&E. So, pwede yan, pwede po, actually, marami na atang ginamonitor silang Sir Jong, no, and his team with regards to that MOE utilization. Pwede din with the help or assistance of our senior bookkeepers kasi sila naman yung nakakita yung mga liquidation reports. If ever, ito ba talaga yung kanilang mga liquidation reports in actual sa kanilang mga nakikita sa school.
Thank you po, Ma'am Shane. Can we try to ask Sir Antiquina if he got this? Sir Jong? Or
Yes,
Sir
Ma'am
Ernie?
Yes, Ma'am Tess, we happen to receive that already, and we still need to talk with the team who will be dealing with that concern.
Okay, thank you, Sir Jong, kasi nanawagan kasi si Tingog Dumingag. Okay, thank you so much. Ma'am Shane, from Sir Julwin, Lahay-Lahay. My SOB was received October 3, yet, but until now, it is still pending in the division. Don't just focus on the school heads, try also to check your own personal in the division. I'm reading in toto po.
Okay, with regards to that query, ma'am, I have already kasi inquire na sa ni Sir last time, no, during the orientation of our AIP preparation for 2021 last week, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I have inquired such problem or concern of Sir Lahay-Lahay with his bookkeeper. So, sabi kasi ng bookkeeper, yung presentation po niya ng kanyang SOB was not in accordance with the policy or instruction of the division. So, dapat po kasi, yun nga, sabi, actually, di po kami sa finance section ang kuan lang aniha, nagbuot-buot nga palisiya. This was the policy of our management that starting last third quarter of 2020, nung ni-require na po na ng ating management na dapat po mag-allocate ng 30% for the module. So lahat po kasi dapat ng kanilang MOE monthly should be allocated 30% for the module. And as per query, yung tangster for the fourth quarter, hindi po niya present doon sa kanyang SOB yung kanyang 30% for the module. O hindi po nakalagay doon kung magkano yung 30% na intended for the module at yung 70% intended for the other operating expenses of the school. So that's why it was na pending po yung kanyang request for the downloading of MOE because of not following such instruction po or policy of the division office. And I have also clarified such query po with our SDS, and she said earlier that whatever the division policy should be adhered to by all the school heads or accountable officers po. Ma'am,
Thank you po, Ma'am Shane. We have here a comment from Sir Dante Sacapanyo. Nice development daw po yung monitoring link po na na-present nyo. Sana daw po ma-fast track na. Kay dugay na to na submit for checking. I think he is talking about the liquidation. Dugay na daw na submit for checking on liquidation docs but wala pa report kung nahuman na ba o wala pa. So nice development.
Yes po, ma'am. Mas ganahan sad mi ani nga tracking no, na tracking online kasi nga not only good on the part of the schools or school heads or even sa bookkeepers and disbursing officers, but also on our part makatabang kaayo siya kasi nga dili na mi magsigi og answer sa mga queries online or even dito mag face to face og pangutana sa among kung naunsa na ang status sa ilahang MOE and liquidation report. So this will lessen the face-to-face transaction ng ating division personnel at saka ma-update sad ang ato ang mga school on the status of their liquidation report. Hopefully, sir, with the help of Sir Lito, nakakadira. So hopefully po, ma-fast track na po natin yung ating online tracking status.
Okay, thank you po, Ma'am Shane. Another query from Sir Jason Cahote, PSDS Jason Cahote. A 65-year-old principal who will retire this November, I think this month already, has unliquidated funds and refuses to liquidate. It's been a year since he claimed the funds. Any suggestions? Thanks. Retirable na po, Ma'am Shane, this November. Hopefully, hindi pa na-retire.
November. So, meaning, meron po siyang unliquidated cash advance prior pa po. Sir, no? Ma'am, no? Kasi,
yes. 1 year na po daw, ma'am. 1 year na po daw ang cash advance.
Ng kanyang MOE for this year kasi 1 year na. So, this could affect, again, your PDB raba, kapag giingon kanina ni Sir Lito. So, kung wala gid siya nag-liquidate, ato sa follow-upon po dato ang senior bookkeepers if he or she had already sent demand letters to this accountable officer. So, kung wala, the same processor, kung wala, pwede na to i-withhold ang iyahang salary or other personal benefit claim. And then, kung retire na gid siya, dili man nato mapugnan nga mo retire siya maski pag wala niya na liquidate niyang cash advance. But dili siya ma-cleared sa division office. And kung naamang gani siya service credit or leave credit, dili sad na niya makuha iyahang terminal leave benefit kung dili siya magpa-clear. And one of the requirements for the clearance, of course, is to liquidate yung mga unliquidated cash advances po.
Okay, ma'am. Follow up lang, ma'am.
Sure,
hello,
sir.
Follow up lang. Ang ako lamang kung gikabalakan pud ana, ma'am, kay if muka-retire na gid na siya, ang magsunod na pud ana niya mabasid dili na pud makakuha sa MOE kay wala pa man na liquidate sa ning retire nga school head.
Actually, sir, yung kanyang unliquidated cash advance, sa iyaha raman to, sir, dili man to appeal ang school. Kasi ang accountable ato, ang school head lang man as a special disbursing officer of that school. Pag mo retire po siya, or kung gusto gani ka, sir, ikaw ang mapuling as special disbursing officer, of course, with the approval of the superintendent, pwede ka na po with tagaan o grant of cash advance, provided also you don't have any unliquidated previous cash advances.
Okay. Paluwa pa jud ma'am. Napa jud ma'am. Ana.
Sige sir, go ahead.
I have there's a school head na who is on sick leave at present, naka-sick leave pa siya. Then at present ang nag-claim sa MOOE sa ilahang school is yung ginawang OIC. Okay na sana yun, ma'am. Kaso nga lang, kailangan nang mag-file o sa to for checking account. Unsa na siya, ma'am? Dayon, kinahanglan man jud nga ang school head mo mo file, ma'am. Dayon, unsa man nag-file nga? Nagdaot pa man ang school head.
Sir, yung OIC po ba of that school have been approved by the superintendent? Yung kanyang designated or yung kanyang order designation niya as OIC, na-approve ba na siya sa ato ang superintendent?
Murag sa wala man siguro to, ma'am.
So, kasi sir, dapat po, if meron po tayong OIC or designation as the full head of the CIC or OIC ba tawag yan, dapat po kasi approve yan ng ating superintendent para po makapag-act siya as in relation to mga financial transactions. Kasi meron po, dili lang manggod siya within our agency. So, daghang agencies ang nag-require na dapat naa siya designation na siya ang school head of that school. Like, for example, yung sa BTR and the bank, no? Sa bangko, kailangan pangayuan kanila o order or designation na ikaw ang nag-act as special disbursing officer or the school head of that school. As well as sa BTR, ingon ana siya sir ang requirements nila. So,
ma'am, I remember.
Yes, sir.
Hinumdum ko, ma'am, nag-submit mi og kuan ato, ma'am, nag-submit mi ato for approval, pero murag wala man to nakuan. Wala pa.
Recommendation siguro to siya, sir, no?
Oo, recommendation.
Dili na kayo ko katubag with regard to that matter. Pwede siguro mag-follow up sa personnel or sa management kung unsa naman gani. Katong natakal nila kanina, sir, probably mo to'y answer sa inyong mga queries with regards to that.
Okay, ma'am. Dayon kanang what about akuan, ma'am? What about ang kanang school nga for a long time wala pa siya na-assignan og kanang school head. Dayon katong mga MOOE atong pila ka months nga wala na claim, ma'am. Pwede pa to ma-claim.
For this year, sir, kasi 1 year man ang actually ang ato ang budget or allotment for the calendar year is good for 1 year. Taman siya karong last working day of 2020. So pwede pa niya makuha. But for now, kung gusto mo kuha mo claim sa MOE, ang una pagyud natong mahatag ana nga school is yung MOE niya for the 4th quarter. Kasi nga yung previous quarters, yung ato nga ang budget or allotment wala siya nawala. Pero ang ato ang cash wala na siya sa pagkakaroon ang cash sa previous quarter. Kaya mula manggod siya every quarter kung dili gamiton. And then we also use the common fund concept. Pag dili magamit, pwede nato siya gamiton for other purposes ang cash pangbayad for other payables. And now since wala na tong previous cash nato for the previous quarters, so maghulat ta kung gusto sila mo claim for the previous quarters, pwede man for as long as napatay savings sa atong cash coupon.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Welcome po.
Ma'am Shane? Yeah, I think
the question of Sir Jason as to kung makuha pa ba ang mga MOOE sa previous months in this year, 2020, same question with Ma'am Ruby Buot and Sir David Abad and Sir Enis Actob. According to Ma'am Ruby, so pwede na mo mao sa request ma'am, October, December, bahala more than 20K amo monthly, sakto ba akong pagsabot. Tapos
Sige, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Dayon kang Ma'am Inis Actob, a certain MOE will be forfeited, also known as nasunog due to delay of liquidation. Does it mean that the budget allocated for the MOE shall be returned to DBM? And then kay Sir Abad, is there no chance to request December and September MOE and other months for this 2020 fiscal year?
Okay po. Sige, ma'am. Isa-isa. With regards to nasunog or forfeited, wala po tayong forfeited or nasunog for na kung wala pa nahuman ang calendar year, wala pa yun. Pwede pa yun kayo tayo kuha. For as long as, yun nga, sabi ko kanina, meron tayong savings sa cash. Pwede natin kukunin yung previous month kung naapatay savings sa atong cash pohon. But for now, we cannot still say nga pwede naana tayo savings kasi nga we are still in the process pa of naapasa sa time or period na we are still processing yung mga priorities for the fourth quarter. So dapat kasi yung priority natin ngayon for the MOE, of course, yung MOE natin for the fourth quarter kasi yun man yung meron tayong cash karon. So naka-program man gud ang atong cash gikan atong January paingon og December. Dapat man gud kung first quarter nga MOE dapat ikuha siya within first quarter. Pag dili siya makuha, pwede na to kwaon kasi nagpabilin man gihapon ang atong budget or allotment pero ang cash ana niya mo'y wala na. So unsay atong buhaton? Maghulat ta kung naapatay savings sa atong cash pohon. Pero hindi ko kami pohon at savings kaya nakumanggod ni gina-process nga mga priorities. Like for example, yung sweldo nato sa fourth quarter, sa October, November, and December, napatay sweldoanan, napatay mga bonuses, napatay other personal benefits. Ang ato ang MOE for October, November, and December, kana ato pa ng pag-aunahon. Yung mga suppliers nato nga nag-claim karon po sa October, November, December, unahon pa po na nato. After that, pwede na nato matansya kung nanatay savings pohon. Kung naatay savings, pwede na dayon ta maka-release sa ato ang previous MOE. So for now, dili pa gyud ni makaingon nga pwede dunganon ninyong December o previous month nga quarter. Previous quarters nga MOE kasi nga di ba pa man ni makabalo kung nabagyo tay savings sa atong cash pohon. So paabot lang sabi siguro by December makaingon na mi anak pohon amo lang i-estimate ang December nga pildo ug sa pang mga personal benefits ug MOE sa December pohon kung lantaw namo after estimating nga naa pa gyud ni masuna cash. So that's the time nga makaingon mi nga yes, you could now request your previous MOE in the previous quarters. So for now, kung mo request mo mga ma'am and sir, dili pa gyud ni pwede mo dawat sa previous nga quarters nga MOE. For now, ang among pagadawaton ang fourth quarter lang yun ang additional MOE kasi ang additional MOE nakasab-araw man siya o gi-requested siya sa DBM kung maabot ko ang cash ana siya nga siya para po to siya intended po to siya para sa additional MOE. Ante.
Yes, Ma'am Shane, loud and clear. Ma'am, yes, ma'am, we are acknowledged po, ma'am.
Ma'am Tess, I would like to complete the information. I think this has been in the mind of the different school heads of this division. Ito ang tanong, Shane, para maintindihan nila. As you have explained well as to when they will be allowed to request, considering that we have lapsing, ito yung tatandaan natin. Pag nag-lapse talaga yan, that will not be a priority for the next quarter. Considering that the priority will be the current need for the month or for the months within the quarter. So, ito yung follow-up para mas klaro sa lahat. After December, can they still request for their MOE? Yun yung tanong.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, hindi pa namin alam to for now. Dili na gid sa pwede kasi nga yung ating MOE is good for only for 1 year. Tama na gid siya sa last working day sa December 2020. Now,
Ayun, bakit nila maintindihan?
yes, ma'am. But in previous years kasi, there are times hanggang sa previous years nga tawagan nila ma'am, ilaha bitaw gina-extend nila ang atuang MOE, ang validity sa atuang MOE. Instead of 1 year, sahay mahimot sang 2 year. But dili gid sa priority na mo nga i-release pud dayon sa for the next year kasi mag-display ang ilahang cash advances for the next year na po siya. And COA, ato ang COA, wala siya ga-advise nga i-release pa siya as cash advance for the next year.
Okay, so ito, I'd like also to remind everyone that due to COVID effect, baka nga hindi mangyari. Dahil kailangan din ng government natin ng pera. So, considering that you are not able to spend your money, might as well gabintin nila sa ibang bagay. Kasi wala talaga sa kamay natin yan because in the end, alam naman natin na after the end of every quarter, lahat ng pera babalik sa kanila. Walang hinahawakan ng division. Yan ang gusto kong maintindihan ng lahat. The moment school heads were not able to request their MOE allocation within the quarter and the quarter will end, then lahat ng pera, cash, babalik yan. Lahat. No? So, walang maiiwan. Kaya nga, you cannot request kapag wala pang declared saving. Kasi ang pera nga, sabi ni Shane, para yan sa current month of the quarter. Yung pera ninyo before, walang pondo yan. Although totoo na nandyan, kasi walang pwedeng gumamit yan. Kaya lang, hindi ninyo makuha dahil walang cash. Kasi yung cash na ibibigay for the next quarter is intended for that quarter. Magkakaroon lang kayo ng opportunity to request your previous MOE kapag may savings. Yun yung malinaw. Tama ba yun, Shane?
Yes, ma'am. Savings po on the part of cash. NCA po. Piece of cash allotment. Hindi po savings sa allotment. Ano yung allotment? Okay, but savings on the cash po, ma'am.
Cash na, kaya nga. So, kailan ba nauso yan na nawawala ang cash after the quarter ends?
Yes, ma'am.
Hindi naman ganyan before, no? Ayun ba talaga na yan? Or before hindi?
Actually, ma'am, pagpasok po ng DepEd yung lapsing before, 2013, year 2013.
2013. Okay, thank you very much, Jane.
2014 na tayo nang start yung quarterly lapsing.
Yung nawawala, no? Yung cash after, the end of the quarter kasi kinukuha nila.
Yes, ma'am. Sa una, monthly yun to siya mawala ganit. Ma'am Tess.
Yes, Ma'am Shane. Thank you, Ma'am Maharani, for the additional input. We will acknowledge Ma'am R.C. Lee.
Yes, ma'am. Permission to talk, ma'am Tess.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, we have a query here. One of our administrators from Mahayag South District. Ma'am, pwede ba usahon request ang 3 months maskin more than 20,000 ang iyadong MOOE from October, November to December? Pwede ba daw nga iusa?
Actually, we don't have the authority na mo change sa DepEd order, no? Kasi, I mean, sa COA circular. Kasi nandun po yan sa COA circular on cash advances. Ang pwede pong makash advance for rating requirement, maximum of 2 months po. And as per DepEd order po, pwede lang po makash advance more than 2 months ay yung 20,000 pesos po and below. So pag more than po, wala po kami, dili po may authorized na po check po sa DepEd cordon and COAS circular. So we have to follow such guidelines po.
Okay, Ma'am Shen. Doon na pa'y follow up. Unsaon daw nila pag-follow up sa liquidation nga kada Friday raman ang schedule sa mahayag sa ilahang liquidation nga kato na kuan na daw. Kay dugay na daw sila nakasubmit sa ilang liquidation base daw maabtan sila sa cut-off.
Okay, ma'am. Ang bookkeepers po, ma'am, no, dili man po day one. Actually, pwede sad. We have an online channel, ma'am, no, channel of communication through our FB work chat. Pwede sila mo register dito, ma'am, para sila mo inquire sa ato ang mga bookkeepers or checkers sa division office.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Aside from that, ma'am, among paningkamutan nga mapadali po ni ato ang status tracking online. Para dito na sila makabalo sa ilahang status sa ilang liquidation report po.
Okay. Excuse me. I think that's a very good follow-up question. So once again, I will be recommending to everyone and a reminder at the same time to enroll in the FB Word Chat because it's a form of counter-checking as to what our senior bookkeepers are doing. If you will be telling us that it has been submitted some time ago, then we will only know during DIMANCOM. While if we have that FB Word Chat as form of our follow-up platform, well, of course, we will be able to know that those documents were already in the hands of those bookkeepers and we have the opportunity to write there and then call the attention of those senior bookkeeper as regard your documents. So maganda yan. Kaya pumasok kayo sa FB Word Chat para immediately ma-address yung concern ninyo. While nasubmit na siya, you have the opportunity at the same time to follow up kung ginawa ba siya or nagkaroon ba ng action. And after that, meron pa tayong once implemented the online booking. So I think these two way of communicating will help us a lot in addressing concerns from the field so that action will be taken as early as possible. Thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Shane? Ma'am Shane?
Yes, Ante.
I think we have also to address the query of Sir Amber Saavedra. He has written in the chat, we have submitted a letter requesting the SDS, the temporary personnel, to assume the responsibilities of ADA of Central School, MT as OIC. Wala pa daw po. Wala pa po. Baka ibig sabihin wala pa nila natanggap ang letter, whether approve or disapprove. I think Ma'am Maharani is still in the meeting.
So far, yes, Piche, go ahead.
Sige, ma'am. Mauna ka po, ma'am.
Okay. So far, I have no documents in my hand as regards that request because every document that will reach my table will be addressed immediately and of course to the different section heads, whether it is for comment, for appropriate action, and or for implementation. So I cannot tell whether I have signed or not, but I don't have the document now in my hands.
Salamat.
As of this date po, ma'am, wala po rin akong na-receive with regards to that request of Sir Saavedra po, ma'am. Wala po sa ako ang nasa personnel po. Hindi ko po alam.
Sir Ambert, are you with us? Could you please open your microphone?
Yes po, ma'am. Yes. Can you hear me, ma'am Tess?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Okay po. Good afternoon po, ma'am Tess, ma'am SDS, and ma'am. So, sabi po kasi ng bookkeeper, we wrote a letter addressed to the SDS that we are requesting our SDS para mas makuha yung MOA namin sa one school to temporarily assume that responsibilities yung gagamitin naming ADAS ng central school po at saka yung master teacher ng school nasa sila po ang mag-assume ng temporary responsibility for the financial operations of the school so that it will not be halted. So sabi po ng bookkeeper, andyan na po daw ni Ma'am Eva ang documents po, matagal na kasi last August pa po yung letter. Kaya nga I took the liberty of this afternoon para po August pa po yung siguro parang gano'n lang kasi September po. Kaya nga gusto po namin malaman po namin kasi yun po.
Okay.
Ma-stop yung MOA.
Thank you for the information, Mr. Saavedra.
Kung pwede, tomorrow, ma'am, is our schedule for the Bensin Susagon District. I will just vision this tomorrow, ma'am. Pwede po ba, ma'am? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Are all the PSDCs in this portal, right? I think it's about time for our PSDCs to, of course, bond themselves with the understanding that you're very concerned of the different schools in your district. Actually, you can be one of those that can be designated to assume the responsibility as to claiming the MOE of a certain school in the event the school head retires or take a leave. Kung banded kayo, pwede ninyong gawin. So, may I recommend this for you to be banded so that for urgent concerns, dahil biglang nag-retire ang principal or nag-leave ang isang school head, you can recommend to the office of the SDS to designate you as the designated school head of that certain school so that the MOE can be claimed by you. Pwede din yun. Sino ba sa mga PSDSS ang banded? Meron ba? Shane, meron ba?
Ma'am, actually, almost lahat po sana ng ating PSDSS before banded sila. Nung time po na sila po yung pinaka-receive na pinaka-advance ng PBB natin. Pero after that, medyo 2 years na ata na po yun, ma'am. Hindi na po sila nag-renew ng kanilang fidelity. Probably for now, I think wala na sa kanila meron pang or banded pa.
Okay. So kaya pala we do not have other way to address this kind of issues and concerns that visit our schools as regards retirement, leave of personnel in charge of this MOE. So I think it's about time for us also to implement this one next year, that all PSDSS should be banded in order to assist us in the event we need somebody to assume the duties and responsibilities of a school head in the event there are vacancies in the different schools of the different districts in this division. Ipaalala mo sa akin yan, Shane?
Okay po, noted.
Thank you.
cases.
Ma'am Shane, parang wala na pong question for you. Lahat po ng mga questions na naisulat sa chat box at saka sa YouTube na address na po. Thank you so much, Ma'am Shane.
Thank you, Ma'am Tess. Thank you po sa lahat.
Ma'am, excuse me, may pahabol si Jumar at saka si Ma'am Tigoy. Jumar from Ligarda Dos National High School as October 28 pa mi nag-submit sa SOB until now more than 2 weeks wala pa na ADA from Principal Roylin Pedrano asking for update in ADA po daw.
As to that, sir, for now po kasi I am working from home so hindi ko po ma-check for now. Don't worry but I will follow up such request po kung ano pong nangyari. Baka po kasi meron po siyang mga discrepancy or lacking docs, kaya po hindi po siya na-process until now. So, iti-check ko po yan, sir, para po ma-update po kayo. And I will, for that, to answer that query later on, I will use the FB work chat po para po ma-update po. Ma-update ko po kayo sa status na inyong MOA request. So, si Sir Pedrano and si Sir Jomar Ani. Noted po, mga sir.
Nakita niyo po yung ano, ma'am, nasa chat box. Pati
Yes,
po kang Ma'am Rowena Tigoy po, ma'am. Mistakenly downloaded daw po yung ano. How about those MOE fund mistaken downloaded to DBP instead of Land Bank? Ipa-transfer pa daw according to our paper.
Kasi meron na pong school bank account. So, hindi po nakaligtaan po kasi yun ng pag-prepare ng LDDAP ADA, hindi po na agad napasok sa kanilang school bank account. So, don't worry ma'am, kasi po na-correct na po yan. Meron pong ginawa yung cash unit na correction advice para po ma-transfer yung sa inyong passbook account na sa DBP to your school bank account na sa Land Bank po.
O nga pala, lahat ba ng school heads or those that are bonded, naka-open na ba ng school account? So pala needs follow-up. Pichi, what's the update on the school account opening of the different schools?
Actually, ma'am, hindi pa po lahat nakapag-process po ng kanilang bank account. Kasi nga, sabi po ng mga bookkeepers, yung isa po kasi sistema ng ibang school, wala po silang mga school heads. So, wala silang school heads until now, ma'am, kaya wala po makapag-process ng kanilang school bank account until now.
Okay. Nandito pa ba sa sa portal yung dalawang ASBSs?
But mostly, ma'am, nakapag-process na po, ma'am. Kulang na lang yung sa bank.
Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, I would like to grab the opportunity po, nandito pa kayo. May question kasi from PSTS Alma Bilarnino of San Pablo. Her query is about, are the schools allowed to collect contributions for PTA/homegrown projects in open and close quotation marks, school beautification and the like? May nag-request lang na itanong ito.
Paano nasali yung school beautification?
Iwan ko
at
po,
saka yung kailangan ba natin ng school beautification at present? So let's be logical, And then PTA collection, I think that is not advisable at this point in time, considering that our parents are experiencing difficulty as to, of course, we understand that one, supporting their own personal needs, the needs of the family. Though it's not prohibited, considering that we have an existing policy as to PTA organization and collection, but let's be sound enough as to what are those to be collected. Is it really for school beautification? Or it's for health purposes? in order to augment the allocation from the MOE to ensure the safety and security of our learners as well as parents. You think of that and program very well what exactly you will be collecting if you intend to. And that parents will not be complaining as to the purpose of the project. Kasi naman, for now, parang hindi ko rin makita yung logic na mag-collect tayo na kasali yung beautification. And then, if ever mag-collect tayo, sana ka-concentrate siya. And if ever mag-okay yung parent, paano nyo ipaliwanag? Considering alam naman ng parent na we're not having classes. Not unless for those who will be allowed to conduct limited face-to-face instruction. So ano ba ang program na gagawin dyan sa PTA? Pero sa totoo lang yung beautification, hindi kailangan yun. Maintenance lang ng school cleanliness at saka observance to that health protocol requirements are the best possible projects that a school can program under that homeroom PTA organization planning. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for clarifying that issue. So, I think we're going to move on now to the last speaker of the house to discuss about matters pertaining to SDO operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome in our midst AO Sinaida Mago. Ma'am Dang? Ma'am Dang? Ma'am Mamago?
Yes, Ma'am Tess. Wait. Okay po.
Okay.
Anong next, Ma'am Tess? Good afternoon. Present now, and then I will going to click your entire screen.
Tapos yung icon ng screen po nasa left side, ma'am, yung drawing ng screen para ma-activate ang share button.
Yung share. Saan yun, Ma'am Tess?
Click mo na yung icon, ma'am, yung picture ng screen para ma-activate si share.
Yan.
And then activated na yung share, naka-blue na, click share po, ma'am. There you are now presenting. Tapos, click po yung presentation niyo po, ma'am. Saan niyo tinago? Do not stop.
Okay, sorry. Sorry po.
Okay lang po.
And then yung presentation. And then?
Tapos, click yung slideshow po, Ma'am Dang.
Okay. Yan, nakita na, Ma'am Tess?
Yeah, it's clear. Tapos, klaro na po, Ma'am Dang. Tapos, pakiclick po yung hide, Ma'am Dang. Di ba nandoon dyan, meet? Yan, hide.
Yes. Ayan.
Okay. Yeah, you're good to go now.
Okay. Am I heard, Ma'am Tess?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ma'am Inday, Sir Mon, Ma'am Minda, and the rest here in the virtual DIMANCOM. I'm going to present to you the administrative section updates, the accomplishment report for the third quarter of 2020, and then yung DepEd Memorandum BHROD 20B yan 2020-00364, and then Division Memorandum number 319 Series 2020, and then GSIS Computer Loan and Multipurpose Loan MPL, and then some recommendation. Actually, I have already presented this during the EXECOM. Okay. So, activities performed by the administrative section with the collaborative effort of the unit heads for the third quarter were all geared towards the attainment of the objectives set in the Department of Logical Framework. The Administration Division is comprised of 5 units, which are the super care, yung supply, personnel, cost, records, and general services. Then, with regards to continuing program for personnel development, I am presenting to you the output of the accomplishment of our personnel officer in the person of Ma'am Eva. The data was basis of this data are coming from the UIS, our Unified Information System. The preparation and issuance of appointment, they set the target 610, but the actual, we obtained a 647 with a percentage of accomplishment 5.72. For the preparation of endorsement to the GIS for retirement, they set the target for 10 and actual 49. We obtained the percentage of accomplishment 79.6. Siguro, some of the retirees, I got the reasons, medyo kahit hindi pa retireable yung age nila, let's say sabi nila mahirap daw ngayon kasi no face-to-face, and then they are not computer literate, nahihirapan daw sila sa medyo lahat daw webinar and then virtual. Yun ang karamihan ng reasons nila. Kaya some of them, they applied for retirement. Kaya siguro naka-obtain tayo ng mataas na percentage, no? And then evaluation of documents for reclassification and conversion of items for endorsement to DepEd regional office. Our personnel section set the target of 85, and they had the actual accomplishment of 100 or 15%. Because this reclassification or the conversion, medyo ano daw, some of the nahihirapan sila mag-process ngayon kasi due to the pandemic situation ngayon, most of us are with the naka-skeleton force tayo, no? Marami pa daw naka-pending, although konti lang yung na-target set nila, no? Then the evaluation of documents for ERF upgrading, so they set for 75% and 88% ang actual. So when we speak of upgrading, yung upgrading po medyo nalilito po tayo, and to compare with the reclass, no, murag ba dita kasabot unsa man ng reclassification, unsa man ng upgrading. Itong upgrading may includes the upward change in salary grade allocation without change in position title to reclassification. So yun one of the tasks of the personnel are preparing for the NOSI, I mean the notice of salary increase, no? And then for the reclassification, these are the form of staffing modification, and for position classification applied only when there is substantial change. So when you applied for the reclassification, meaning murag wala na yung makapuli sa imong position kay na-reclassified na, no? Then there are conversion item like yung teacher 3 and then to empty, no need for the ERF, no? And then the evaluation, preparation of request for transfer, realignment of position. Our personnel unit set the target of 52, and they have the actual accomplishment of 10.34%. Then actions to communication on personnel matters. Sabi ni Eva, most of the communication na nag-follow up sila, these are regarding the transfer of station, no? And then ARTA compliance, we have here yung later I will going to discuss about it, no? ARTA or the citizen charter. And then the next deliverable for the personnel services is to ensure effective and efficient implementation of employees' benefits, programs, and practices. One item is the processing of leave application. We have here target 416 with a negative percentage of accomplishment of 0.024. Why? Because dahil dito sa pandemic, most of the employees are claiming na they are on work from home, ganon, no? Kaya medyo konti lang ang ma-receive natin yung mga application for leave. Then processing of a request to travel local or abroad, and then the data target was is 3, and then actual is 3. Preparation of notice of step increment. We have the target 560, then we were not able to have the actual accomplishment because the target is set on 4th quarter of 2020, as well as the preparation of list of employees entitled for loyalty pay. Processing application of monetization. As of this moment, there are, as of this moment, we don't have any actual accomplishment, but we set the target of 55. And then karamihan sa atin, most of us are filing their monetization application yung patapos na ang fiscal year, no? Although there is no actual, still the target set on 4th quarter of 2020. Computation of terminal leave benefits, submission of request to the BFC Bureau of BFC, Budget and Finance Section. 21 target 18 or the negative 16.65 because our request is for the budget allocation is through regional DepEd and then to be forwarded to regional DBM. Marami po, actually konti lang itong 21 na target. Oo. And then for the monitoring of accuracy of employees' salaries and responding to salary-related queries, our data here, we have the target of 180 and then 260 queries. The data is, most of the data we gathered are the queries on regarding the status of their appointments, status of their transfer, status of their salaries. And then another deliverable is to update properly, store and maintain records on personnel matters. Preparation, updating, and issuance of service records. The service records, the target 2,909, and the actual, as of today, we have 2,924. A percentage of accomplishment, 0.51. Processing and posting of leave absence. We have 180 target, and then the actual is 240. Actually, marami po nag-follow up dito sa leave of absence na kung kailan daw ang na-approve yung kanila, yung application. So the data, we got the data from the Unified Information System. We got this 240 or the 25% accomplished. Updating of SIPAP of SDO personnel and employees teaching and non-teaching. So in this SIPAP updating activity, medyo mabagal po tayo dito. Although we have the less target, 210, but actually, on the updating of SIPAP, lahat po natin, meron yan kasi cut-off date. Ang cut-off date set by the DBM, May. If our SIPAP na hindi na-submit before the cut-off date, it will be reported as December, no? Parang ganun. Kaya medyo late yung mga payment ng some of our benefits, no? Like yung mga reclassification, not on time. Kasi hindi po masyadong laging maglo-load yung system ng DBM. But then, since we have the target of 210, we obtain percentage of 7.49. Another deliverable for the Personnel Service Unit is the prepare accurate payroll and payroll remittances. Preparation and printing of payroll. We have classified the employees who are belong to the division paid and the region paid. 953 target, and then the actual data is 2,155 or the 9.37% of accomplishment. Reason, why we obtain the positive 9.37? It is because from October to November, we have already hired some teachers. Sila po nakakuha ng vacant positions, vacant items, and then some of the school senior high school teachers are from provisional, and then they are already regular teachers, no? And then for the region paid employees, we have 25,564 the target, and the actual same figure. This is for the last 3 months from July, August, September, no? Preparation of payroll remittance, it is the number we are referring here is the number of the payroll remittance advices prepared. Preparation and printing of pay slips, since the number of the employees as set target 25,564, yun pa rin yung actual figure natin. And then preparation of remittances to GSIS, Pag-ibig, and PhilHealth, we have 25,740 yung target, kasi base natin yun sa last year na figure, no? And then the actual is 25,564. I-total na yung 3 buwan with a negative of 0.67. Why we have a little bit bigger in the target figure, because we include here the number of job order employees, yung contractual employee, and some of them are the senior high school employees with the professional status. Okay. For the cost management unit, their key result area, one of the key result area of the cost management units, the effectively and efficiently manage cash collections, disbursements, liquidations, and cash records, releasing and disbursing of checks. We have here a positive 13.6 as our cashier gave us the data, and then because there are some activities like the collection of the bid docs, ganon, and then payment of the salaries, overpayment. These are the summary, no? The disbursement of petty cash, 75 million yan, monthly allocation for petty cash. Total na yan for 3 months, kaya 75,000. So per month is 25,000. Disbursement of salary. We did not get the figure of how much na mababayaran natin yung per employees and the total of employees of the schools division, no? Kasi medyo malaki yung figure. So we agreed to have the number of employees, no, to include the regular, contractual, and job order employees. And then issuance of ADA and LDDP. 70 ang target, 75 ang actual, and the number of proof lists they prepared. Issuance of official receipt check collected, we have the positive 24.05% as the number of checks issued. Issuance and recording of OR check, ay parehas lang ito. There is an explanation made by Angging for this purpose. I just skip this. I try to check with her. And then we go to the next item is the depositing of cash collected, 1 million. And then the actual is 2,760,553.78 with a percentage of accomplishment 45.66. Remarks, it is kung saan galing itong mga pera na ito nag-deposit ng cashier natin. Those are the collections from the bid docs, overpayment of the salaries. Saan po yung overpayment of the salaries? Meron po yung mga yung mga retirees na bayaran na, they receive their salary although they have already retired, and then continue pa rin yung salaries nila. So they have to remit and pay back, doon nila ibibigay sa cashier natin. Okay. For the supply and property unit, deliverable nila effectively and efficiently manage acquisition, procurement, storage, maintenance, and disposal of SDO supplies, materials, equipment, furniture, fixture, assets, and properties. Preparation and processing of procurement document, 45% target at actual 40. They obtained the 0.89% accomplishment. A lesser procurement activity due to pandemic situation. Totoo naman yon. The preparation of distribution list and memorandum receipts, 10 target, and then 15 is the actual. Allocation list of various modules, supplies, and equipment intended for distribution to the district and the national high schools of the division. Preparation and submission of required reports. Yung marami na siyang reports na ginagawa, like PPMP, consolidation of PPMP, and other supply reports, no? They obtain the 1.25%. And then the conduct of physical inventory of supplies, materials, equipment, and furniture of the SDOs of districts and schools. Konti lang the actual accomplishment. Why? Negative. Mali ito ang percentage. I'll try to see the draft, no? Wait, sandali lang. Okay. Mali ito ang figure binigay sa akin, It is lower than the plan because the reason work from home and skeleton workforce work due to pandemic situation. Konti lang accomplishment. And then for the records management unit, their deliverable is to effectively and efficiently manage, store, maintain, and dispose official records and documents. A receiving and classifying of communications target 2,000, then the actual 3,865 with a percentage of accomplishment 48.25. This is because of the implementation of the local tracking system. Kasi matrack na po natin kung ilan ang coming and outgoing communications. Dati we cannot quantify, parang karamihan diretso-diretso na mag-submit sa direct concern, no? So this one, since we have a continuous improvement activity yung ginagawa natin, nandito po sa office natin, since even without the implementation yet of the data management system, of which soon to be implemented in our region and in our division, but then we have already the local tracking system. Pinagmalaki ko po ito during our virtual conference with the regional office na I have introduced about our local tracking system. The filing of official records and documents. Medyo ito, since na parang ISO mode na po tayo, na in place na po yung mga files natin. But then, ngayon medyo topsy-turvy because of the CI, na-repair yung room natin, yung office natin, medyo na topsy-turvy na naman. But then we were able to have our accomplishment, no? Nag-gather natin yung data. And authentication of official records and documents. We have here, the plan is 3,500 and the actual accomplishment is 16.67. Updating of master list of division office issuances, bulletins, and other documents, we have 1. And then maintenance of records files. These items, yung dalawang item, maintenance of records files and proper disposal of official records, we have a plan to conduct at workshop orientation on the proper disposal of official documents, no? Medyo, although it was already in our plan, in the work financial plan namin last year, and then dapat na-conduct namin dito last May. Kaya lang, due to this COVID pandemic, wala na namin na-conduct. Meron talaga yan, i-classify natin ang documents as to the age of the documents. Meron mga classification ng documents. Ito, dapat 1 year lang siya, i-file natin, 2 years, 3 years, how many years, no? Yan. Then as to general services, effectively and efficiently manage, secure, and maintain all the material resources, assets, properties, and human capital of the estate. Maintenance of surrounding grounds and landscapes, we target 6, no? And then maintenance of office building and maintenance of safety and security, vehicle utilization, and here in the safety and security, we were able to outsource the blue guards, no, para actually mali ito ang figure na type, clerical error ito. Dapat 4. 2 yung blue guard na outsource natin, and then the other 2 are regular employees. Okay. Again, as to the DepEd memorandum, last November 3, the central office set the deadline for the submission of for this issuance, no? Yung implementation of ease of doing business of ARTA and updating of DepEd Citizen Charter in compliance with the PBB requirement for fiscal year 2020. You know what? Although there are 4 schools na dapat nakasubmit dito before November 3 ang deadline. No, since on that date, November 3, I've only received yung the mega school and the medium school. Kailangan yung 4 classifications sa size ng school makasubmit tayo. But beyond that date, 2 lang na-submit natin. So I would like to thank the principal of Tukuran Techboc and Maria Clara Lobregat. Yung 2 schools po yung na-emailed ko. And then for the division office, the purpose of this memorandum, we are required to submit citizen charter na streamline natin during the pandemic, kung ano ang modification as to how we cater our clients, no? Kasi yung old na citizen charter, we follow the normal or the regular process. But here, there are some changes like the preparation of appointment for newly hired promotion or substitute teachers and other personnel. Teachers who are hired as permanent substitute and those teachers personnel who will be promoted, the system-generated appointments with electronic signature. Dati, as we are going to compare the old process, we get the PDS of the applicants or yung newly hired teacher, and then we will be the one to input all the data in the UIS. But now, with the continuous improvement process, we allow the newly hired teacher to encode their data so that kompleto po ang data information. Kasi yung the one who is in charge in the process owner, no, I mean the process owner of encoding the data of the newly hired teachers, encoding the data in the UIS, medyo maraming nakikita namin mga kulang na information. So we cannot link the information to the service records, to the certificate of employment kasi kulang ang data. By this time, yun na mismo ang newly hired teacher, siya na mag-encode, and directly he or she will affix the electronic signature. So the moment complete na yung data nasa UIS na yan, automatically the process owner in the preparation of the appointment ma-generate na niya report agad with the signature of the teacher. Hindi kagaya noon, yung si teacher uwi pa doon sa station niya, and then yung in charge ng sa pag-process ng appointment, they have to text and then to let the teacher to come back for signature. Hindi na po ngayon. So another modification or the CI I submitted or emailed to the central office is the online service record request. Dati manual lang, no? Although we have a problem, we cannot cater right away the request of the teacher kasi yung UIS, we cannot bring it at home. Kailangan dito lang, nakalodge lang dito sa division office. Yun din ang nakita namin problema. But during our execom, there is another process introduced by our Wonder Boy, ITO Bayukot. Medyo i-lessen ang number of hours. Meron na yung bagong steps po i-introduce niya. Later on, it will be implemented, no? And then, update regarding the GSIS, no? Computer Loan Program. Ito po, during our execom, I also presented to the top management kasi as AAO, nagka-problema kami during our GSIS virtual conference. The AAOs are required to make a monitoring report. Attached to the report is the OR and the specifications of the laptop or the computer, both by the borrower. Ang problema namin noon, paano namin malalaman kung nakabili na yung si borrower? Paano namin malalaman na downloaded na sa unit card nila yung pera, approved na yung loan nila? So, because of the recommendations made by our very own superintendent, that before the verification of their application form with the regional payroll unit, the borrower or the applicant should attach the tentative computation or the tentative specification of the computer or the laptop they are going to buy, no? And then kindly inform your teachers na ganito po yun. They need to attach their photocopy of their payslip, tentative specification, and the amount of the computer or the laptop they are going to buy, no? And then as of November 13, we were able to verify the following loans. GFAL, we have 84, and then computer loan 38. Yan po ang update ng GSIS natin. So this is a friendly reminder. A friendly reminder from our payroll in charge, since they are already preparing for the salary differential due to reclassification promotion requirements, we have here set of requirements. So there we have meron po note, no? Submission should be in bunch by district care of district bookkeeper with complete list of teaching and non-teaching personnel. No individual submission, meaning no piecemeal submission. Deadline, November 27. So, kaya sinabi ni Ma'am Shane kanina, basta hapit na mag-end ang year, daghan na holidays, daghan na ka ng sa last hour na magsasubmit. And then, let us also be reminded again, kanina, na-mention ni Ma'am Inday and Sir Raymond about our accountability of the school heads, no? The SBM, and even that, I was always reminding the school heads, you do your part as the accountable person in facilitating the welfare and benefits of your teachers. Dugay na kayo ko sige ani magyaw-yaw sa planning ko. And then another reminder, is the step increment differential requirements, no? O, klaro kaayo na siya. So do not wait for the November 27, no? Okay. To end my presentation, I would like to share this quote: individual commitment to a group effort, that is what makes a team work, a company work, a society work, a civilization work. This is quoted by Vince Lombardi. Okay, from the Super Care Gensar section, daghan salamat at maayong hapon sa tanan.
Daghang salamat, Ma'am Dang, ug maayong hapon usab kanimo and Merry Christmas.
Ay, oo.
Ma'am Dang.
Yes, Ma'am.
Naay nag-post diri og kana clarification on the first few slides ni nagwonder lang daw sila, Ma'am Dang, sa kanang computation sa percentage of palihod ako no ko, Ma'am Dang, kana first. Nagwonder lang daw sila sa percentage of accomplishment kay
nakita, Ma'am Tess?
Wala, imong gista presenting, Ma'am Dang.
Alaw, ano man to? Times.
Sige, present again, please. Okay na, ayun na. Okay na to.
Okay na to?
I-click na lang to yung presentation. Sige,
Kana?
Wala, nawala, tanan.
Ala.
Present again lang, Ma'am Dang.
Nag-fluctuate nang ako ang signal, Ma'am Tess. Mo to nagdali-dali ko.
Present again lang daw palihog, Ma'am Dang. Nag-inquire sila, Ma'am Dang, ano daw nga, dako man daw og performance mo pa target versus kuan actual niya, gamay ra daw ang percentage.
Wait, ma'am ha. And then you're presenting.
Ayun na, i-click na to yung mga presentation, Ma'am Dang.
Okay.
Kana. Dayon, slideshow lang
Dayon.
pala. Slideshow lang palihog mo dako.
Okay.
For example, the Ma'am Dang, like preparation and issuance of appointments, the target is 610 and actual is 647. So more than 100% man gud daw na supposedly, nganong 5.72 lang. Nagwonder lang sila, Ma'am Dang.
Dili ang computation ana 647 actual and then gi-minus namo og 610 over 677 then times 100.
670, man ang 677, Ma'am Dang. Usually, man gud Ma'am Dang, sa mathematics, kung magkuha ka percentage, especially target versus actual,
yes,
the target is 610 divided by the actual, which is 647. So, makakuha gid daw kuno mo og more than 100%. Kaya ni-exceed pa man ang inyong actual kasi target nga 610.
Okay, baka. Kasi Excel ginamit namin, Ma'am Tess, baka meron yun sa formula, hindi na kwan. Sige, thank you for that.
Observation lang daw.
Yes, Ma'am Tess. Noted, Ma'am Tess. I'll try to check the formula in my Excel template. Kasi naka-template yan.
Din, Ma'am Dang, dili na rin ulat ng mga questions nimo di ari, Ma'am Dang.
Sige, Ma'am Tess.
Nag-wonder sila sa YouTube ngano daw ang dugay na ba sa ilahang questions. I told them na your questions are being segregated into ahang concern. So these are the concerns of two persons nga likewise pare-pareho ra, Ma'am Dang. From Sir James Esteliori and from Sir Julwin Lahay-Lahay.
Yes,
they are asking about the first comment is, may I request that anybody would discuss on how our division complies with Section 16 of RA 4670. This is regarding salary increments. And it was being supplemented by Sir Julwin Pod. Siya nga, Ma'am SDS, please discuss here how our division complies. Kay many of our teachers are complaining about their salary increments, salary differential, and salary adjustments. That was the question, Ma'am Dang.
Salary adjustment, sa ako lang ni understanding, Ma'am Tess, kasi I was able to attend budget preparation. When you say salary adjustment due to reclassification or due to halimbawa nga yung due to reclassification, since the budget for the differential is lodged in the regional office, we need to submit yung PAL, yung meron yan meaning ng PAL. Once na approve na yung
allocation list, Ma'am Dang.
Okay, oo.
Plantilla allocation list.
Yes, Ma'am Tess. Thank you, Ma'am Tess. Once na take action na from the regional office yung ERF, and then we apply to our class, and then we prepare the appointment and submit to the civil service for the attestation. Once na meron na yun siya, we are going to prepare yung PAL, and then we're going to submit to the regional office DepEd. And then the regional office, DepEd, will consolidate and to be submitted to regional office DBM. Kasi ang pera yan, karamihan man sa atin, abi manggod nila, ang kwarta naana sa division office, dili na siya. Naana sa regional office. Ang region na mo request dito sa DBM, and the DBM will downloaded to the regional DepEd ang kwarta. Mao na siya. Basta mao na ako ang naibawan in terms sa mga reclassification, differential due to reclassification.
Salamat, Ma'am Dang. And there was a support question, Ma'am Dang, by Sir Julwin. Why daw dugay ma-implement ang step increments? Mura ba daw po no requirement po daw sa katong, I mean, aron daw kuno ma-align sa PBB. Kay ang ilahang step increments mo daw kuno wala pa daw na incorporate ba ang term or integrate?
Okay. Ma'am Shane, are you still here? Siguro dapat yan, meron savings yata yun. Ma'am Shane, are you here? Parang nalaman ko the other year when I was still in the planning, parang magdepende yan kung meron savings ang division. So we can pay the differential due to step increment as well as yung mga loyalty pay, ganun.
Yes, Ate Uda.
Yes, SOS.
With regards po sa step increment, yung sa integration ba, Ate Udang?
Yes.
With regards po sa integration, pwede po siya ma-integrate na for as long as nandun na po siya, integrated na din po siya dun sa SIPAC na binisihan ng DBM for our GAA for the year. Say for example, for 2020, yung basis po ng GAA na SIPAC for 2020 na budget natin is for was last May 2019. Probably usually naa siya sa tunga-tunga sa May manggod ang basis ng DBM. So kung as of May 15 ba na siya usually, 2019, kung ang iyahang step increment, nabutang na siya sa SIPAC na mo'y gibasihan sa DBM pagbuhat sa ato ang GAA, pwede sa i-integrate na dayon for 2020. Pero kung wala pa siya nagbutang dito sa SIPAC atong May 2019 na mo'y cut-off sa DBM, dili pa yun siya pwede ibutang sa, or di pa siya pwede i-integrate. Kasi yung step increment na yun, pag wala pa sa GAA, we have to charge that to our savings, or usually nga, charge natin yan sa savings sa ating personal benefit. For kuan naman, for promotion, parehas lang niya sila sa promotion, no? Kung wala sa na-integrate, na-appeal sa SIPAC, mamoy gibasihan sa DBM pagbuhat sa ato ang GAA for 2020, dili tapos sa pwede i-integrate kasi gina-request man nato ang ilahang budget or allotment para karong tuiga. So dili man gud siya tawag ani, wala siya sa comprehensive release. Gina-request pa nato ang ilahang allotment or budget for their promotion or for their step increment differential.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Shane.
I think there is a need for this issue to be discussed in detail the next DIMANCOM. But advance information as to this matter, please be aware that the budget for every year is being prepared a year before the implementation. As mentioned a while ago by Shane, we have to update our SIPAP. And the deadline is May. Then if you are included in the updating of that SIPAP, there is that possibility that the next year you will be included now in the payroll. So with that explanation alone will mean that those hired, promoted, hired, promoted, part of the salary step increment beyond those dates, beyond May. I just don't know if there's another time for that to open. Beyond May will not be included in the next year payroll.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Maliwanag ba yon?
Yes,
Kasi
ma'am.
nga, hindi sila nasama sa updating of SIPAP sa May. Ito yung kaibahan. Kaya in 1 year, pag nag-hire from or nag-step increment, or na-hire or na-promote from January to March or April, as long as you have the appointment, you can now be part of the updating of the SIPAP. Bakit May? Kasi yung May, yun yung date na nag-o-open ang GMIS. Anong sabihin ng GMIS, Udang? Yun yung online portal wherein you will be updating the SIPAP of those employees promoted, given the salary increment, granted the salary increment through reclassification and promotion. I-update yung GMIS, GMIS ba yun? Tama ba yung term ko? Ng May, same is updating the SIPAP. And then if you are included in that updating, the next year, you'll be included in the payroll. But if not, beyond ka na-hire ka ng June, ewan ko kung mayroong ibang araw ng scheduling ng GMIS, pero pag wala, from June to December, step increment, promotion, ano pa bang pwedeng mangyari dyan? Step increment, promotion, ano pa ba yung pwedeng tanggapin? Through appointment or increase in salary, hindi yan mag-take effect next year. Kasi mag-aantay yan ng Mayo para doon sa updating uli ng SIPAP at ipasok yung pangalan niya. So therefore, kailan siya papasok sa payroll? The next January. Yun, katagal. Pero kung meron man yung mga matagal na talaga na, it takes na more than a year or almost 2 years na. Kasi matagal na yung almost 2 years. Hindi rin aabot. Kasi mag-open yung GMIS. That depends on the people who are in charge of the updating of the SIPAP. Pinakamatagal na yung mahigit 1 taon. About 2 years. Siyempre, pag na-hire ka ng beyond May, mag-aantay ka ng another May to be included in the updating of the SIPAP and uploaded in the GMIS online, which will only open during May. So you will wait for another 6 months from May to December. And then by January, I think you will now be included in the payroll. Yun yung prinsipyo dyan, kaya matagal. Kasi iba-iba siya. Kung ang promotion, sa promotion naman, nandiyan na kasi yung salary. So kaya sabi ko, we will discuss this in detail the next DIMANCOM, for we will request the personal herself to explain to you the process and the detail, while some are able or were able to get their step increment and their promotion differential ahead of time and included in the payroll from the others, and why others took 1 year, more than 1 year to be part of that payroll. May mga explanations yan. Kasi hindi siya pareho ang application sa lahat ng tao naka-avail. So mayroon, it matters yung mga buwan-buwan. Kasi ina-upload yan sa Ay,
GMIS, ma'am.
PMIS pala, yun. PMIS ba yun? Nakalimutan ko na.
GMIS, ma'am. Government Manpower Information System,
Tama,
ma'am.
no? PMIS ba yun? Yung nag-open ng
ma'am.
mail? Ina-upload yung updated SIPAP?
Yes, ma'am.
Very important for all of us to update our SIPAP from January to April. So that the moment the PMIS will open, you will be able to upload the updated SIPAP there. So that those promoted and granted step increment will be included the next budgeting and able to receive your salary differential or included in the payroll the next calendar year to come. Ganon yun. So I hope a little information will provide you something to ponder. Bakit nga ba hindi ako nasali? Bakit sila hindi nasali? So it's either of those situation na nasali ka. Kaya ganun ang sitwasyon mo. And for the others na inabot na ng, wala naman siguro more than 3 years or 2 years, no? Iwan, hindi ko alam for some busor. But you need to update the division office as to this information so that it can be acted properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am Maha and Ma'am Dang. And we have other queries here, Ma'am Dang, addressed to you. From San Pablo School Head, Richard Ayundon. Kindly raise my question to Ma'am Mago about the unreturned approved OPCRF of 2017, 2018, and 2018, 2019, which are requirements for securing the last 3 years performance rating certificate for reclassification application purposes. Unsa daw kuno ilabuhaton para makasecure mi og last 3 years performance rating?
Alin yun, ma'am? Yung IPCR nila hindi pa na sa uli?
OP, ma'am. OPCRF. 2017, 18, and 18, 19. OPCRFs of San Pablo School Heads.
Yung OPCRF po, it's the Planning and Research Unit ang mag-receive nun.
So, nasa planning po, ma'am, doon nila po kukunin yung mga OPCRF?
Oo. Di ba nagsasubmit yan sila sa planning OPCR?
Yes, Ma'am Dang. I think you are the planning officer that time pa, Ma'am Dang, no? Or hindi na ba? 17?
17, 18. Yes, ma'am, 17.
That's why that's why they're asking from you ano daw po yung advice niyo kasi hindi daw po nasa uli.
Di naman yung documents po, once submitted na sa division office, it is the property of the division office. We don't need to return it back to the school. And we consider it that the school have already yung file copy nila. Di na yung pwede. Kasi file na yun ng division office.
Do some clarification on the issue. What is questioned is the copy of the OPCRF by the school principal, by the school head.
By the school heads po, ma'am, kasi hindi daw po nila natanggap yung approved OPCRF.
Who is the signatory?
Basta po OPCRF, ma'am, approving po yung SDS, ma'am.
Ay, sorry, ma'am.
Hindi lahat, ha? Hindi lahat. It's just the principal. For the school head, who is the signatory? Tingnan nyo nga, but it is right for the school heads to have a copy, approved copy of that document. Sige nga, sagutin na lang yan. Linawin na lang from the planning office.
So we are going to advise the ma'am na magpunta na lang po sa planning office or the PSDS ang magpunta doon to check if the approved OPCRF nandoon ba po?
PSDS na.
Okay, salamat po, ma'am. Another query po, Ma'am Dang, from Ma'am Beatrice Ligados. Sorry po, Ma'am Dang, para kang Ma'am Shane pala ito, if ever Ma'am Shane is there. Ma'am Ligados is forwarding the query from Sir Macabinta. Please, if okay, if deadline of MOE liquidation be extended a week or two since processing of SOB is delayed. The division is having the skeletal scheme. There was a time it reached 1 month before the release of MOE. Release today, then the deadline the next day. Would it be okay if we are given also a chance, a little extension of deadline of MOE liquidation just this time of pandemic, please?
Ma'am Tess, with regards to the query po or request, in as much as we wanted to also extend the deadline, but the deadline of the bank is not extended, Ma'am Good. So, medyo imposible yun sa ilang request kay, yun nga, sa mo ang part, dili po sa yun nga, tungkol sa kadaghan nga transactions, mag-process na mo agad-agad. And then, daghang holidays, and aside from that, ang bangko sad wala man gud nag-extend to sa ilang deadline for submission sa amuang. So, may unta to mo extend ang deadline sa bangko, kay pwede ra sad mo extend sa amuang deadline. So, pasensya na po, dili gid kayo na mo pakaron kaya na i-grant ang inyong request kasi aside sa nag-working arrangement po may sa pagkakaroon because nga of the pandemic, aside ana, ang bangko sad limit lang po ang ilahang time nga mudawat sa amo ang mga submission. So, tama na gani every day, every working day, tama na gani sila 2 p.m. And I think nabalhin na po to 12 noon ba to or abot dili kayo to but sa una man go 12 noon ang ilang deadline, then karon balik di mong 2 p.m. then there was a time balik na sila 12 noon, and then ang deadline ko nila for the last quarter, last working day, dili gani na sila mo deadline usahay the last working day of the quarter, usahay a day or days before pag sa last working day. So pasensya na po kasi kami po naglisod po may apas po sa deadline sa bangko. Ante.
Yes, Ma'am Shane. Thank you so much. I hope those words enlighten Sir Macabinta. So I think there are no other questions and everything was discussed in order. And can we have now final words from our schools division superintendent?
Okay, thank you very much for the time to be with this telecon. So as you listen to our discussions from the start, since this morning, there are a lot of questions, doubts, and clarifications that been provided with answers. And with this, I hope you will get the idea that there is a need for all of us to adjust our time, our priorities, our commitment, considering that this time of pandemic requires us to be more urgent. We do not have control of all the offices. That's for one. The civil service, of course, pinaka talaga dyan is yung reporting natin to the central office, to the regional office, to the COA, to the bank. The meat of our operation is our finances. And we cannot move or have difficulty in implementing our programs without that money. So it's very important to everyone, especially to the school heads, to give due consideration as to how you manage your MOE. because, as I have said a while ago, we don't have control of the banks as to how they are accommodating us, as to when they are to open their banks, as to the timeline given to us by the COA being the monitoring agency, as to the implementation of all the guidelines, rules, and regulations for us to observe in the disbursement of our MOE, and we cannot just do it as long as we like. So therefore, there is a need for all of us, not just the school heads, but all of those involved in the process to consider these issues that surrounds us as we work with our MOE. No matter how considerate we are in the process, and yet we cannot do away with rules and regulations to follow and adhere to, considering there is an agency who monitors the compliance of these guidelines. Panahon na talaga na pag-isipan natin na in the conduct of our duties and responsibilities, lalong-lalo na sa kapirahan ng eskwelahan natin, hindi lang tayo ang may hawak ng mga bagay-bagay para magawa natin ng tama ang mga gawain. Maraming opisina na nakatingin, maraming opisina na may sariling polisiya, hindi lang tayo. So, kahit ilang beses pa nating kausapin at i-request to give consideration to all of us, and yet they have also their mandate to comply in the conduct of their monitoring. So, ang pinakamagandang sagot dyan, tandaan natin na may deadline tayo as to liquidation. Na in the liquidation, may deadline din ang division to process that liquidation. In the same manner, the bank has its own deadline when to process our deposits to them and liquidation of our finances. Yung preparation ng ADA sa bangko yan. Yung liquidation sa COA yan. Wala tayong lusot dyan kasi they are independent bodies. They have their own rules and regulations for us to adhere. Sila yung wala na tayong magawa. So kung i-adjust natin yung time natin, mawawalan tayo ng panahon. Hindi na tayo makakahabol, mawawala yung cash natin kasi babalik yan. You can see the consequence. Pag hindi na tinagamit yung pera sa given time frame in consideration to the pandemic that we are facing at present, wala tayong magawa kung hindi tayo marunong mag-adjust. Kasi babalik sa atin yung difficulty. Alam na natin na nandyan ang pandemic. Alam natin na nandyan ang COA. Alam natin na may requirement ang bangko. Alam natin na may timeline ang division. Alam din natin na may timeline ang region, lalong-lalo na ang central office. If everybody will be asking for consideration, wala na tayong magawa in 1 month. Extend lahat. Wala ang pera dahil nagbalik sa sisidlan. So, kanino babalik? Sa atin pa rin lahat. Lalong-lalo na sa kabataan natin. So, pag-isip-isipan natin yan because this is not a new issue to us. This liquidation problem seems to be hovering around since immemorial na talaga ito. Dahil nagbabago-bago ang mga tao, nag-iiba ang mga involved persons, kaya lang yung policy lalong nagiging stricto siya na dapat natin i-comply for the reason na lumalaki yung pera na hinahawakan natin at dumadami din tayo na nangangailangan ng pera. So, the answer to our issues and concern lies in each and every one of us. Dahil may kanya-kanya tayong responsibility in the process. If only the school will be able to process their activities within that time frame, there is no problem with the division office because they're just waiting for those documents. And if everyone is coping with the deadline, submitting it on the deadline, expect it that it will delay the process of the division. Lalong-lalo na sa COA. Dahil magkakaroon tayo ng AOM na naman. So magiging tag na natin yan ngayon na may kakulangan tayo. So, kanino ba talaga? Saan ba ang sagot? Request tayo ng request. Pero kanino ba tayo hihingi ng request? Saan ba magsisimula? Wala. Talagang magsisimula pa rin yan down below from the school. Kasi yung pera, nakas-advance na yan ng SDS. Nasa division office na yan. Ang tanong lang, kailan kukunin ng bawat schools? At pag nakuha yan, nililiquidate ba yan within the time frame despite the threat of this pandemic? Kasi hindi natin pwedeng magicin ang pandemic. That is one big challenge to us. That despite this pandemic, we are still productive and responsive. Yun yung hinahanap sa atin ngayon. So yun. Doon ang sagot. Kailan ba yan i-liquidate para makapaglabas uli ang division office? Pag hindi yan na-liquidate, hindi makakapaglabas ng pera. Pag walang sasalo dyan, dahil hindi naman iisa lang ang may problemang ganyan, ay lalo talagang madidelay yan. So sana mag-isip-isip tayo na bawat isa may kanya-kanyang responsibilidad para mapabilis ang process. At isip-isipin natin na marami kayo, kukunti ang tao sa division office. If there is a delay, just even in one district, madidelay na yan lahat. Dahil magkakasabay-sabay na yan pagdating sa division office. So ano ang makikita natin ngayon? Idikandara pa lahat, di ba? Kahit sa bahay, may mga ordinary things that we do at home, yung paglilinis, paghuhugas, pagluluto, pag pinagsabay mo yan, ay talagang tatagal yan at hindi pa magawa. Magugutom tayo in the end. Walang pinagkaiba yan. We can relate to simple things that we do at home. Kaya intindihin natin, lalong-lalo na sa Department of Education, tayo sa DepEd Samosur, marami tayo. Kunti lang ang tao sa division. Pag nagsabay kayo na dumating doon sa division office, dahil pareho kayong naghahabol sa deadline, ang ibig kong sabihin, naghahabol, nagsusubmit sa araw ng deadline. Kadalasan. So, anong mangyayari? Hindi naman yan mga robot yung nasa division office. At hindi rin kayo robot na pag pinindot nila dahil wala nang panahon, sasagutin kayo agad. O di ba? So if you've been experiencing difficulty, people in the division are experiencing the same. Dahil hindi rin kami masaya na hindi makuha ang pera. Kasi magkakaproblema tayo sa performance na hindi nagagawa. We are constantly reporting and monitored by the regional office as to our absorptive capacity. At kapag absorptive capacity ang pinag-uusapan, ang dulo niyan pera. Hiring, promotion, step increment, program implementation, kasama na yan lahat. So, bawat report ko sa regional office, palaging bitin ang division office. Ay, hindi ko naman masagot yan kasi hindi naman ako ang nagli-liquidate, mga schools naman. Hindi naman ako ang gumagastos kahit nakakas-advance pa yan lahat sa akin tapos downloaded sa inyo. So, paano ba natin sagutin yan? So, isip-isipin natin yan na lahat tayo may responsibility mula sa baba hanggang pataas. Lahat tayo may limitation as to oras ng compliance kasi hindi natin hawak lahat ng opisina. Eh, lalong-lalo na may kanya-kanya pa tayong gawain. This administrative function is just a part of the instructional function that is the main mandate of the school heads. Pero wala tayong nagawa. Nag-i-intervene siya sa mga gawain natin bilang instructional leaders na supposedly hindi. So, bago-baguhin natin ang mga direksyon ng pag-iisip natin para magkaroon tayo ng a little bit improvement in our performance when it comes to liquidation of our MOE and disbursement. Kasi sa tingin ko kasi dito tayo sa disbursement nakakaproblema. Bakit hindi ba magastos ng maaga? Bakit hindi ba maibili ng maaga? Meron ng SOB, meron ng AIP, meron ng implementation plan, at meron ng tindahan. O bakit hindi pa rin nabibili? Bakit tumatagal pa rin? At saka, ang dami-dami ng guidelines to follow just to ensure proper utilization and just procurement. Pero wala pa rin, nahihirapan pa rin lahat. But, to note, marami din ang magagaling. Kasi marami din ang gumagawa within the time frame. You can just imagine you are more than 800 and yet, out of that more than 800, marami ding school heads ang nakakagawa ng tama. Nasa records din yan. So, may mga maraming katanungan except for those affected by those non-liquidation of the previous school heads. Pero yung mga existing na ginagawa na niya ilang taon, bakit ganito pa rin? O diba? Ang daming katanungan na hindi nasasagot ng isang tao lang. Kasi we're just affected by the performance of the people that surrounds us within the organization. Let's understand that one. So, I hope everybody will be concerned not only with your personal, professional mandate, but also with the people that surrounds you that will be affected by your performance. Sana ganun tayo mag-isip as one organization dahil hindi tayo kanya-kanya. Whatever the performance of an individual will surely affect the performance of the others. Malinaw yan. Kaya tayo nagkakaproblema. O, di ba? Nagkakaproblema yung PSDS dahil hindi gumagana yung principal sa kanyang gawain. Nagkakaproblema yung EPS, mga chiefs sa CID at saka sa SGOD, pati na yung mga sa SGOD people dahil hindi gumagalaw yung mga tao sa baba. O di ba? Malinaw yan. Kung nagka-problema kayo, nagka-problema yung taas. Pag nagka-problema kayo sa baba, sigurado may problema din ang mga taga-taas. So, domino effect. Kaya, pag-isipan natin yan, magtulungan tayo para maging maayos yung processes natin. Kaya yung mga processes implemented, sana matuto tayong sumunod at i-observe. It's for the good of everyone else in the service and, of course, hoping for a productive and successful implementation of all the programs that we're having for DepEd Sambusur. Thank you very much, and turning back to the host, the floor.
Thank you po, Ma'am Maharani Jacinto, our beloved STS, for that message that touches our heart, and it is expected that we are going to perform what are expected of us. Thank you so much. And I would like also to thank all the participants and the 36 enduring participants in this platform and those who are in our YouTube channel. Thank you so much for completing the conference, and we do hope that this information that we received today will also be cascaded to all our co-teachers, our colleagues on the field. Now, we had started this meeting with a prayer, and this time we're going to thank God for the success of this convergence. So I would like to ask our senior education program specialist of the human resource to lead us in prayer. Seps Ebenezer Bana Malilay Jr.
Thank you, PSDS Abad. Let us bow our heads in prayer for those who are in the Google Meet and in the YouTube channel. Let's pray. Our Father in heaven, we are very grateful, Lord, for this opportunity of gathering together, although virtually. We are grateful, Lord, for the things that we have learned and we have relearned today. We also thank you, Lord, for the wisdom that you have given to our presenters, from our superintendent, from assistant superintendents, to our division chiefs, and to our section heads. We pray, Lord, for continued wisdom and guidance, and for your protection always. And as we end this conference today, may this be a symbol of unity and cooperation for all of us. All these things we ask in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, everyone.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ma'am Tess. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Ganina, good morning. Karon, good evening na.
Good evening
Good
na.
evening na, Ma'am Tess.
Wala ta katakay.
Nagkakain na kayo. Nagkaambot na.
Ala, good evening na. Fresh
Good
na po, mama. Good evening na.
evening na talaga. And yet, we are still here. So, sino ang marunong mag-picture? Hindi ako marunong. Nasaan si Chester?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, nag-picture.
The picture taking.
Sige, ma'am. Sige, ma'am. Sige, ma'am. Iyon, ninyo mga kamera.
Sige, yun. Wala na tayo pulbos.
Still beautiful.
Okay. Dili. Ma'am, ato lang ma'am, ato ang kanang prepulihon. So, una, taga-division, then call C1, call C2, taman sa 6.
May pa.
So, si Ma'am, si Mama lang ang dili mag-turn off sa kuan. Ikaw lang, ma'am, ang mo-appeal sa ilang mga pictures kami kay sa division office
Okay,
lang.
that's my privilege.
Okay. Sige, division office.
Okay, division office.
Sige, 1, 2. Ma'am Tess, imong mic, Ma'am Tess. Ay, imong kuan. 1, 2.
Okay.
Attendance check ito, ha?
Okay. Sige, okay na. Off na ang mga taga-division office. Call C1 na po.
Ang sure sa sure.
Sure sa sure.
Oo nga, nawala ang sure sa sure.
Sige na, call C1. Call C1, please turn on your cameras.
Asan sila? Di ko makita.
Wala na, call C1.
Wala na, sige. Mga kuha na lang, mga public schools district supervisors na lang, aron tanan. I think
Gamay na malay na bilinta.
Maarang ba? Maarang? Okay, sige.
Ana silang mama.
Ito naman lang ta nabilin.
Sige, mga kuha, mga PSDS.
Oo nga. Sige, magpakita kayo. So, familiarize myself.
Cleardo, si Magalanon, si Sir Amber.
Memorize. By face, sa totoo lang.
Okay, Sir Jesse, please turn on
Yan,
your
si Minda.
camera.
Yan, si Minda. Sino yan? Kasi nagpapagandahan tayo sa picture eh. Mas maganda itong magkitaan tayo sa lahat.
Sige, 1, 2.
Meron na kayo walay pulbos, ma'am.
Oo, yan. Si Jody, yung Palmado.
Camera.
Si Veronica Gallardo. Yan pala si ma'am.
Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Wala in person talaga. Sa Vedra Amber. And then si Lipat. At saka si Josephine. Nawala yung iba. Nasaan na?
Ma'am, they are gone ahead of us, ma'am.
Alonso. Ayan, si Jessie.
Luka po na natin, Soy.
Inisayaan na, naguna-una na sila natughawa.
Okay na, ma'am. Okay na, ma'am. Napika-picture na po.
Mas maganda ito. Gusto ko ito para makita ko kayo. Para mapamilyar ako sa inyo. Sa totoo lang.
Balik ang division, Chi. Ata.
Lanon.
Sige ka na. Ready? 1, 2.
Pabibigyan na kasi ma'am sa kunaw mo, no?
Cute kay si EM.
Okay na.
Okay. Okay na, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gwapa kayo si Ma'am Juan Alonso.
Happy birthday.
Whose birthday?
Merry Christmas. Happy Valentine.
Ulit sana, kumanta tayo, no? Kasi may birthday pala.
Nagitay party, ma'am. Mag-party na po tayo sa birthday, ma'am.
Savings na yan. Yan. Ito pala update. I just don't know if it will be pushed through, no? Kasi ang sabi ng secretary, kung nasa sana kayo, magbibigay ng allowance sa teachers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Balik kay teacher, ma'am.
Yun din. Hindi tayo patali. Pero at least magiging masaya ang mga teachers.
Yeah, masaya sila, ma'am.
Yes.
Allowance yata yun
Kaya masaya sila, ma'am.
Para sa kanilang load. I think it's ilang billion ba yung pinapalabas ng secretary from the DBM for the teachers and the learners. Pero parang senior high school lang yung learners yata nabibigyan ng allowance. Yun. Pray para mabigyan sila, para mag-improve. Anyway, sige na, goodbye na kasi alam ko pagod na kayo.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Sana kasali na yung SDO sa PBB.
Yun din, Marites.
Lagi no, gimingaw na ta gimingaw na ta.
I missed that PBB for 2 years. Diyos ko, sayang.
Saan nilagay sa PBB karon?
Wala sa budget yan eh, kaya magandang pera na sana yan.
Oo nga, ma'am.
May PBB, 2 years na.
Tama po?
Next meeting.
Sige, ma'am. Thank you po. Bye-bye.
Ma'am, bye-bye.